Electro Claw, so that exothermic charge is going to go down nice and easy. Getting that wall open, already an entryway into the site. Seems like Bliss, they've gone for a pretty extended roam here, leaving Fisher Guy to babysit the site.
This basement snowmobile wine cellar might be seen a lot in your ranked or casual games, but in comp, I'm going to admit, I'm a cynic. I don't think this is the strongest site to defend, so Bliss have taken a huge risk. And you can see that they are really, really relying on this roam game. There is just Fisher Guy on the site. Everyone else from Bliss is a hell of a long way away. You've got 2, 3 players on the top floor. Golden is even roaming. So honestly, it's really Fisher against the world on site, and they need to make sure that Chiefs aren't able to pull the rug from out underneath them.
So far, it looked like that Chiefs were going to go for that roam clear. But now we're seeing them transition down towards the back trench side. I think they've read into this roam. They're going, we're not going to contest this. Let's just start working the back instead. So we see Digital in the back with the hard breach. He's going to start getting that wall open. Boydie already prepped and ready on the west main cutoff. And there it is. The wall just getting open straight away with no contestant. Oh, never mind.
That is 2 gaping holes. What, did you see something I didn't there? Because
I thought it got tricked there from Fisher Guy, but it was only half the wall that was electrified. So I got real baited there.
That's unfortunate.
Yep.
You just missed the panel that the exothermic charge was actually on. Digital's now droned out wine. Chiefs are calling right now in Discord. I tell you right now, Chiefs are like, guys, site is free. Are we going to make a move?
Oh, Golden does have the hatch control, though, up in dining. So if they do want to make this entry, they're going to have to be a little more careful than that. I think Chiefs right now poised for cutoff. So you can see Worthy outside the front door. Anticipating players are going to rotate back through lobby. Oh, there it is. I think the execute's coming out. Ethan going into connector with the first entry.
Yeah, but that said, Bliss managed to stay on top of it. It's trades back and forth. As we expect from these 2 teams, Worthy now, star player, and Digital backline support for the Chiefs to try and clutch out. But just Golden and Repix, the 2 entries to hold on. Worthy going for the peak now. He's got a fantastic gun, but it's all on him. All down to the MVP of OCN 2021. He's got a fantastic gun at his way, but there's the sub, the super manager, Golden, to find a 2K and claim the first round for Team Bliss.
I don't think that was a bad round for Team Bliss, honestly. I think that the Chiefs, they identified the weakness in that defense pretty late on into the round, and even though they had gotten that wall open, they weren't able to make the safe entry into the site without being traded off by the roamers. The roamers also realizing, oh no, guys, they've fallen off this roam clear. We need to start coming back to the site as well and helping out poor Fisher Guy, left all alone in connector. Thankfully, they were able to trade it out. Like you said, Golden, the super sub, coming in with a 3K actually in that last round and eventually able to win the round out for Bliss.
A great start for Bliss, particularly because that is the less picked bomb site. You want to get that out of the way nice and early. Also because we know from experience that Chalet is one of the maps in the pool that favors towards the attack. I'm not wrong, right, that Wildcard went 5-1 on their attack?
You're absolutely right about that.
Map? We've seen then in very, very recent history, fresh in our minds, just how potent teams are on attack. Well, Bliss has already done just as well as Wildcard's opponents did in the previous map, so they could be happy about that. Now they move on to Bar, which is a much more commonly picked bomb site, and one that, honestly, like, I would back them into this as a 50-50. Like, I think that they would, if they can win downstairs, like, what's to say they can't win all the other sites on the map too?
I agree. I think winning that tertiary site has opened up a lot of strategic advantage for Bliss here. They can go to a lot more comfortable sites for them now, having that 1 round up in the bag, in their pocket. Now Chiefs are going to have to really find a win on one of these primary sites to be able to come back into this round, particularly on their attacking half.
Exciting time for Golden. No doubt a nerve-wracking time as well. First time back in the server for a very, very long time. He's not even a coach, he's a manager. But he's already found a 3K, so that's a bolster of confidence right there. He was telling me he had to do a bit of a warm-up to learn Jaeger's new recall because all these operators he used to play have had different recall patterns. Bliss on for this heavy roam. What are the Chiefs going to do about it?
Chiefs looking like they're doing... Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful pick from Worthy. That is an incredible upside-down rappel angle that he's got onto the connector there. But it seems like Chiefs looking for a sort of probe sort of attack. They're going through the top floor. They've also got some players in the basement. They're not entirely sure whether they want to do a top-down or whether they want to do a bottom-up, I suppose. They're just starting to drone out through the mid-round now, what kind of utility they've got on the site. This Wamai is very protected by his 3 ADSs here that Boydie's now got to clear with his nade. I think that one nade hasn't quite done the cut for him, and Oda will stay alive here in the corner of Library.
Question is, how many more magnets can Oda use? There's still one on the wall there. And no more nades for Boydie on the window. Info droned out. Digital on the cutoff. Chiefs left with a lot of questions. Ethan now rotates over. He's the player with nades now to fill this position. The Wamai magnet burned with the Selma. Cheeky from Chiefs. Ethan's cooking a nade. Does it land? Oda survives.
Oh no. Oda being able to hold on to this Library corner for his dear life. The final Wamai magnet now coming out for him. They've had to burn a Selma charge to try and kill him, and it still hasn't worked out that well for Chiefs. Now only with no grenades left in the pocket, they're going to have to go for some kind of crotch play entering into the site.
Bouncin receiving a bit of friendly fire from his teammate Ethan, but they do sneak into that objective. What are Bliss going to do about it? Numbers advantage for the Chiefs. Boydie furthers that now as Fisho goes down. Worried about the vertical presence. But as of now, Chiefs have full control of the site. Bouncing down, but not out as of yet. And traded now by both Worthy and Ethan, who spring into action. It's all on the sub. Golden, a 1v4. And it's going to be very, very difficult. Caught in the crossfire. I mean, that didn't start so well for Chiefs, but they certainly turned it around to flawless at the end of it.
I think Chiefs have played that out very well. I think that they've started out on the top floor, but they still had some players probing into the bottom floor that we saw early in the round from the top-down view. They realized, oh no guys, this top floor hasn't really gone out the way we wanted to. We weren't able to play that utility very well. But then you had players like, I think it was Boydie, was able to probe in from the ground floor, able to make some space through lobby and eventually get into the site, and the rest of the team immediately followed up on that plan. I think the strength in Chiefs as a team is that they're very coherent. Once one person has an idea or they see an opening, all the other players immediately jump on board. And we'll have to see whether Bliss in their new roster plus a sub is able to reflect that coherence that Chiefs have got.
Especially when one plan goes out the window, right? Like Chiefs, I mean, pun intended, Chiefs was trying to throw so many nades and Selmas through that window, they couldn't deal with it. And they just, I mean, at that point was Ethan like, oh, well, this ain't working, let's try something else. Finds his way walking into sight. How does that happen? Very nice result, nonetheless. We're actually going to see the Nomad 6 pick off of. Worthy's played it so far every round. Brings out the Yana, and most importantly, we're seeing Ethan on the Osa. That's a very rare operator. I wonder what he's looking to achieve with that.
Chiefs now looking to attack the the kitchen and dining bomb sites now. Another.
So Ethan makes his way on through with that Talon shield. Starting to face check these angles. In fact, this is a dining and kitchen defense for the Chiefs. Sorry, for Bliss, as the Chiefs start to make their way forward. Not a heavy presence upstairs. We've got Oda and Repix, the primary players to hold on for Bliss. But the Chiefs, they have a lot of work to do here. Likely, Digital will be wanting to get some hard breach on, not only to the office wall where he's deploying it right now, but later onto that dining wall below. And he does jump down. Good drone work from the Chiefs to enable this, and Dig, surely before too long, will swiftly open both of these angles. I mean, this is just the legwork that a team needs to do. C4, hello, and goodbye to Boydie. Wiped across the floor by Fisho guy and say, hey, mate, you take my spot, I'm going to take your life.
Bomb located by attackers.
Chiefs now prepping for that mid-round into the Bliss defense, starting to get open the ground floor wall and playing into the Ossa for this execute here. Very interested to see how this comes out for the defense, especially against actually no C4s left for Fisho guys. So this execute might come out fairly easy for the Chiefs.
And it may well hinge on what Ethan can do with the Talon shields. Still info for Bliss on site. Here goes one of those shields. Enabling a two-way angle, but an angle that Ethan can peek off nice and easily. 45 seconds left.
Uh-oh.
What's the strat here for Chiefs? Where are they going to plan?
I think that gap is just a little bit too small for Ethan to move through with the shield. Oh, he's just managed to squeeze through. But I think the top floor is being retaken at the moment, unless Fisher guys just found that kill from a very long angle on the ground floor. Smoke's now going out for the execute as well. Oda still managed to creep through the top floor. Can he make anything happen from this?
Fisher finally shut down by Bouncin. Didge wants to come in and get that plant down, but he goes and drops onto the floor. Shade.
Oh, Oda.
Now on for the line. 3v1. Bouncin gone. Oda had the flank of his life, and Bliss have once again taken the advantage.
That felt like a Chiefs round at the end there. They had both walls open, they had top floor control, they had ground floor control as well, but they weren't able to make that execute work for them. I think that they'd lost that top floor control with Oda able to creep through the top. They also were not quite able to get the kit into the site, despite Bliss not having any plant denial as well. I was wondering what might be going through the Chiefs' comms at that point. Were they really distracted between the two halves of the push, perhaps? They couldn't get a grip on the top floor control or the flank watch, perhaps. Not sure, but that really looked like a Chiefs round that Bliss were able to come back through. Excellent retake in the top floor.
I love that this is getting close. I love that it's spicy. I love that every time a kill comes out, I can't help but thinking, oh, Fisho just got one of his former teammates. That must have stung a little bit. I mean, I know maybe I'm embellishing a little bit too much. I get carried away sometimes. But I mean, it's so exciting. These are the teams that the two teams of OCN last year that unexpectedly were the teams we were talking about all year. I think we came into 2021 thinking that it was going to be all wildcard and all Knights and all Akami Order, who are now gone, by the way. But no, it was Chiefs and Blitz who absolutely stole the spotlight of 2021. And despite having some pretty cracking games already, they've already stolen the spotlight here in the 2022 season in our debut Playday.
Yeah, they're definitely stealing the spotlight here with this matchup. Every kill feels like it's impactful in this match. It doesn't feel like a one kill goes one way and it doesn't change the way that the round goes at all. I think both teams are really playing into the weaknesses of each setup, particularly Bliss now. They've gone for the basement site again, I believe. And now they're doing, again, this extended roam. Upstairs, playing on their lonesome, and Chiefs have got to figure out how they're going to approach this. Are they going to clear or are they going to do a direct attack? Oh, poor Fisher guy. Left on the site all on his own.
I just find it so funny. Like, if you told me that you had one player on site and everyone else roaming, what's your answer to that? Most, like 99 times out of 100, Mandy, it's okay, let's just push site, right? It's a 5v1. But Chiefs are insistent on clearing this roam, for better or for worse.
I'm starting to think perhaps Chiefs aren't too insistent on clearing the roam itself, but perhaps setting up their attackers to play the right cutoff once the execute comes through. It doesn't seem like they're going to push all the way up to Oda here. I think they're going to let him have this library control and be able to fall off, but I do think that they want Bouncin watching this hatch now into West Main, anticipating that Golden or maybe Oda will start to fall through and start playing that hatch control. I think Bouncin has just dropped there as well. So yeah, now they're starting to get control of the ground floor. Oda, I think, is now stuck inside Bar Games. Oh no.
Oh, Shade comes to try and support, but good cutoff from Bouncin. Excellent work now from the Chiefs. They found the lead-off kill. And, well, Fisho, unfortunately for Chiefs, doesn't let that man advantage last for very long. Boyd, he's struggling to get in the game. And most importantly, you know, that's one of your main vertical operators as well.
I think it's really interesting to see that even though Fisho, the lonesome guy on the site, is still able to have an impact into the roam play here. Typically, you don't see those SMG-11 kills mid-round, but it's happened for Fisho guy. Just goes to show how experienced and how great of an anchor play he is.
Time's really ticking off this clock, isn't it, Mandy? Just 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
And it makes you wonder, like, what is the plan for Chiefs?
Chiefs now looking like they're going to do a back take, but only 20 seconds left to go. They haven't droned the site. It's really starting to look like a Bliss round.
Fisho guy, of course, is that first line of defense for the Chiefs. That said, the super sub steps up once again. Golden and Repix on for the retake of the roam. Chiefs fall to pieces. And Bliss have somehow managed to take a 3-1 lead on their defense, no less.
I think that the Bliss philosophy coming to this game is seriously working out for them, Dev. I think them taking 2 tertiary sites into Chiefs has made Chiefs go, what? What are we doing? Like, what are they doing?
I mean,
How do we attack this?
Isn't it astonishing, right? Like, Chiefs, a year ago now, brought on Fisher Guy and then when they brought on Fisher Guy, they said themselves, like, they needed a mastermind behind the team. That's what they were looking for in that play. Like, Fisher Guy, yeah, I mean, he's got his FPS OSU records or whatever, but he's not known as a mechanical player, as a fragger. He's known for his brain. And that was why he was picked up by Chiefs. And ironically, I think in the end, that was probably part of the reason why he departed from the Chiefs, why they decided that they wanted to move on from him, is because they wanted someone with more mechanics. You look at who they picked up, Bouncin and Boydie. And yet right here, it seems like this game is not being won by mechanics, but being won by the masterminds behind them. And for Chiefs, I mean, it's Ethan who is often looked to as that. And for Bliss, I mean, they've got Shade, yeah, who's plenty of experience in that supportive role, but Fisher Guy is undoubtedly like the brain in the server right now.
Absolutely. I think Bliss went into this with a plan. They had a very clear plan. They went, okay, we're down one player. We need to play with a sub. This is Chiefs. They know how Fisher Guy plays as well. We need to bring out something special, something that they won't expect. And with the sites that they've currently played, I think their plan is working out beautifully for them. Chiefs, they haven't really quite cracked the puzzle yet. Now they have to attack Bar Gaming, which is typically a primary site. Chiefs might know how to attack this one a little better than the last two that they did. Seems like they're going to go for a bottom-up clear. Bouncin now taking control of the basement.
There's a lot you can do with the basement on this side, of course. We saw last round on this bomb site how Chiefs were able to, despite not gaining reading control, do a surprise push directly into Bar. And man, that worked out so well for them. So Bliss is going to have to be extra careful of any sneaky plays from the Chiefs.
Absolutely. I think you can see Fisher Guy a little wary about that now, looking at the possible entry points from that dungeon window just underneath the stairs. Chiefs not seeming to make that much progress, but similar to their last attack, they're probing the top floor. They're trying to work on getting Oda out of that library corner. It feels like a big deja vu right now.
But will it work out better this time for Chiefs? I mean, considering that, I don't think there's any ADSs for Oda. I mean, the thing is, like, even then, Ethan managed to get his nade past all the magnets, but it didn't drop down, and it didn't take down Oda. I mean, look, he's still got more than half his health left. This is really troublesome for Chiefs.
Chiefs are going to need to pull something out of their pocket, something different to be able to win this round just like they did in the last. But I think they're still pretty committed to clearing out Oda here. Boydie's just rotated up with another set of nades, but still not taking out Oda. What on earth is going on for the Chiefs? Oh, never mind. There we go.
Thank God for Digital. He found Oda eventually. Makes you wonder, did Oda really need to peek there? Perhaps he felt forced by Boydie's grenades, but eventually Chiefs can be satisfied that they have ticked off that first step in the list, and in fact a second pick now with Golden going down and Bliss really feeling that pressure.
45 seconds left and Chiefs have really only made work in the top floor, but even Shade is still sitting in the top floor. It's starting to really look like a Bliss round.
Oh,
They're still holding on to a lot of these anchor positions. Fisher Guy taking a very scary engagement there.
And not winning the fight somehow. I mean, the fact that neither player connected a bullet there is astonishing. But here goes Fisher once again, getting very aggressive, but walking straight into the LMG is a scary prospect. The player walks into sight. Ethan goes down. And Fisher looks for another. It's back and forth, 2v2 now. Repix on for the flank, Fisher to hold sight. And the Chiefs, they need to execute. There's info on for them. Fisher traded out. And Bouncin will have to find Repix with 2 seconds left. He's got the right read, but there's no time. Bliss, hold on and win thanks to the clock striking midnight. 4 rounds to 1 in the advantage.
Bliss have just played this so masterfully, with also the combination of Chiefs having a misplay in the top floor there. They were so caught up on that micro minigame trying to clear out Oda that they didn't leave enough time in the late round to be able to drone out the site and figure out what their execute plan was going to be. We also saw Shade still able to hold onto that top floor, and I also want to point out, someone we don't point out much, is how masterfully Fisher Guy played that anchor. He didn't just sit in one spot and wait for the Chiefs to do that same rush that they did the previous round. He was taking those engagements on each window, knowing that the Chiefs were still scrambling upstairs. It's just going to be a 1v1. He's looking out for those entry plays, and I think at the end there we saw him take like 2 or 3 near-miss engagements, and that's just such masterful anchor play coming out from Fisher.
Yeah, the way he was just so mobile. But was funny, wasn't it? Like, there are a couple of instances there that probably could have been kills, either for him or against him. But, you know, at the end of the day, a win is a win. And Bliss are going to be very happy. I mean, Golden told me that Bliss were very satisfied when the map went to Chalet. So this was the map that they wanted. This was the map they were gunning for. Of course, they certainly didn't want to be playing with their sub. That said, I mean, Golden's got, what, the best KD in the server right now, if I'm not wrong.
Not bad.
6 and 3. And, I mean, he's come to life on the entry, or particularly the roam role. So you got to be impressed by him.
I'm very impressed with how Bliss have played this. If you told me that the scoreline was going to be 4-1 to Bliss, playing with a sub on the defending half, I would call you stupid. I wouldn't believe what you just said to me. But Bliss have just done the impossible, I think. Chiefs now having to attack the top floor, also another primary site. Looking to do a direct execute. Boydie starting to open up that basement, looking into the solar stairs, getting ready to clear Fisher Guy, of all people.
Classic position to clear, isn't it? On the solar stairs. Now look, the scoreline may be 4-1, and yes, Bliss may be on the defense, the in theory unfavored side on this map. But let's not get too excited. Chiefs can well and truly bring it back here. If Chiefs are able to win this round, a 4-2, I mean, that's not such a big deal. A 5-1, a bit grim, but a 4-2, more than achievable for the comeback for Chiefs. That said, it ain't going to be easy. Look at that. Repic's already taken down Boydie, who is just having a shocking game so far. Died in almost every single round.
Chiefs now having to clear out Fisher Guy on the solar stairs. Starting to burn out that utility, but they have lost one set of nades in Boydie. First nade goes out, actually second nade from Ethan, and they're still not able to find a pick, and Repix has just found his second down in the basement. And a third.
Jeez, this is just so grim. Ethan desperately goes for the refrag, and he gets it. But now Fisher Guy's feeling the pressure, whips out the shotgun. Ethan there with the 1x on the finger, looks the wrong way. And Fisher for the second round in a row finds Ethan. Digital now versus the world. Doesn't matter how good you are on the interviews, you need to earn the right to get to those interviews, and you need to do that by beating your opponent. Fisher Guy waiting for his former teammate as the E1D screams out, and Digital desperately waits for a pick on these solar stairs. It feels but inevitable that the Bliss side will find themselves with yet another round here and a 5-1 scoreline at the end of the half.
20 seconds left now for Digital. It seems fairly impossible, and there we go. Shade coming out with the last kill to give Bliss their 5th round, I believe, on the defense. And that is absolutely incredible what they've just managed to achieve there.
Isn't it just unthinkable? I mean, 5-1 to Bliss on the defense. I picked Chiefs, and I think, as much as I hate to admit it, the only one of us who predicted Bliss... sorry, I picked Chiefs. The only one I believe who predicted Bliss was Guz, sadly. Damn, man, always tends to get things right. But
That's not what you want to hear.
I was very tempted to pick Bliss, because I've actually gone against Chiefs for a lot of the APAC South games so far, and I'll be the first to admit that they have exceeded my expectations. I was really concerned for Chiefs with the success they managed to garnish last year and foster as they grew, and all of these players started to become legends. They dropped 2 of those players. And yes, Boydie and Bouncin are great in their own right, but Chiefs was already so perfect that, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's the saying, right? And yet they did really well in APAC South. So I wondered maybe I judged them too harshly, and I gave them the prediction today against Bliss, so they wouldn't hate me. But maybe I didn't give Bliss enough credit. Maybe Fisher Guy joining the roster has really changed that much for them.
In my opinion, I think this match is a pretty strong showing of the counterplay ability of Fisher Guy. I think that by dropping Fisher Guy and God Legion, Chiefs have said, okay, we're going to go for a different game philosophy. We're going to change our philosophy from methodical, step-by-step, we know what we're going to do in advance, to let's problem solve. Let's see what they have and try and figure it out on the fly. Fisher Guy, we know him. He's always got a plan, and he always tells his team the plan before that. And I think that it's really come into fruition in this game. Fisher Guy goes, I know exactly how the Chiefs are going to play. They dropped me. But I know the IGL that they picked up, and I know exactly how to beat them, and it's totally working here against the Chiefs.
And once again, Ethan, the first to fall. Man, it has been a rough ride for the Chiefs. And the momentum has really just started to slip beneath them. I think that no one can refute that Chiefs have one of the most stacked rosters in terms of fraggers. But as soon as that falls through, I mean, this is what we saw with Bliss in the grand final last year, right? Jigsaw, their star fragger, did not perform in that grand final. And when the player you always need to perform doesn't perform, your team suffers an enormous blow, one that often cannot be recovered from. Boydie right now has really been struggling. We haven't seen Ethan really be popping off. And you know, the best players on the team, Bouncing and Worthy, have merely met even. In goes Shade, immediately met by Digital. Maybe not such a good plan after all for Bliss. Chiefs can recompose.
Chiefs now given a second chance here in this round with the mistake that Shade has made, rushing onto site. Thought he had an opening, but Digital had his number. Now Bliss having to reconvene on the other side of the map, rotating over towards the north side. Let's see what they have to approach. 1 minute left.
Oh,
There's still
Bouncing!
time for them. Oh no.
Wow, very risky jump out there. Reveals his position, but does not get punished as of yet. Worthy still on for a roam. Chiefs have managed to maintain the balance for their side and managed to get the advantage. 40 seconds left as the Lion scan roars out. Repix on for this top floor is going to have to land some long angles. Can he achieve here? A nade to go through. Golden there to support.
Only 30 seconds left here for Bliss. They're going to have to come up with something really big to be able to take down this Chiefs defense.
Repix may not know that there is still a player upstairs. There's also a player on the blue stairs, and that was Bouncing, and well, it's over really before it starts. The Chiefs can recompose and get their second round of the match, a much needed one at that, and they're going to have to continue this on their defense. They are looking pretty well fired up, so you've got to give them that.
It's good to see the Chiefs back in that happy form again. Digital doing a little, let's go, on the cams right at the end there. Great to see him with that energy back again. I think Bliss, I think they took a little bit too long there trying to decide exactly what they wanted to do. They only had 1 minute when they made their decision to reconvene over on the north side of the map and try and go for a sweep across. That's just not enough time to be able to clear out the shields, be able to take top floor control, and still be able to do the execute. Chiefs playing positions they hadn't been drone down to, good anchor positions, and just able to play the crossfires and stop the attack of Bliss right at the end there. Now they're able to go onto another primary site at the top floor, and should be pretty comfortable for the Chiefs here.
Yeah, well, for Bliss, we saw them try all 4 bomb sites, right? We saw Snowmobile Wine straight out of the gate, we saw Bar Games, we saw Kitchen Dining, and eventually we saw Master Office. They were successful on all of those bomb sites at least once, but forfeited Bar Games just the one time. Now the Chiefs, well, actually, looks to have a pretty significant roam. Was Bouncing even putting utility downstairs? It seems so. I wonder what's the go with this Frost pick, though? Like, pretty common for Bar Games what we just saw. But now on Master, Digital getting a bit cheeky.
I suppose the shield and the shotgun combination is always fairly good on Chalet. With the ban of Floras as well coming out, shields is going to be a big staple on the defense half here on Chalet. Chiefs, though, going for an extended roam. Oh, very nice double frost mat there on the bathroom, anticipating a late round entry. And Bouncing also roaming down below. So I think we'll have to see what the approach for Bliss is here. It seems like they're going to go for a direct attack. So not really directly addressing the roam that Chiefs have put up here for them. Both a combination of grenades and flashbangs out on the solo rappel, but no one to contest it on the stairs. So they're going to be able to get that control for free.
Oh.
Bouncing finding the first pick, though, onto Golden.
And that's it. Bliss does indeed need to address this roam, particularly Bouncing is loitering on the west main stairs. If Bliss want to try and go for this Solarium take, they need Presence and Trophy, which is, of course, held by Bouncing at the moment. First line scan goes out. Boydie can peek through the kill holes, and Murder Fisher guy straight off that rappel. Repix has found his way onto the stairs, but essentially trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Players on site and Bouncing on the roam.
It feels like Bliss have really cut a few corners here. Like you said, in order to do this push, they did need trophy control first. And Shade, although he is able to find a very nice vertical kill from there onto Boydie. That's your player in closet gone, but there's still heaps and heaps of anchors left for redundancy.
Oh, and Repic's just really feeling that pressure. Ethan, a great read to take on that solo player before his teammates can come and support. And Chiefs have well and truly got back on the horse after that 5-1 half, and they're starting to build this momentum. A 2v4 now for Oda and Shade, with options really limited at this point in the round.
It is not every day that you see a defender-sided chalet, but it does feel like what we're about to see here in this match, Dev. It could not get any spicier than this. Now, Bliss looking to start attacking the bottom floor, maybe look for some picks before they try and take the fights on the top floor. They do have a Roma pinged out, it seems like, somewhere in dining. Looks like Digital there on his lonesome. Shade now pushing in for the kill.
Oh, Shade, no, he just doesn't check the angle right. Digital can drop that diffuser down. Oda's got a refrag, and well, he's got to do a hell of a lot more than that. Digital knows where he is, wall bangs, and, you know, that's all it is. The Chiefs are starting this comeback well and truly. They didn't break a sweat when they were down 5-1. They made it 5-3, a much less scary scoreline.
I think that was well played there from the Chiefs, and a little bit of a misplay from Bliss. They wanted to do a solo attack, yes, but they didn't try and take control of anywhere else on the map. They didn't try and go for trophy control. They didn't enter from the basement to try and cut off some of those roamers. Bouncin was able to get free reign there and find exactly the picks that he needed to support Boydie up in closet. Able to take the peaks onto the solo repels with that Wamai. He's very safe from all the grenades and whatever he needs to defend himself. And yeah, I think that all just worked out beautifully for the Chiefs. Big misplay from Bliss there. Now they're going to go onto Dining Kitchen. Another primary, actually tertiary bomb site. And Chiefs should be fairly comfortable with this. This is a fairly common bomb site we see every day.
Yeah, and the one that we saw Bliss manage to have some success on despite the OSA pick from Chiefs. And one thing I'm starting to wonder now, I mean, on defense, Bliss obviously playing with the sub. Golden had his license to basically just roam and do what you can on the roam. And yeah, he had some responsibilities a little bit more than that, but when it boils down to it, that was it. And I think that roaming is typically easier than entry. And now Golden, he's put on that entry role. He might have found the opening pick in the previous round, well, 2 rounds ago now. But he was the first death against Bouncin. And I think this is where he's really going to be tested. Remember, he was 6-3 at one point. Since then, he's got 2 kills and 3 deaths. So he's struggling a little bit more on the attack than he was on the defense. And I think this is really where Bliss is going to perhaps struggle. And maybe why you're seeing Shade here switch onto the Ash, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he was already on the sledge, so I guess entry to some degree. But I think Bliss is definitely going to need to tighten up their entries to have some success on these attacks.
I agree. I think that Bliss need to start taking this a little more methodically against the Chiefs. They can't cut corners like they did in the last round. They need to address what Chiefs have put in front of them. And they need to solve these problems. I guess the one that's put straight in front of them, with Golden on board as well as the entry to make room for the attackers. Worley now roaming on his lonesome on the other side of the map. I think he has been droned out, so Golden now entering in through Mudroom to try and cut him off. But Bliss, we're going to have to see them work together to fight someone like Worthy.
We know the damage Worthy can do. A lot of drones coming out and some presence in the building now from Bliss, keeping in mind Dining and Kitchen is the bomb site. Bliss typically, any attack typically, you'd want to clear out that top floor. Oh my god, wow. Worthy wins that, fully droned out, and Oda goes as well. And this is grim, you got to call it that. Bliss fell to pieces. The Chiefs stepped up massively. I mean, the fact that Worthy won that fight is insane. He was already low HP. He'd been spotted out. Quick spray to the barricade, and I mean, that's the end of Shade.
I think that's the reason why Worthy is given MVP, right? We saw Bliss there. They actually had pretty excellent teamwork. They had already set up Shade down in Trench. We saw a little earlier on the round, ready to cut off the basement because they knew Worthy was roaming down there. They sent in Golden to try and flush him out of his position. It worked perfectly. But Shade just unable to win out against the MVP of 2021, I suppose. Now they've only got 45 seconds left of the round. They have to go for an execute. Smoke canisters still on the board for Digital. It's looking pretty grim for Bliss.
The fewer players alive for Bliss, the fewer players can hold the flank. We saw what Oda was able to do when he was defending this site and went for a flank. Chiefs just fell apart. Now Bliss are going to have to make an execute happen, whether that's via kills or the plant. You're yet to see. Golden now on the entry, replacing God Legion. He's going to have to embody the name of his teammate who he will be subbing in for. Fisher Guy goes for a spray, likely to find a pick. No, he is not. Golden left alone and finished off without too much trouble. The Chiefs have well and truly made this comeback train possible, and a 5-4 scoreline means that Bliss's lead has well and truly dissipated.
And we go back to bar games for the Chiefs. This is the one that we saw Bliss on their defense. Again, we're going to highlight Fisher Guy on the anchor. That was incredible from him. I want to see how the Chiefs are able to hold out on this bomb site. Flores here is banned out for them. So they are going to bring the combination of Wamai Jaeger with the shields, 2 shields in fact, to be able to hold out on that top floor. On the other side of Team Bliss, they have pretty much everything that they need to be able to clear these shields. Lots of flashbangs for the burn, 2 sets of grenades, and Zofia impacts. So I think it'll be a game of utility here on bar games.
Well, it wasn't a game of utility last time when Bliss attacked this, because that was when Shade just yeeted into the bomb site and died earlier, wasn't it? It looks like for the most part, though, this is just about the exact same lineup that we saw from these teams before. The only operator who's changed is Shade. Now on the Yana instead of the Maverick. Not a huge amount of difference. I guess it just means they can't open that line of sight in the back of stock from the bottom of main stairs. But you do get the extra gun 6 and arguably the better gun of the Yana, plus the utility if you want to get really technical. But it's Repix on the Nook that I really want to see an impact from. An operator and a player that can make waves.
Seems like Bliss going for a sweep attack this time. I don't mind this from them. Last time, the approach was let's just take minimal map control we can and see if we can find an opening and run into the bomb site. This time, it seems to be let's do what needs to be done. Let's sweep the map, get into positions where we can use our utility. Oh my gosh, that was a beautiful entry pick there from Fisher Guy on the cutoff.
You could see the information came out from Bliss and the way that those players rotated to try and hunt down Bouncin', who has been a bit of a menace so far. Unfortunately, the kills have reset on the scoreboard, but he has been in so many early engagements and on the front of them, opening kills, 2 in the series so far, and no opening deaths. So, well, except for now. So a really good opening pick for Bliss. They can now turn their attention to the site.
I really like this approach from Bliss. I think that they're putting themselves in prime position to be able to use all the utility that they've brought on board. Unfortunately, Boydie winning out that fight on Mezzanine, but the shield does go down. So they are taking this step by step, 1 casualty along the way, and they're also forcing Boydie off of his position. 1 minute and 20 left to go. I don't mind this timing from Bliss. I think they're doing all right.
Yeah, and in fact, Bliss should be aware that Boydie forfeited back to the site because he moved during the E1D scan from Lion. Bliss should be fairly aware now that they have full top floor control. Look at that, all 4 Chiefs players downstairs except for Worthy, toying with the idea of loitering on the library stairs. Needs to be extra careful so he falls back, but Bliss now have full control above the bomb site. They need to open up some lines of sight and start pressuring these anchors.
45 seconds left to go for this late round for Bliss. They're going to have to get drones into the bomb site, figure out where these anchors are. Maybe try and choke them out, like you said, through some vertical lines, through some grenades, something like that, but they're going to have to make this plan work quickly for them. 30 seconds left to go. Shade just starting to get control of Library.
And that time ticks away. Bliss still worried about their flank. Ever so worried about their flank, but Chiefs just holding on the site. Shade nades out one of the players, but Worthy steps up once again. The last 2 defenders on the Chiefs, both on site. Boydie, a big hitter in the past, but hasn't shown up this game. Worthy down. It's just Boydie left. Bliss may find match points. After a drought for 3 rounds in a row, the momentum is gone for the Chiefs. And Bliss have guaranteed at least 1 point on the scoreboard in their first match of OCN for the year.
Team Bliss there on the player cams looking really happy, and honestly, I'm just as happy for them. I think that Fisher Guy in that tech timeout has really cracked the puzzle. He went, all right guys, we need to stop doing silly things. We need to stop trying to cut the corners and face what's been put in front of us, and that is Chiefs. I know how these guys play. Let's just do it. Let's do what needs to be done properly, methodically, and step by step. I'm really happy with how Bliss had played that out, and I think that Chiefs, they gave them a little bit too much wiggle room. 1 minute 20 for Bliss getting into that top floor, perfect timing, I think. Chiefs haven't really got the full fruition of that top floor setup. Now they're going to be moving into Master and Office. Similar kind of approach dual shield, or my Jaeger, yada da. But now Worthy instead hopping onto the Vigil, trying to put a spanner in the works for the Bliss attack.
That's it. I think Chiefs have identified that they really need to drain more time from Bliss. You mentioned that Chiefs fell back with, I don't know how much time was left on the board, but like 40 seconds, a minute maybe, and Bliss had full top floor control. Chiefs just gave it to him. Instead of trying to continue contesting, they fell back. They were worried. They were scared about losing their lives. And as a result, they gifted Bliss enough time for Bliss to eventually pull off a strong execute. My God, a scary time to be a Chiefs fan, knowing that playing against Bliss, their longtime rivals, with their former IGL, but also with a sub. Like, we don't even have God Legion playing. Imagine how good Bliss will be with him. Chiefs, their reign in OCN is starting to be called into question if they can't come back here.
So we can see Worthy now trying to drain out time on that top floor, but getting choked out by some of the attackers. The double window now open and ready to sweep from library. And like, look at that. Worthy's just fallen back off into the site. So that's all the roam pressure gone. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock for Bliss. This is excellent timing again.
And Ethan finds the opener. Golden goes down. A fantastic early pick. That said, Bouncin goes down very, very early to Shade. Bouncin not having an impact since the rehost whatsoever.
A bomb has been located.
Chiefs now changing up where the utility is. Originally, that shield was facing Closet, anticipating a solo take. Now that shield is starting to face Piano because they know, okay, the wall's going to get open. We need to start facing this side of the map. Worthy ever so elusive as well in the basement. If they don't have flank drones, that could be dangerous. Fisher now ready to get that wall open. No denial, so should be able to get that open nice and easy.
You can see that Worthy was worried, Fisher was worried about Worthy flanking up the main stairs because any player down there can shoot the thermite straight off that wall. And the player along with it. Worthy could make or break this defense, though. I mean, he's so down. No! He certainly won't make it. He may have well just broken it. Shade, careful of the run out. Digital's looking to double down. Chiefs desperate to find the player on this main window. Is there information? That's the thing that Digital wants to know. Shade knows for damn sure. Can't finish him off. But Digital goes low. Bliss take that as a cue to flood the site. And oh, do they do that so well. Ethan can find Oda. 2v2 now with Repix on the ground, but Shade stepped up. A triple kill. Fisho guy to close. Of course it is. Against his former team. Bliss ecstatic. Just look at Fisho's flags. Bliss have taken down the champions in their opening match.
They are absolutely ecstatic. Look at Fisher guy. He cannot believe it. He cannot believe what he's just achieved. I think that tech timeout is exactly what Team Bliss needed to be able to crack the puzzle of the Chiefs. Golden, even though he didn't quite show up as well in the attacking half, still did his job on the entry. He made the space that he needed, played that chess piece entry, exactly what they needed. And yeah, I think that was just so well played on the part of Bliss. They came into it with a plan on the defense. Really threw off the momentum of the Chiefs, and then come in on the attack half, lose a few rounds, but able to bring it back strategically, and it was just so brilliant. I love to see that.
It's a current secure. Light me up. 50,000.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
What sauce do you get? Every time we just
All of them.
I
got falafel the other day.
Falafel?
Yeah.
What, like balls?
Yeah.
I could never do that.
What do you do for money?
I don't like pizza.
Nothing. I work here. I ate it.
Enjoy some
Yeah, it's really bad.
Some what? Souvlakis, you know, there's like...
Yeah, no, like
Yeah.
So every time one of the guys in the office has a birthday, OCN likes to make a really big deal of it. It's kind of a bit rough, you know. For his sake, we just kind of, you know, take it on the chin and try to keep him happy, I guess. You know, he really likes it.
Happy birthday to you. Hooray.
It's not even my birthday today. Just wanted some cake.
I feel the flame, the fire in your eyes to make me afraid.
No, not to be
I won't
running
lose
around
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my god, what a
Waiting for my fall.
he can go down with the SMG. Play pushing it from behind. He finds that check on the Drizzy. Swings and finds. Still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't.
Meet me in the dark.
Surely he can't. Oh, what a double. What is going on here? Oh, swing there from Word. Oh, the bank slow. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Gonna make it a 1 versus 1. Got too many champions. He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't win.
It's Playday 7 for the Oceanic Nationals for 2022, and of course, as always, our wonderful theme song chosen by Banks Arcade brought to you there, and is of course available now on streaming services. You can of course type exclamation mark chosen in the chat and you get more information. It's been a wonderful theme song to have with us for Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. Into the final day though, and I'm joined by the lovely Guz, lovely Blue Panda as well to bring us through for the final games for this stage. It's been a turbulent stage so far, one that's been, I guess, dominated, Guz, by sort of top 4, the proverbial top 4, and then the bottom 4 haven't quite been able to get one over those top teams.
Yeah, for sure, 100% agree with that sentiment, but for us, sure, there's going to be some attention towards the top of the table. 3 teams still scrapping it out for that first place. But I think our attention probably more so down at the bottom of the standings here tonight. Huge storyline surrounding Ludovica. I'm sure we'll dive into that in a little bit.
A big match coming up, Blue, haven't we? The battle for the bottom to avoid relegation. That's going to be probably match of the day, isn't it?
I mean, you'd have to imagine so. Ludovica on a bit of a downward spiral, whereas Ground Zero, it's taken them a while, but they're finally looking like they can actually compete with the teams in OCN this stage. So look, it's gonna be an absolute slugfest. It's a culmination of a lot of hard work from Ground Zero, and I don't know if I want to say lack of effort, because I doubt that's the case for Ludovica, but either way, it's far from the stage they would have liked.
Let's go and have a look at the standings. Of course, you mentioned it hasn't been a great stage for them, and that will be reflected at the bottom end of these standings, but it has been a good stage for our Oceanic National regulars. Team Bliss, Wildcard, Knights, and even the Chiefs somehow have still maintained a little bit of form here locally, Guz, but it's turned into a bit of a top 3 actually when it's all said and done, and Kraken, by the end of tonight, could find their way into the top 4.
Yeah, for sure. I was about to make the point that perhaps some of the newcomers or newer teams, at least in OCN, have been a little bit disappointing, but Kraken, albeit the newest, seem to have found some comfort in the league so far. Of course, an opportunity for them to jump up into the top 4 this evening. That would be a huge result for them. Very much possible against Wildcard, who seem to be down in the dumps a little bit. But as for the rest of the teams, it's all about trying to salvage the stage a little bit. Hungry Lions can't change their position, however. And then, of course, Ludovica, Ground Zero, that's the head-to-head we referenced earlier. And that's going to basically determine whether or not Ludovica are going to be battling for their spot in OCN as well as a spot in APAC South.
That will be our second match of the day. Speaking of the matches for today, we'll go to the schedule and see how it is all going to be playing out. Kraken and Wildcard will be our first game coming up. And then, as we've already alluded to a couple of times, and we'll continue to do so throughout the night, Ground Zero Ludovica, big match, looking to avoid relegation. But then also, Blue, maybe going under the radar here, but Chiefs Bliss. Chiefs have lost their last 2 games. They would hate to lose all 3 of their last games to close out the stage and potentially even miss out on a top 4 placing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting looking at that matchup, you know, last year compared to this year. I mean, last year, how many times was it Chiefs to come out on top of Bliss after a dominant stage, and then, you know, as soon as we hit the best 3 format, it was just all Chiefs at the end of the day. Bliss couldn't find footing. But this year, it definitely has felt like a bit of a different story coming into this stage, especially Bliss. They're firing on all cylinders. They're tied for top at the moment. Tonight could be a massive opportunity for them to jump to first place, of course. But Chiefs definitely feels like they're as well on a bit of a bounce back. They've looked a little bit better the last couple of weeks, so I think the best of ones, you still have to favour Bliss a little bit, but Chiefs have that opportunity.
They have lost their last 2 games, and one of which was to the Hungry Lions in Playday 6, who of course close out the schedule here against the Knights. They won't be pushovers, they won't be easy beats, and something that's never easy, of course, is our predictions. Now, in the Oceanic Nationals, I feel like we've been doing a much better job than, say, in the APAC South League, and leading the way, it is Dev Mart. Oh, actually, no, it's not Dev Mart, and as I keep going across, it's actually Ducky, 19-5, leading the way now on the predictions. I think I must have had a downward week last week, but speaking of down, Guz, you're at rock bottom.
Yeah, I'm pretty down bad at the moment, and as you can see by my predictions, pretty much going for the underdog in every single game because it's really the only opportunity I can salvage my own stage and hope to perhaps jump above Sky, and we unfortunately have only gone 1 difference, so it looks like I think, locked in for last unless there's some weird permutation I haven't seen. So yeah, very disappointing for me.
And also with this, Ducky cannot be overtaken, having a quick little glance at the majority of our selections, so congratulations, Ducky. I think will be his first predictions win, but I mean, look, for the most part...
He can be tied with... Look, I'm not out of it just yet.
I could be tied with you as well, Jake, so don't keep smiling, mate. We could be equal last.
Probably will be, to be honest. But for the most part there, though, Blue, large majority favourites with maybe 1 or 2 going for the upset hero there. I think for the most part, Oceanic Nationals, it has quite been sort of top 4 versus bottom 4, and when you get those matchups, it does kind of make for a little bit of an easier scenario to predict some of the games, but that doesn't mean that's how it's going to play out.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just have to take that Hungry Lions Chiefs game as an example. I don't think many people, actually, I don't think anyone backed the Hungry Lions in that matchup, and then all of a sudden, you know, Chiefs dropped a map. We're all absolutely flabbergasted that this has happened.
Yeah.
But look, I can't say the same for that Ludovica Ground Zero map. I think that one is a little bit more one-sided, if I'm being perfectly honest, given recent results. But look, all I know is I'm gunning for Ducky right now. That's what I need. If at least a tie, I'll take it.
All right, let's go to our first matchup of the night. Kraken and Wildcard, 2 teams that are, well, it feels like maybe on polar opposite ends of their future. Guz, one team we thought maybe was going to be sort of contending for a championship. Wildcard, the other team obviously up and coming in Kraken. And in all intents and purposes, they meet here in Playday 7, and it could be for the worse if you're Wildcard and for the better if you're Kraken, because honestly, Kraken might be catching up to Wildcard sooner than they would have hoped.
Yeah, I would completely agree that their trajectories are quite polar opposite, and for Kraken just honing in on them, their record so far has actually been very, very impressive. They've been able to take down every single other, I guess, tier 2 team in the league. The only losses they have had have been against the big hitters of Bliss, of the Chiefs, etc. So heading into Playday 7, of course, it is going to be a challenge to now be taking on another APAC South team, but they've shown that they are a really good, solid roster, and they don't really have much to lose at all heading into this game, right? It's a good opportunity for them to prove themselves and show us what they're worth.
I think you bring up a very valuable point there, and Blue, you kind of have to agree with that. Kraken, they've pretty much brushed aside all of the teams below them, but it is the challenge above them that has kind of let them down so far in this stage. To get one more go, taking on a wildcard team that I think is a little susceptible at the moment after a bit of a downward spiral in APAC South. They lost to the Knights last week. This is the best chance Kraken's going to have to knock off a top 4 team.
Oh, look, I would argue, honestly, given how the league has gone so far this stage, Chiefs should have been their best shot to knock off one of those APAC South teams. Unfortunately, it went as far opposite of that as it possibly could with a 7-0. I would be remiss to call Wildcard a weakened team in this situation. their success is evident in OCN at the moment. There's a reason they are on 15 points alongside the Knights and Bliss, but you look, upsets do happen.
Well, I mean, they certainly do, but obviously, guys, you have to take into account the entire body of framework here. And for Wildcard, obviously, they're a team that's going to have their eyes, their intentions, everything on APAC South, and it just completely went up in flames. Does that then mean they turn their attention to Oceanic Nationals and find success? The answer so far has been yes. 5 wins, just the 1 loss, which came, of course, last week against the Knights. I think they're good enough, though, to get past Kraken.
Hey, I think if Wildcard are wise, they should be looking at the rest of Stage 2 in the bigger picture, right? They take on this final Playday, they get a dub, head into OCS, try and steamroll some teams there, get a bit of cash, get a bit of momentum, and they carry that into Stage 3. The big thing for Wildcard is their consistency. We've seen them play really well this stage. We've also seen them play quite poorly. They need to be able to strike a better middle ground going forward. And in terms of this head-to-head, they are favourites. However, if they are, complacent at all heading into this game, they could get caught off guard.
Straight to the map, Vito's, and it is Bank, where we will be heading for this particular decider. And Kraken had the chance of maybe sending it to Theme Park, elected not to go on a joyous ride. Instead, they're heading over to the Bank. Obviously, Blue, this is a map that we've been seeing quite a lot of, really, not just locally, but also really in the APAC region as of late. 3 times so far here for the Oceanic Nationals. I think it's a pretty decent map here for both teams.
I would agree if it weren't a repeat of the OCS where Wildcard took down Kraken 7-3. So they've already played this map this year against each other, and Wildcard were dominant. They looked absolutely unstoppable. I think Kraken have taken a hell of a risk, and I think it's only happened because they just weren't keen to go with the other option. This could backfire quite spectacular.
Certainly could. I guess, though, they're in a position, guys, where you kind of just have to throw caution to the wind. And obviously, Theme Park, is that too much of a gamble? I think they can go with something a little bit more familiar, like a Bank, but also a good opportunity for Kraken to test themselves on a map that they've already played Wildcard. And where, yeah, maybe they didn't quite come up and meet them. Maybe they get the opportunity now to do so.
Well, I see this match as an opportunity again for Kraken to prove themselves that they have actually improved over the course of this stage. So honestly, it's quite fitting that we go back to this map. Will it come back to bite them? We'll have to wait and see, but hopefully it produces a close match.
Certainly will. All right, we'll get Blue's thoughts later after this one. For now, we head into Bank for what is going to be our first game of the night for the final night of Stage 2 Oceanic Nationals. Kraken looking for some revenge on Wildcard, and while Wildcard are looking to close out what's been a very good stage for the Oceanic Nationals. A win could put them in a position to potentially get that top spot. A little bit of extra cashola certainly would go a long way for these guys, especially considering they do have the head-to-head tiebreaker with Team Bliss. So we'll keep that in the back of our minds for later on tonight. Kraken will be attacking first, Wildcard on the defense.
Nook taken out first. Those lurks on the basement floor of Bank can be quite potent, and it's also a set of nades dealt with, followed up by Hibana. So 2 extremely powerful operators in their own right, but you add on Bank and they're even more powerful. So not too unexpected in that department. In terms of defensive bans, I'm kind of intrigued to see what Kraken are like to take off the board. Obviously, they are attacking first, so this can be quite a powerful move if you want to try and gain a bit of ground. In the first half, they elect to go with the Goyo ban. That's quite intriguing. I guess Goyo is very impactful, particularly on basement, so that might scare Wildcard a little bit away from playing that objective. I will try not to get distracted by Element's message in all chat, because that was quite weird. And of course, Wildcard will now retaliate with their own ban. I would expect it to be something more in line with something we would expect in the current meta, but it's actually Castle. So that's arguably going to weaken top floor quite a bit as well. So the main takeaway for me from this ban phase is top floor is going to suck. Bottom floor could be tricky if you're relying on Goyo.
All right, let's get underway. Wildcard, as I said, will be defending first here on Bank, a map that I guess has probably sort of formed into that sort of 50-50 nature. And that's why I quite like it as a map as a whole, as I don't tend to see significant success from one side or the other. You think back to certain maps back in the day, especially certain maps like Old Cafe, super defender side, for example. I think Bank really can be opened up, and you can see a lot of roam playstyles as well, especially on this particular site that we're heading to first, Staff Open Area. on this first floor. So let's see how this plays out for our first game of the night. Plenty more, of course, for later on. Ground Zero Ludovica, the battle for that bottom spot. Chiefs versus Blizz. Good Oceanic rivalry there. Hungry Lions, of course, who took down Chiefs in Playday 6, will be getting another opportunity at a top team in the night. A lot of big action tonight here for the final day of the Oceanic National Stage 2. And the community vote firmly in favour of Wildcard 70-30. And I agree with these percentages.
Yes, I would as well. Not counting Kraken out and giving Wildcard the edge, basically in line with what we're thinking. So, seems like the expectations are aligned heading into this match. And my expectation on the defended objectives has also rung true. We don't go below, we don't go above, we go somewhere in the middle, over towards open area for the first round. That won't mean there isn't a roam executed here from Wildcard, and a relatively aggressive lineup at that. Phoenix opens up E box immediately. We've seen many teams and many leagues try this particular aggressive push early with mixed success, but the Ossa in play could bolster Kraken's chances here.
Remembering as well, you know, for Wildcard and for Krak, basically for all of these teams, right, as Phoenix gets a nice kill onto Molosca, this is the final game of the stage. There is still the Oceanic, well, there's still OCS. I can't believe I don't even know what it stands for, guys.
The Oceanic Championship.
That'll do it. I forgot the middle word, championship. I was almost going to say the Oceanic Series. There's still that to play, but then there's a big off-season for a lot of these teams that are in OCN and OCL, for example, of course. But for Wildcard, they'll still have Stage 3 of APAC South, so they could very well trick these final games, you know, Playday 7 here, OCS as well, as a little bit of a proving ground for themselves going into Stage 3 of APAC South. Phoenix, though, finds a second kill. He's switched on early here in the first round. Should get Cairo as well, and does so. 3 early kills for Phoenix. Hello.
That's the power of the LMG, and a cracked shot. Elements gets the 4th, and he may well get the final. Vinny does retaliate, though. Traded, though, from the hatch. It's 4 for Phoenix. Not a bad start for him. Allowed to just walk in and find picks as he pleases. And that's a really actually solid and confident start for Kraken. Obviously, I don't think that's going to work every single round, that particular style, but
if every round's going to be like that tonight, guys, will be done before 10. So
well,
that was a quick one.
Probably not a bad thing.
That one was... I feel like, though, we get these kind of rounds often, don't we, right? Not necessarily in that particular style, but I feel like sometimes the opening round teams just kind of go balls to the wall. Either a blitz attack or they just kind of walk into sight and they don't really pay too much attention to the formalities of droning and slow gameplay. That all comes later in the rounds, but sometimes round 1, some teams just like to go in. Wildcard clearly were not set up for that. Kraken will get the chocolates on that opening round, and we do now head down to basement. Good start for Kraken, though, and really highlights that this is a team for the future. They've got the firepower. It's all about gaining the experience. You look at some of the players on Wildcard that were in that position, you know, a couple of years ago. Milo when he came in, Vinny, Cairo, etc. So, and now they're the older heads. Now they're the veterans of the scene. Kraken's just in that sort of, you know, phase though, where they're just going to obviously have the firepower. But can they go the distance? Can they go and get a win against the top team? So far, the only thing eluding them this stage.
Yeah, it's certainly a bit of a bittersweet storyline for Kraken. I think the changes to the regional or national rule set heading into this year, allowing them to join the league mid-season, whereas previously it was only end-of-year relegations, is a big positive because it allows them to gain really critical experience and confidence going forward. But it does also then have the flow-on effect of meaning that they enter the league, but they can't realistically make the APAC South relegations at the end of the year. So I think it's really up to them as individuals and as a team to view this as a serious learning experience. And this is the match in particular where they can finally try and jump over that hurdle of an APAC South team. Obviously, Wildcard are arguably the weakest APAC South team in the league. I don't know if that's a bold claim to make. It may be, but it's still a good opportunity for Kraken here to get over that hurdle. And I think going forward, that'll serve them really well. Yeah. And hopefully, over the break, they just continue to grind at it as a team. And come Stage 1 next year, who knows how good they'll be.
When you consider as well the form in the Oceanic Nationals for Wildcard 2 and taking that into account, it would really be a big result. That's going to be... Well, I thought it was going to be an easy kill for Hunter onto Vincere, but not to be. Elements, though, from main stairs, finds 2 kills. Both Vinny and Milo will fall. Kara sitting at the bottom of main stairs. Can he make a play? Barbed wire in his way. Of course, does not want to give his position away, but does get droned down. Actually forced back over to the loading docks here. And now with 90 seconds left into the round, it's Kraken once again with the advantage.
Elements exposed to the line of sight that OJ's created in the objective. They may post someone up over towards main stairs, Kraken that is, and the rest push through server into a default. Just gonna have to wait and see. Doesn't look like that may be their preferred push at this point in time. Having the man advantage gives them a little bit more flexibility. Could even go for a back push, as indicated by Pluto here, but ultimately, with that one-man advantage, if they play it well, they can just trade out picks and don't have to necessarily go for a plant as their win condition.
It's still time, but I like the back push play from Elevators. 3 kills for Elements in this round. 4 now in total. It was Phoenix in the first round. The drop down hatch though. Pat is just going to clean them up with the SMG. Well, it's not the SMG, but still. 2-1, advantage wildcard. Elements now by himself over towards loading docks. It felt like Kraken had set this up perfectly, but they go for a double drop hatch when they had so much more available. They'd opened up elevator, they had main stairs, and both drop hatch.
Yeah, they had many more points of interest than they actually end up using their Kraken, and the timing was also a little bit off. Well played, though, to Pat. Now, that technically is an SMG. It's the SMG 12, not the SMG 11.
Yeah, I got a little
That's
bit
okay.
starstruck there for a second. To be fair, we don't.
It's
really
not
see...
often we see Pat get
Well,
multiple
we don't
kills, and
really
I don't
see-
mean that as BM, but
I was going
it
to
is
say
the
we don't
truth.
really see the Warden too much either, but you know,
Yeah.
it is what it is. But still, I think Pat was obviously holding Blue Stairs shotgun in hand, and then no one pushes that. I'm assuming did they not drone it? Like, just a strange play in the end from Kraken, because in a way they did everything right up to that point, and then just 2 people dropping hatch at the same time on site. You know there's a player holding Blue Stairs, hasn't been cleared. I'm assuming they knew there was a player holding Blue Stairs still. I mean, we're actually commending them too for, you know, opening up elevators. They had the back push available. They had main stairs. Just felt like the execution really to close out that round let them down. Let's Wildcard get that round win. Ties it up. And this is a team that you also do not want to give any kind of confidence, right? Wildcard's the kind of team, if you beat them down early, if you get up to like a 3-0 lead or a 4-1 lead, I think their heads will drop. I think that they'll give in and cave. But if you give them a look in and you give them a couple of rounds, Wildcard will take that and run away with it.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, totally agree. Perhaps
Attackers must
Kraken is lacking a little bit of composure there during that execute. Keen to see upstairs though. With Castle banned out, I really don't think this is going to be a particularly strong site to defend. Wildcard though were the ones that banned it, so I'm assuming they have strats in play. We're not going to see Kiba barriers available, as I think Hunter can. Which would perhaps negate that ban. So interesting in terms of the operator composition here for Wildcard. But at the moment, I mean, we have to put our faith in them. They were the ones that banned out Castle, so they'll be the ones under pressure if this round goes slipping away.
Seppi and Phoenix just outside of stock, sending in Rotaro drone, fortunately. Seppi has a couple of them. Obviously want to clear out this hallway position just outside Janitor. Such an important operator Finka has become for this exact reason, being able to just push in and spray with the LMG. Got one, arguably should have got 2, but Cairo at long desk, able to stand tall, find that kill. Lost a lot of health, and so has OJ as well on the Echo. So while it's 4 versus 4, there's a lot of time, and it's a very wounded wildcard.
Would that come back to bite them later on in the round as Kraken proceed to drone side? And they've really good information. That player on Banana spotted out, and Hunter gets the kill. We don't see a lot of zero play in general in competitive Siege, and also underpicked in ranked as well, but Hunter's showing that on a map as expansive as Bank, it can be very, very good utility. Now Milo and Pat left alone. Milo's already spotted. He doesn't win that fight though. Hunter dropped. Milo obviously winning it out. Wildcard still at a 2v3 though.
They have the information though, don't they? They know he's going to be coming back up Banana Stairs. Seppi watching and just waiting in the hallway. What a swing though from Milo. Can't help but feel Seppi brought that upon himself though by just standing out in the hallway like that, and Pat finds an easy kill as well, top square. Pluto has the swing, but Milo has the angle. Wildcard just dissecting Kraken in the end. Mainly Pat and Milo doing the majority of the work, and again, 2 rounds in a row where Kraken in the middle portion have done really well to set themselves up, but they just can't close out, and Wildcard come out ahead. They now take the lead 2-1.
Yeah, once again, Kraken just lacking a bit of composure there in the late round, and despite having really good information there from the Argus cameras, it wasn't quite enough and the shots didn't land. Credit to Milo, he had a really slow first 2 rounds where he died early and didn't have an impact. I think the second round as well, from memory, he was playing the Wamai, so he also lost utility, but I think he made up for it there. In the third, 3 kills I believe in the end, so well played by him. Now interestingly, Wildcard have actually elected to call their tactical at the moment, so perhaps they're not very happy with how this is playing out. Sometimes at this point of the match it will be for like a toilet break, but not the case. They're all sitting there listening, chatting away, so I'm assuming they're not too thrilled with how the first 3 rounds have played out.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly issues from Wildcard's end in terms of the early portion, the middle portion. Yes, they've obviously clutched up and had a pretty decent end to these particular rounds, but ultimately there's a bit of work to do for them. I like the early timeout, even if it ends up just being a toilet timeout, that's fine, no issue in the end. So it actually just shows the proactiveness there if you are Wildcard to try and deal with things early before it gets even worse. And I think from here, actually, I'm a little bit worried for Kraken and their ability to actually close out rounds. It could be a big detractor for them. Big news, though, of course, today is the day. Banks Arcade's new album, Future Lovers, is out today, July 29th, on the day. I'm sure someone has set that up, that of course it was coming out today. We've been saying all season long, all stage long, of course, that it was going to be coming out. And here it is. You can, of course, type ! Banks Arcade in chat. You can pre-save the album, or I guess now you can buy the album on your streaming services, of course, featuring our title song, Chosen, that you heard on our intro into today. So make sure you go check that one out. As we obviously have a bit of a banger here so far to start the day. Kraken have shown they've got the ability to go toe-to-toe with Wildcard, but have not been able to sort of land the knockout punches in these rounds. And Wildcard have counterpunched really well. And I think now, off the back of that tactical timeout, with the way these games are playing, it feels like momentum may just swing in their favor. And Cairo gets the opening kill onto Pluto as well. Now, this is where Kraken have had success. They've gotten the opening kills. They've had these advantages. They don't even have that now here in the 4th round. They are on the back foot.
Yeah, the late round's been poor in the last 2 attempts, and now it's going to be harder, right? You add on to the fact that Cairo is now alive in the server, popping off, and you're a man down. So it's going to be a tricky one to convert. You've also lost hard breach as well. So opening bot square now no longer really becomes a win condition. So entry into side's going to be really tough here. I feel like you've got to go for archives, perhaps a bit of pressure on single window as well in the open. So we'll see how adaptable Kraken are here while they're under this pressure.
Still time, fortunately, for them. There's a lot of it. They need to make their way downstairs, though. Not a whole lot of presence from Wildcard up above, but they do still have Cairo lingering at bot main stairs, and everyone else pretty much on site on that first floor. Element's doing a good job on the IQ to get rid of these vault cameras, and I think for the most part has got rid of either all of them or maybe just only one left, and job done. But 90 seconds left on the clock, down a player. Still really with a bit of work to do as well up above. Nice angle being found though by Phoenix. Looking down below from Janitor, but not much else to come from that. So it does kind of feel like Kraken is kind of behind the 8 ball here.
Wildcard playing it well, not giving away anything free. The tandem roam below, and they might be met by someone, Seppi and CC.
Well, it was Pat that was holding elevators. He was forced to drop down from that first floor down to basement. Cairo, though, loses out to Seppi. But they didn't know that there was 2 down there, so Seppi doesn't have the information on Pat. Pat's got no idea. Oh. He should know, though. Cairo just died to Seppi. So the information should be known that Seppi is going to be coming out of basement, up blue stairs. Pat's still bot main. That could be the turning point. If he can push up first floor, swing looking into beepers, late round, Pat could be the winner here for Wildcard.
Perhaps as Hunter's taken low, OJ with the bullet hose up close. He's going to be tough to clear. Vinny as well, still holding down the double door, and Pat now looking for that flank in the 4v4.
Yeah, maybe his way over towards bot square instead. 15 seconds left. Phoenix now into admin. He finds the headshot onto Milo. OJ's down. Where's Pat? Well, he loses out to Element, so the win condition there for Wildcard not coming to fruition. A little bit of a turning of the tables here in this fourth round. A slow start for Kraken, but they finish strong. Something they couldn't do in the last couple of rounds. I guess another round under their belt here on Bank.
Yeah, probably their most convincing round so far, in the sense that they lost Hard Breach early, but were then still able to bring back the round. Seppi made a really nice play down below. A little bit questionable, the response from Pat and Wildcard. I don't know as to whether or not he wanted to hold main stairs. Was that a part of their game plan? Because he didn't seem all that keen on going for a trade there. Nonetheless, the players on site remaining didn't win their entry duels. Kraken doing a really good job, showing that, you know, when they are composed, they can pull off these executes. Perhaps earlier on in the game, they're just frazzled a little bit, and I think that one in particular, that last one, will give them a lot of confidence for the final two rounds to try and extend a bit of a lead here.
It's interesting that as well, when you take into account the wildcard timeout, followed by an opening kill, followed by a couple of clutch late round plays, to then lose that round. I mean, everything the script was kind of suggesting was that wildcard were going to take the fourth round and maybe look to run away with things. But you know, that's where it's full credit to Kraken. They stood up in a round where they actually faced early adversity and stood strong, worked their way through the round, didn't feel pressured by the time. I think Wildcard had to do a little bit more. They had the one player roam down bot. Pat was playing first floor elevators, got forced to drop down, and that was it. Everything else was on site. In my mind, I think Wildcard needed to be a little bit more aggressive there against the team that they should be beating, that they should try and get in the face of. Otherwise, right now, Kraken is just growing in confidence. Look at Phoenix, look at Elements. They're just running around clicking heads.
Well, let's see how many they can click in this round, as they look for control up above through top square. Wildcard re-attempting basement. I was going to say open area. Certainly not the case, but they are certainly executing a roam. OJ on the Cav, playing inside of elevator. Do Kraken have the pre-placed ready and waiting? Do they know that top floor is being occupied? Their body language and their positioning would suggest they don't, and OJ might be able to make a big play this round.
So far, just checklist stuff for Kraken, but here comes OJ on the Cav. Oh, easy kill. It's those little moments, little plays where you bring out something that's just going to catch the opponent off guard, and the Cav play has done just that. Elements was caught napping on main stairs, and OJ can now also just reposition. They have no idea where he is. They do not have a clue, guys. Other than the fact that he's roaming around second floor, that's it. And how long can you really sit and hold an angle like this in hallway if you're Seppi? Minute 12 on the clock. You need to focus on sight, and unfortunately, they've just got no information. They don't have the time to sweep for him either.
Might be able to make an impact on the slide itself, though. We saw it last time for Kraken. Phoenix down bot main, also a player looking to get possession of gold. Hunter needs to win this fight, but Vinny's too good. Phoenix doesn't trade. OJ's still on this roam, so it's looking pretty bad here for Kraken. That said, Phoenix keeps the round alive.
Wonderful angle hold there by Phoenix. Well positioned with the crosshair. 40 seconds and Wildcard only with one player advantage. Phoenix is just sitting inside a vault. Finds another kill. Seppi elsewhere too. And Plant goes down. It's just completely fallen apart for Wildcard. They've been decimated. Mainly by Phoenix. The onslaught onto site has been successful. Vincerian Lockers pushes out into the hallway, but it's Seppi. From that elevated position, that finds the kill, closes out the round. And 2 rounds in a row, Kraken execute pretty darn well. And they have a chance now to actually close out this half with a 4-2 lead. Wildcard on the back foot.
Yeah, again, impressive. They were able to shake off that early kill. And in fact, I would even argue that last round, the one that was just played out, was perhaps even had the potential to be more disastrous than the one prior, because the Cav was still roaming. Wasn't a whole lot of time to re-drone and actually hunt her down, and instead Kraken had to back themselves in to completely ignore it and then capture OJ as he tried to make his way back towards site. And enough players in towards the objective won out those engagements once again. So Wildcard struggling in sight to find picks, putting pressure on the roamers to come back. They were also shut down, so well done by Kraken in that department. And now they have this lead. Perhaps they'll be able to extend it 4-2. And it really does feel at the moment of any game that Kraken has played so far against an Apex South team, this is probably their best opportunity to get a win.
Definitely feels that way. Phoenix playing incredibly well, 9-2 from an individual perspective. And when you think about sometimes the numbers themselves, how do they actually influence the games? Well, in that last round, it's those kills that opened up sight, pushing through Vault, making the big plays, getting that player on loading docks as well. For a moment when it seemed like Wildcard maybe had things in control, they had OJ on the roam. Phoenix just goes down and does the job and finds a successful opening for Kraken, and then Pluto can go in and plant. Bank, though, is a map that is difficult to judge at times. Attacker side, defense side, and I do think that it's 50-50. We see Hunter again here on the Zero, coming in and using those gadgets and trying to just get easy information. Top banana, and done that a couple of times now, and it just means it's a much easier push in from that front entrance. Phoenix, though, again, over towards the stock window. There's just been no real pressure from Wildcard in denying this. Outside of Cairo sitting on long desk, that's it. Vinny's not really peeking from that hallway position.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is pretty keen to get in here over towards stock and disrupt this setup. Could well work. No one's holding Kanto, so holding the cross would be challenging. Nade to follow, and it lands
beautiful
as well. Vinny down. That position cleared, and that's an excellent start for Kraken.
That's a position here on Bank that is starting to get opened up easier and easier by attacking teams. A little bounce off the wall, and Phoenix knows that Cairo is just going to be holding that long desk position. He's waiting for him to peek. Cairo won last time, and he wins again. Peeking into Cairo is not an easy play for any player. Phoenix, of course, on a heater, 10-3, gives it another go. And so far, it's out of the 3 times Phoenix has died, that's twice from Cairo playing that long desk position. So that seems to be his downfall.
Yeah, really well done by Cairo. Arguably the inferior loadout, but still able to make it work as Kraken now on the double repel. Pluto perhaps thinking about trying to get in and go for a plant while the cross is held by Elements. Still though a minute to go, so a bit of time to perhaps find another pick, perhaps open another wall, try and just squeeze out this defense a little bit more.
Oh, easy shot there for Sappy. Maybe not so easy in the end. Didn't have a whole lot of reaction time. Kills fly out. Cairo top main now. Gets away from long desk. Still has one gas bay. Pat just sitting inside a janitor. He's a little bit of a distance away. With a bit of help from Cairo, they do get the kill onto Pluto. Oh, look at this little sneak up though from Sappy. Oh, he sees him and he knows where Pat is as well. Pat does a tremendous job though with the shotgun inside a janitor. Sappy, I thought, played that really well. Knew the job that he had to do. And Element's still in a winnable position considering the health of both Cairo and Pat. Both very low. 1 bullet for each. We'll see their demise, but time is a factor and not even remotely close. Gets the first one onto Cairo. Should know that Pat is around that janitor area, but time, guys, it's going to be the biggest factor in the end. He just doesn't have the time unless Pat gives away his position. He doesn't need to fight there. He doesn't need to swing there. He shot first. But it's Elements that has the shot that counts.
Well played there in the clutch from Elements. Of course, both members from Wildcard low, but he himself, after the first engagement, was critically low as well, but just outfoxing Pat a little bit. Replay there, of course, of Seppi, who saw that play along desk, and then she did find the kill, and here's the clutch. First one was sharp onto Cairo, who did, of course, do a lot of damage in response, but then Pat fired first. Probably didn't have enough ammo left in the SMG to back himself in for a second spray, then caught empty-handed. And Kraken have the lead heading into round 7.
(4-2) lead here on Bank from the attacking side at Kraken, and now we switch sides here in the 7th, and Wildcard will look to replicate to send this one to overtime at minimum. Been a pretty decent Oceanic Nationals for Wildcard. 5 wins, just the 1 loss, plus 13 round differential. The only team, Guz, to get to 40 rounds through 6 play days. So they put numbers on the board. But are they about to suffer back-to-back defeats to close out the stage? Not the way they would have envisioned the end here for Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals, but Kraken, they have been searching far and wide for this top 4 scalp, and it is in their grasp.
Let's see how potent rather the entry is here for Wildcard. There were times where it fell short for Kraken, but others where it was also quite strong. The LMGs manning the front lines. Vinny this time running the LMG alongside Milo on the IQ. Decent counter pick there onto Pluto playing the Valk. And with these aromas up above, Wildcard will be tasked with dealing with that.
What's intriguing to me though is, quite honestly, Vincia on the Finca. I mean, I love Vinny, but he just hasn't been in form recently, and to put him on arguably the most attacking operator that we've got at the moment with that LMG, I do question it a little bit. We'll see if Vinny can prove me wrong. OJ on the gridlock. Don't tend to see gridlock all that often. Now making their way into ATMs now. And yeah, there is Vinny on the Finca. We'll see if he can put that LMG to good use. It was a factor in the opening half with Phoenix. Got double digits effectively with the Finca. You've got to play it well. If you're not burning it out, the other team goes big on it, and he's dead.
Not ideal.
No. No, not ideal. You need that Finca alive more than any other operator. The Adrenal Search, the LMG, clearing positions, getting kills on site. Pluto, big shot onto OJ, sits back down, stands back up, looking for Pat. Pat whiffed in the last round. He doesn't whiff this time, though. Finds the kill in lobby. Still an advantage, though, for Kraken. 4 versus 3, and only 45 seconds left in the round. He can open up towers, though. So Pat looking to redeem himself from that last round.
Kari making good use of that, clearing the BPC. Seppi perhaps down below for a flank. Phoenix really the best player in a position to deny entry alongside Hunter now playing bot square. It is a 4v3, but Wildcard might be able to force themselves in towards site if Phoenix can't hold down the line.
15 seconds to go.
So Pat looking to stick to plant. Phoenix dashing into Archives on his merry way. He loses elements though as a partner in crime. Gets the shot to land onto Pat. A little bit of a soft wall shot. Seppi to your left though. Oh, surprise. It's Cairo crouching. Hunter now in a 1 versus 2. He has the down Phoenix behind him. It's the prone play though from Molosca. Prone on the ground. He doesn't fall back onto the ground. Not just yet though. Now he does so. Hunter going for the revive onto Phoenix, gets him back up. Will Cairo be aware of this? He has them both to deal with. There's the first shot onto Hunter. 1 versus 1, Phoenix and Cairo, the future, the now. And it is the now that wins. Your time will come, Phoenix, but so far, at the moment, it's the time of Cairo.
Well done there by Cairo. The util dump late, still had those flashbangs, made them work very well. And just the way in which he composed himself in the final seconds, they're really impressive, knowing that there wasn't long to go. I think it would have been very close, even if Phoenix finds that final kill. We'll get another quick look at the replay in a moment, hopefully, but I don't think he'd be able to actually get back towards the diffuser anyway. So, yeah, really well played. Hunter there clearly not seeing much. And then, yeah, it was basically 8 seconds. So,
he needed to land the first.
Yeah, if he hits the first spray, probably on, but not only did Cairo win the fight, but he also whittled down enough time.
Big round. 4-3 scoreline now. And a much needed round win for Wildcard, considering they don't have their tactical timeout available. They used that very early on, had they lost that round. 5-2 scoreline without attack. No way to sort of reset momentum. It would have been a long way back for them, but ultimately they get the round win down to the wire. Wildcard bringing the Ying here on bank for staff open area. It's surprising to me, guys. We don't tend to see Ying too much on bank, and yeah, it's going to get switched off. Rightfully so.
I think perhaps they were considering, you know, that E-Rush we didn't quite see the rush part of that from Crack, but we did see the push. But clearly, they don't feel all that confident in it now. Probably the right call as well. Decent information to counter that push. Ready and available from the hands of Phoenix, and this means that Wildcard will do a pretty standard push up above. Lay down Vert with Cairo. Probably try and kill Phoenix here as well, exposed in stock, but he's able to maneuver his way out.
Interesting position here for Cairo on the low roof, rather than up close towards that stock window, but already defensively from Kraken. I like that, you know, you're putting a bit of pressure onto that stock window. It's something that Wildcard elected not to do. They just basically sat Vinny in the hallway, didn't move an inch, and, you know, really kind of just allowing that stock position to get taken and to get kind of abused, and opened up, get those sight lines, allow the little bank shot with a nade. It's an easy control now above, though, for Wildcard, but at least a little bit of time has been sort of whittled down. A couple of shots being fired by Sappers. He drops down the first floor through the elevator. So again, it's almost like perceived pressure by Kraken. They're just forcing Wildcard to clear a little bit slower. Look at the way that Cairo is pushing through the hallway here. He's not sure. Main stairs, elevators. Is someone still around? Of course, now Milo gets information from Top Banana, but look at the time, guys. 90 seconds left. This has been a good defense from Kraken so far.
Yeah, certainly still salvageable though for Wildcard. Push these players out with Vert and then try to get OJ and ASAP over towards bot square. Open up open area and really apply pressure on the players on site. Of course, there's still hazards elsewhere, namely the flank through blue, so that's something that Wildcard will need to be mindful of. OJ actually repositions over towards Archive, so you're going to place a Salma to the right, one to the left over towards bot square. Pluto, though, with the impacts, lands the trick. And Wildcard now not in the best of positions.
Just under a minute remaining. Vinny on that finger. Feel like at the moment hasn't really fired too much of a shot in the LMG in the second half, but here we go. There it is. Lands onto Pluto. Puts the LMG to good use. Can he get any more? One's pretty good. Two would be great. Cairo finds the kill onto Hunter, and it's falling the way now for Wildcard, and they've got information on the player at blue stairs. Seppi finds the kill onto OJ. Vinny low on health, now dead as well. Seppi pulled out the pistol. Pat surely wins this fight and does so. Elements, I think, turned to look back up towards blue stairs at the last second. Wildcard now with a 3-1 advantage. Milo finding a big kill onto Seppi to shut him down after he found 2 kills in the round. What an angle from Phoenix, though. Can't quite get the kill onto Moloska. And Plank going down. He's got a lot of work to do and a lot of angles to check, and he does deal with Milo. 1 versus 2. The young prodigy, 12 and 4. It's somewhat doable. He does have information on both players. But maybe he's lost a little bit of the sight there of Cairo. And he has to just rush in. Nitrocell, it lands. Pat survives, barely, and stands up to fire the winning shot. I think he's probably surprised that he's lived there as well. Very low on health. And a big round win for Wildcard.
Yeah, the Nitro just a little bit shallow there. Landing on the bench. Not doing enough damage there onto Pat. It still would have been very tricky to win, but probably a little bit more doable nonetheless. Well done by Wildcard. The pinch, particularly over towards blue, was what helped really secure that round. Choke out Phoenix, who, to his credit, hit a nice clean shot onto Milo, but then didn't quite have what it took to win it out in the end. Wildcard needed to respond. That's exactly what they do. Now the scoreline's 4 apiece.
Now we need to see Kraken sort of respond, and I guess that's the way that this game has sort of played out thus far. When you think back to the sort of opening couple of rounds, Wildcard got out to, well, it wasn't really a lead, but, you know, they 2-1 lead. Kraken responded, got themselves a good position. Then Wildcard responded, and at a 4-4 scoreline now, it's been largely back and forth, and it's turned into a pretty good game so far. How does it end, though? We'll see. 4-4. Many times we've had these kind of games happen in the Oceanic Nationals where then one of the teams really just runs away with it, gets the last 3 rounds, and you get your 7-4s or maybe a 7-5, but it doesn't end up that close. Critical rounds here. The 9th round, the 10th round, both very critical as to who's going to win here.
Back down to basement, and the Ossa has been committed to here by Wildcard, so that would indicate a server push here. They'll try and plant behind those Talon shields, perhaps. unless there's some weird permutation to a back push that I don't think I've seen before, where maybe you can make them work there. Kraken on the other side don't actually have any impacts, so countering Oster here could be a little bit challenging. They do have double nitro, but they'll probably want to use those elsewhere. As I say that, OJ getting a freebie there onto Phoenix. Perhaps a little bit overzealous there at top blue, and a player that's been performing very well in this map so far will be shut down early in round 9.
Yeah, and a big moment here for Kraken. Your star player out early on the defense, and now losing a player early on the defense really opens things up for Wildcard to just put the pressure on, clear out these areas a little bit easier. Kraken probably just fall back to site unless they want to go for a risky counterplay and try and get a kill back. But yeah, it puts the pressure right onto Kraken now. Early ping, I think that's around beepers or bot main stairs. He actually was in sight here into open area, dropped on down, and Cairo had that information. So Hunter drops, runs through Vault. But I think that's almost all the presence now on site for Kraken. It is. So again, 90 seconds left, and Wildcard have full control. Second floor, first floor. They can do what they want from here.
All about getting server control now for Wildcard. Pat will lead the charge. The diffuser tucked under his arm. Wall actually opened up here by the defense. Will Pat be able to get an exothermic on it? Probably not, but Kara gets a kill through it, so that's probably even better. Sledgehammer in hand, so he can just knock it down anyway. And now in a 5v3, Wildcard can tease out the plant.
Kara just continues to improve as this game goes on. Now 9-6 after a somewhat slow start, at least for his standards. Now they can send Vincier down with those Talon shields and look for the plant on site. Of course though, Pluto with the Shamika launcher sending out the fire to try and halt this progression, but it's not working. Cairo, too strong with gun in hand, finds the kill onto Seppi, and it's falling away for Kraken here. Not even.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Fire is going to stop Wildcard here. 5-1. Cairo again. Is he on for an ace? He's got, if not the majority, he's got almost all of them. It's flawless. I don't think it's an ace, but I swear it's a quad at that point. Big round individually by Cairo in a round that was just slowly strangulated by Wildcard. Kraken never stood a chance.
Yeah, well done there by Wildcard, and they were very smart in which the way they closed out that round, right? They never rushed anything. Pat didn't open the breach until Vinny was there with the Talon shields in tow, so they just played it out very smart, very slow, and in a 2v5 on basement, Kraken are never going to win that out. So yeah, really well done by Wildcard, really well done by Cairo. The strategy there to open up parts of the wall leading into server can sometimes work, but clearly was actually used against them on that occasion. So a little bit unfortunate there for Kraken, but as their name would suggest, they just have to keep cracking on here, obviously taking a bit of attack time out, slow down the pace a little bit, have a quick chat, because the match has slipped out of their grasp a little bit here, but obviously an opportunity for them still to salvage it back.
It feels like they do have the capabilities to get back into this one. It's not like they're down and out. It's a 4-5 scoreline in favor of Wildcard, but for Kraken, an opportunity to close out this stage with a big scalp of a top 4 team. It's still alive for them. It's how much do they really want it to dig deep here and find the will to get over the line, fight back now. Biggest concern for them is that in the last couple of rounds, Phoenix has just not quite had that same star power that we saw in the first half.
Defenders, protect your
So far, just 2 kills in the second half for Phoenix, and Cairo has been on the rise and has actually now matched his scoreline. They're both 12-6 and 2. 2 standouts in this game on an individual level. And Cairo has definitely had the better of Phoenix as well when they've met in the server. So we'll see if that continues in the latter rounds of this match. Kraken, though, I think the biggest thing for them is to make sure that no one dies early, hold strong, and honestly wait for Wildcard to make a mistake. They're probably the kind of team and the form they're in right now that will probably slip up somewhere along the lines. Don't allow Wildcard to get a head start in these rounds.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm probably really looking at Phoenix again to try and step up here. A bit quiet in the last few rounds. Was stellar on the attack entry, but now needs to show something on the defense. As for Wildcard, not perhaps quite as much of a one-man show, but I mean, the stats don't lie. 12 kills for Phoenix, 12 kills for Cairo. They've both been having a significant impact, making plays. Of course, facilitated by strong supports on both teams, but nonetheless, individual prowess on display. Wildcard preparing again to take control from top down. Marley sticks the IQ once more, so very much content in hard countering Playday here on the Falcon.
Cairo makes his way into stock. Super quick, super early. Pressure right onto Kraken straight away. And he's going to clear this mate's death position. Hunter looking up to the sky. And Sampi inside of elevator. He just really can't peek out of there. He can't swing. It's opened up. He's kind of just stuck and, yeah, falls away from that position. The proactiveness of Cairo, though, that just pushed straight through stock. He had a good drone for him as well. I think that was Pat on the drone. And really good, quick work from Wildcard.
Yeah, there was a play below inside of open area trying to get Vert up into that stock window, and it came just a fraction late. I don't know if Cairo made it through completely undetected, but it was nonetheless enough to catch Kraken off guard and allowed him to get that pick. And now Wildcard looking strong favourites to take that point, unless Kraken produce something. But Pluto's down, Phoenix low as well. Perhaps he can get his way back to a Kona station that Elements has laid down, but Milo will shut down the Thunderbird. And now Seppi's low, 2 versus 5.
Phoenix sitting at beepers. Position given away though with that shot. Milo now knows he's pushed through courtesy of set beepers. Milo knows he's close. The cool head of Milo should prevail here. They have the advantage, they have the information. He can call a bit of backup as well to deal with Phoenix in open area. And he gets that backup via Pat, who has the diffuser, won't want to go down here. Makes the run across. And Milo now makes his way down the stairs as well, with Cairo in hand. They should both be able to deal with Phoenix. Seppi gets full health back, but not for long. Headshot from Vincier, and now match point for Wildcard, a team that has not gone to overtime at all this stage of the Oceanic Nationals. They'll look to continue that streak and collect all 3 points and put them in a position where, at minimum, Guz, it would be tied first, regardless of how tonight plays out.
Yes, which would be quite an interesting contrast to the way in which Wildcard's APAC South run has gone this stage. But of course, it means that they can put all their cards now into this particular competition, close out this match, head into OCL, bag some of that prize pool, and then rebuild for stage 3. And so far, look, it's certainly not been the best we've ever seen Wildcard, but they're playing well enough to get rounds across the line. I'm still really hesitant. I can't help but feel that Kraken are still in this game. I don't really feel like the scoreline's as reflective of how good their performance has been. I guess perhaps it has tapered off a little bit in this second half, so yeah, still a little bit disappointed with how it has played out, because for the most part, Kraken have looked good. And there's, of course, that storyline of them perhaps finding it very difficult against APAC South teams to find points, and tonight was a good opportunity for them to do that. But clearly Wildcard has shown that they're still here to play.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Kraken winning their last 2 Playdays, beating Ludovica and defeating the Hungry Lions. Their last loss was Playday 4-7-5 versus the Knights, so they've shown us already that they do have the capabilities of going toe-to-toe with these top teams, but probably just lacking the experience in being able to close out a winning result. That'll be something for them to sort of work on throughout the off-season, coming back into next year. It's kind of the next step, I think, for this team, is going from sort of contending and having these close games to being able to get over the line and secure victories. Wildcard, a very strong round differential of +13, suggesting that they really do close out their game. 7-4, 7-3, 7-5 over Ludovica, 7-3 over Team Bliss back in Playday 4, 7-5 over Ground Zero. So as I said, they don't go to overtime. But can Kraken force a 7-5 at minimum here? We'll see. Milo swings in. Seppi is going to look to counter and does so. Good headshot onto Moloska. player in Janitor, and Seppi is able to get the kill with the quick reload. OJ, too slow. It's been a good game from Seppi. And boy, does he punish Wildcard here in this match point round. A lot of work to do for Wildcard if they want to close this one out 7-4. And like you said, Guz, that feeling that Kraken is still alive, well, it's showing here well and truly in this round.
Seppi's still looking dangerous now at Banana, and he gets a third. 3 unanswered kills in this round. Wildcard struggling to close it out, but Pat does eventually find one back. It's not Seppi, but it's still something. Keeps them in the mix. And Cairo is still alive, and we know just how clutch this player can be.
The clear standout star player for Wildcard. Pat expecting the swing, needs a bit of help, but Cairo is preoccupied. 45 seconds. Well, Pat just went straight through the Sawyer gate. He actually got the kill onto Hunter and allows Cairo now a 1 versus 2, who is extraordinarily low, and Pluto will finish him off. It is now 6-5. Match point Wildcard still, but a chance that their first overtime for the stage could be beckoning.
Perhaps it will be. Cairo very close to being able to clutch that one out. Landed shots onto the final 2 players on the side of Kraken, but they weren't quite sharp enough to hit the head. And in doing so, he was then retaliated upon. Basement for the final round now. A regulation. It was a disappointing defensive effort from Kraken, casting our minds back to the last time this site was played. Wildcard, confident control up above, had a multiple man advantage before they even went for their first plant attempt. Wildcard were very disciplined in the way they went for that execute, and it was a 2 versus 5 in the closing stages of that round. So it's up to Kraken now if they are going to contest on the roam, do it in a much more efficient manner.
Yeah, and back on the Tachanka as well. We saw Pluto bring this out last time to somewhat effect. Nothing really too crazy though. Shamika launcher, not really denying too much time. In fairness, a lot of his teammates were eliminated for a good portion of that. So trying to combine that obviously with Phoenix on the smoke. They can deny a lot of time if Wildcard do go for that server room push. Tepe on the Azami as well.
5 seconds remaining.
But opportunity here for Wildcard to continue this flawless streak of no overtimes. It's 5-6 match point. Not quite as important as last night's 5-6 match point in APAC South, but we'll take it.
I think this one's a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. No Frost in play for this one, so there shouldn't be any unexpected surprises, hopefully.
Oh no. Hope Josh is not listening. Oh, hello, Seppi.
That was an unexpected surprise. That came out of nowhere.
That's a big... You see his kneecap? You see his kneecap, OJ? Oh, he was just poking out. And Phoenix gets away. Honestly, it's about almost 50-50 in the end. Seppi for Cairo. And Seppi's been playing well. Last couple of rounds, he's now 12-9. He's kind of crept up as a similar level of impact that we've seen from Phoenix. And those Kiba barriers, you know, they regenerate, so, you know, those aren't going to be thrown out as the round continues. It's not a bad kill, but you've lost Cairo. So it's so important here for Vincia. On the Finca, he needs to have a big round.
Yeah, 1-for-1 operators, I'd say it's a wildcard win, but adding Cairo into the mix very much complicates that equation. And now puts pressure onto the rest of the team to step up. I think really, Vinny, this round needs to be the round he goes big. Yep. He has had very little impact on the Finca so far in this second half, and this is his opportunity, I think, to find a couple of picks, open up the round for his team, and really help cover that plant when it goes down.
Minute 20 seconds remaining. The room hatch opened up, and Bat will drop down from bot square. He's got Vince here as well for a bit of cover. To open up this wall with the exothermic, and there is Vince here, but it's actually Milo that finds the kill onto Phoenix. Adrenal Surge goes out, why not? Got one more in the back pocket, minute left. OJ getting to work to try and maybe clear out this position on site. There's time, but you've also still got to deal with Pluto with the Shamika launcher on the Tachanka. No smoke of Phoenix to deal with though.
Elements on the ward and the perfect counter to this setup from Wildcard, and they haven't really pushed off the back of these smokes. The flames will follow, but I don't think Wildcard's timing here and the synchronization has been all that good.
by attackers.
Elements again. Need to try and put this water to use. The Nitro Cell, he does get taken out though by Moloska before he could call that one in. Pluto took a bit of damage too. Vincia through Bolt. In the end, from both sides, Wildcard collapse on site and they get the job done. And once again, for Wildcard, no overtime for them. Tied first at minimum for what ended up being a very standout performance this stage of the Oceanic Nationals. 6 wins, 1 loss. We commend them.
Yeah, I think Wildcard can pat themselves on the back there. A decently played map. Basement really was the difference maker, right? It was what allowed them to get that 2-round gap. They played it very well, both occasions, and unfortunately Kraken didn't quite have the response I think they were really searching for in that match. Unfortunately, that does mean that for Kraken, their run against the Apex South teams, or the record against their Apex South teams, continues to bleed red, I guess. They were unable to get a single win in that head-to-head, but nonetheless, again, well played for Wildcard. Hasn't been a great stage for them holistically when you look at the big overall picture, but if they can somehow sneak away with first or equal first in this particular stage of OCN, it's at least something.
Definitely puts them in a position where they cannot get overtaken. So equal first or solo first is the only outcome for Wildcard. But Blue, welcome back. Of course, Kraken, not a bad effort, not a bad showing from them. Somewhat similar to Playday 4, where they lost 7-5 to the Knights. They've kind of shown us enough now that they've got the firepower, especially with Phoenix coming into this roster. It's all about just being able to, I guess, gain a little bit more experience and eventually be a team that can actually close out rounds and close out games.
Yeah, I mean, they looked like they were absolutely on fire today, and it's a real shame we didn't get up. Of course, there's always something. It's been a long week. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I was saying, yeah, look, they're showing all the signs. It's very promising. It was just, like that round in particular, it could have been a 50-50. There were so many times where Kraken very nearly missed out, but honestly, it's just, like you said, I think earlier on in the broadcast, they are a team for the future. In the coming years, they are going to be, I mean, these 5 players for the Kraken roster are going to be ones to keep an eye on.
Certainly so. And obviously, I think when you sort of look at what the firepower that is there and available for Kraken, it's maybe somewhat, can they, I don't want to say roster changes, guys, or anything, but, you know, next year's a long, long way away. Imagine you can get someone in with a bit of a veteran sort of kind of player onto that roster with those fraggers and mold that kind of team, or you just kind of keep the same 5 and continue to see what can obviously sort of translate with that roster. It's very difficult, of course, when there's such a long time sort of between drinks, but you know, you look at Sappy, you look at Phoenix, big fragging power. If they just maybe had a little bit more calmness and control in some of these rounds, that could have been the difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. I think they probably lacked a little bit of discipline in some of the opening attacks. That's probably during the executes in particular, where they sort of dropped the ball a little bit, and perhaps with slightly better macro play, they could have actually got those rounds across the line. And then, of course, was just base, which I think honestly was just an objective-specific issue they were having on Bank down below. Outside of that, again, I think it's a very solid roster. In terms of perhaps bringing on someone with a bit more experience, maybe a support role of some description may really aid this team. Obviously, very difficult to tell. As you mentioned, such a long time as well. So come 2023, Kraken could be 10 times better than they are now if they continue to practice and scrim some of these good teams and get better. They could also drop off, right? It's such a long period of time. So keen to see how they track, and I am excited for them going forward. Honestly, of all the teams at the moment that aren't already in APAC South, they're one of the more exciting ones. Obviously, Bliss, we've had them around for a while, but it's good to have some, I guess, new kids on the block really showing what they're worth.
Certainly so. All right, let's go and have a chat with OJ from Wildcard, fresh off of this win on Bank against Kraken 7-5. Congratulations on not just the win, but ultimately a very strong performing stage here for Oceanic Nationals, mate. 6 wins, 1 loss. I mean, really, at the start of this stage, you couldn't have asked really for a better Oceanic Nationals. And obviously, I think a good stepping stone that you can kind of build on as a team, a bit of a proving ground going into Stage 3 of APAC South.
Yep, agreed. You know, 6-1 only could be better than 7-0 would be better than 6-1. So that would have been nice, but yeah, it's not too bad for OCN, I guess.
Yeah, obviously don't want to harp on it too much, OJ, but obviously a little bit of a disappointing stage with APAC South in particular being just so competitive heading into Stage 3. What are we expecting from Wildcard?
You know, hopefully not anything close to what we produced this stage. You know, it's pretty obvious that we're pretty dirty for how we played. Yeah, look, I can't lie. It's been tough. It hasn't been too much fun losing every week, but yeah, no, you won't see the same. Hopefully.
Enough of these Debbie Downers just bringing in Apex South and all that. OJ, like, talk us through it. You guys, it definitely felt like you corralled Kraken in with the map vetoes. It definitely felt like you guys won it. Was this the intention to drive them towards Bank?
We don't put a great deal of thought into our vetoes before they kind of happen. I think Cairo just said I'll do the vetoes today. Came back and we're playing Bank. So yeah, sure. You know, every time we play Bank, it's pretty good. But yeah, not too much. Not too much went into it.
Obviously a little bit down, a little bit somber for what's been, as sort of guys said about APAC South, not the best of stages. But when you kind of look back to Playday 1, Playday 2, some of those results, you beat out Fury, who ended up obviously having a pretty good stage. You obviously took down Direwolves. There's good signs there for this roster, for this team. You look at the local performances in the Oceanic Nationals. I guess over the break, I know there's obviously still OCS, but over the break, is it just simply go back, look at the VODs, dissect, how can you get better, where you can get better, all of those things?
Yeah, of course. Improving is obviously going to be at the forefront of everything that we do. We've had a chat about, you know, maybe trying some new things roles-wise, playing a bit different, all that kind of stuff. You know, we'll have a good think about that. But yeah, just making sure that we don't want to go in playing the exact same way. So we know that we've got a very capable group of players. We just need to turn those L's into wins.
I certainly think you guys are capable of doing that. Some of your results this stage, you know, a couple of 7-5, 7-4s that could have gone the other way. So I don't think you need too many drastic changes. A good little refresh and makeover in the off-season, and you guys will be right as rain for APAC South Stage 3, mate. But again, congratulations on a very, very solid Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. For now, though, we go to a break. On the other side, though, we turn our attentions from first place wildcard to the bottom end of the standings with Ground Zero and Ludovica.
I'm dead, man. Swung me kitchen. How did I miss, man? I got piano. I'm dead again. No! He still kills me. Oh my god. Close white, man. I'm dead, man. Ah!
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Bro, you sure it's the 29th, bro?
It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. We do what we want. We do what we
The Banks though, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times. Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given one.
18 points, first place for Wildcard, closing out their Stage 2 for Oceanic Nationals with a 7-5 victory over Kraken. Of course, as the night continues, we'll see whether or not other teams join them on 18 points and top spot. But for now, this game, we turn our attentions to the bottom end of the standings in Ground Zero versus Ludovica. Winner will get out of that bottom spot, out of that relegation spot, and while the loser, well, obviously goes into that relegation spot. Guys, at the moment, it is Ground Zero in last place, and it is Ground Zero we'll look to first. As I've said all stage long, a team on paper that just has the talent, yet they cannot find the result.
Yeah, they just haven't hit anywhere near that sort of potential that we regarded this team to possess heading into this second stage. They've had a lot of close results and a lot of decent results, 7-5s across the board against the likes of Bliss and Wildcard, but just unable to take that next big leap and get points on the board. But they know heading into this one, it's a big match and they'll be wanting to show their best.
Xenox fun fact, Ground Zero is the only team to have not won a game this stage. Not so much a fun fact if you're a Ground Zero fan, but Blue, is this their time? Is this where they can finally get that win?
I mean, if you're looking at the results as of late, yeah, Ground Zero, I think, would be the favourite, especially hot off the back of that match last week, of course. I mean, I know there are a lot of people in the crowd that would have thought that they were going to be walking away with it. Pushing Bliss to a 7-5 is no small feat at the moment. Well, look, honestly, I think this, could be their opportunity to get that win, escape relegations. It's a matter of win or nothing, because unfortunately, with the way standings, a win in overtime isn't going to change much of anything. So, there's inherent risk coming into today.
It hasn't been much of a better stage for Ludovica, guys. The last time they won was back in Playday 1, June 17, an 8-6 victory over the Hungry Lions. That's it. Everything else has been quite disaster levels for a team that has, of course, shown so much promise in previous stages gone by.
Yeah, and it means we find ourselves again in this very awkward position due to the nature of the Oceanic Nationals having relegations at the end of each stage, as opposed to APAC South, which has them at the end of the year. Ludovica are fighting for their spot in OCN if they lose this game, whilst also potentially simultaneously fighting for their spot that they've already locked in at the APAC South primary relegation. So they're in this very murky middle ground at the moment. Don't know exactly what the implications of what could happen if they do lose their spot here in OCN. It would be pretty unprecedented, and they're not going to want to take any chances, right? This is a match that they should be winning. It's a match that they will want to win, and it's a match where if we looked back perhaps 6 months ago, we would basically almost 100% pencil them in. Of course, they have tapered off a little bit, but we know Ludovica at their best will be very strong.
Very strong indeed. All right, let's see where they're going to be playing this match, though, against Ground Zero. We head to Chalet. Clubhouse was an option as well. Ground Zero elected to burn that one out last. And of course, send us to Chalet for this bottom of the table decider, Blue. Does this map give you any inclination as to who you think might walk away with the win?
Oh, look, that's a tough one. You think historically, Ground Zero, Stage 3, they really rocked it last year, which is when we saw a huge amount of Chalet played. But by that stage, Ludovica were already in the Oceanic National, so they didn't really get to play against, then Fury, of course, in that environment.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think this could be a decent neutral ground for both teams, as we haven't seen a huge amount of it from them.
I agree. I also think Chalet's probably going to be a good map, guys, to decide really who does win out here. 50-50 kind of map.
Seems to be the map for deciders this week, right? And Chalet has a propensity to be incredibly tense, a lot of action, just due to how the map does typically play out. So honestly, can't think of a better one to see these two duke it out. Of course, it's going to be scrappy. It's going to be messy. Neither of these teams are at their best. They're not particularly in form at the moment, but ultimately, I think it should produce a winner that is the better team at the end of the night.
The fact is, Blue, one team won back on Playday 1. The other team hasn't won. Not a whole lot of winning in this game, but someone has to win.
Yeah, someone has to walk away the victor. Someone, unfortunately, will have to find themselves in that relegation spot. I mean, it's not the end of the story, of course. There's actually still the relegations to play. So there is every chance that, that relegation spot doesn't really mean much if they can go through, beat out the team in first place coming in through OCL. So, look, it's not the end of the story, but it's a pretty bleak cliffhanger to find.
All right, let's head to Chalet. Watch out for those frost mats. Who knows what they could have on offer here once again. Ludovica attacking, Ground Zero on the defense as we head into the ban phase. Two teams that have struggled in Stage 2, but a chance at redemption in Playday 7 to avoid relegation, to avoid that bottom spot. A big game here on the cards as Ossa banned out first. What?
I think Guz has got his order wrong.
Mate,
He's
Guz,
forgotten
get
that
out of here.
it's my time to shine. But the thinker, Ben, he's just trying to hog this. He's trying to hog the spotlight here in the final Playday, Xenox, unfortunately. But I mean, you look at the operator bans, Osa, Finker as well. We've seen a huge amount of Finker ban, and it can really change up the momentum for any attacking team.
Yeah, certainly so. Azami banned out too. I mean, such a prominent operator since making their way into Siege, and either banned or played really has been the go-to there. So Ludovica, here we go on the offense on a map like Chalet, which maybe not as attacker-sided in recent times, but in terms of recency, last night to be exact in APAC South, very, very attacker-sided. So we'll see if that does play out again here. Snow 1 is where we are actually going to be heading for our opening site of choice on Chalet. And what a turnaround as well for this particular site on Chalet. When Chalet came into the map pool originally, Blue, it was a site that essentially was like the no-go. Like, you just do not go there. And now we're seeing teams almost pocket-pick this quite often.
Yeah, it's again, you were going into this bomb site, you had a plan of how to attack it, but then that plan didn't really work out. So obviously, with a bit of time, with a bit of development, oh my god, look at the community vote there, 56% to Ground Zero. So I mean, the tide has shifted.
Yeah, but again, how much of that is because of the on-paper names, though, right? Like, when you look at Ground Zero as a team, on paper, as the president has already wanted to leave the snowy building, it's hard to look past them. It really is. President, Kaken, Wettables, these players have been around for quite a while now. Frixel has also shown some really, really good promise. And a player like Tuhan as well, of course, has the quality. So that's why it's been such a disappointing stage for them as we get the rehost, of course, after President disconnecting. And that's why also I still think, and there's been a couple of times this stage where I've, chosen them in my predictions, for example. And I think you can almost say the same thing for Ludovica. To be completely blunt, Blue, both teams have been by far and away the most disappointing teams this stage because I feel like there was a little bit more that we expected from them.
Yeah, and I just remembered something as well. I was talking about, OCS wildcard beat out Kraken, of course. OCS, it was Ground Zero that knocked then Odium out of the OCS before he hit that best of 3 format. They then went on to lose to Bliss, unfortunately. But historically, I mean, Ground Zero currently have, that advantage coming into this. Losing Prez early on, not the ideal situation by any stretch of any thought. But, I mean, you've also got to remember these guys have been playing together for a while. I mean, you look back, Edpan and Twent were a part of the original Fury roster with President Stage 1 last year. So there is a lot of familiarity in this lobby.
It certainly is. And I think, kind of adding on to what I was saying before about both teams maybe being a little bit disappointing. You kind of look at least two teams above them, Hungry Lions and Kraken, and it's not a disrespect to either of the two teams, but Hungry Lions, a couple of lesser known players coming through. You kind of expect maybe for them to take a stage or two to really get going. And Kraken, of course, a team that has had roster issues in a sense that either, waiting for certain players to be able to become eligible in being able to play, and then others maybe missing on certain days. So when you take that into account, had we gone back to Playday 1, Blue, I would have said Ludovica and Ground Zero above both Kraken and Hungry Lions, and yet the opposite has actually ended up happening. And for the record, I don't think there is a chance that we could see... Actually, no, Ludovica can actually get up into 6th. That is the only chance of either of these two teams getting out of the bottom 2, so that's it. But for Ground Zero, their best bet is getting up into 7th.
I mean, yeah, that's it. They want the win today. Nothing else is going to be acceptable for them, so... I wouldn't be surprised if coming into this matchup there is a bit of heat, especially off the back of that performance last week against Bliss. Where, I mean, let's be honest, a 7-5 victory means that they were in a position where they could have taken down Bliss and stopped them from sitting in the position they are currently on the leaderboard, which is in that three-way tie for first, which has its own interesting connotations that we'll talk about later on. But, I mean, yeah, Ludovica, it's just... You look at the 2 seasons they've already played in Oceanic Nationals, and this is a far cry from what we've come to expect.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the issue for me, for Ludovica, is the fact that they've had those seasons prior that they've not only played really, really well, but you've got that experience, and that, yet this stage comes around and it's just gone completely backwards for them. You can only sit back and hope it's a one-off, basically, for this particular stage, that they can regroup and they can regather, obviously. And then for Ground Zero, it's again going back to the names on paper. These guys have either been around Oceanic Nationals or have really proven their strength in the Oceanic Challenger League, maybe even both. And so, yeah, probably expected a little bit more. So really, you've got at least maybe one team that could gain some kind of redemption with a win here, and then the other team really kind of solidifying a rather difficult and problematic stage. So we'll see which team that is going to be. And even right now, as it stands, I got no idea who's going to win this. We did the predictions for this. I almost contemplated flipping a coin. That's how difficult of a decision it really could be. The other part of it is I could also envision like a 7-2 stomping from either of the teams, or we go to a classic overtime. Anything can happen here on Chalet.
Yeah, it's a scary one. I can tell you that much for sure. And especially I've been with these guys since the start of OCL last year. They've come through. Obviously, losing Ludovica to you guys in the Nationals was a bit rough, but getting this opportunity to cast 2 teams that have been dominant in the league that they started in. Look, as much as it has been a struggle for them this stage, this is where they need to shine.
Yeah. In a match like this as well, I think, but the same thing can then also be said for Ground Zero. On the defense here of Chalet, to begin with, starting Snow Wine, like we mentioned, of course, before the rehost, unfortunately back into the game, and with President, of course, back into the game as well. And now we get underway. Ludovica will be bringing all of the might that they've got, that they've been sort of bundling towards the final Playday, and seeing if they can maybe unleash a bit of success to close out this stage. It's been a rough one for them. Last couple of weeks has just not gone their way. They lost out to Kraken, they lost out to Bliss, they lost out to Chiefs, and so on, basically since Playday 1. And they look to open up Snow very early on, and they've done so rather quickly, rather early.
Yeah, I mean, the power of that Thatcher being enabled in play at the moment with Finger Osa priority when it came to the bans, that was always going to be what happened coming into that snowmobile defense. So you got to hope that Ground Zero have accounted for that. They've made the adjustments they need to with their operator lineup, and they can rely on their mechanical skill to win this round out.
Logic making his way towards Trophy Stairs through Solar. Twent actually taking a bit of damage elsewhere as well. So good clearing now from Ludovica, making sure no one roaming from Ground Zero, especially on Snow Wine, tends to be the case for the defenders on Chalet. Hold off site, look to roam, look to hold positions up above, sometimes going even for a sneaky play. Now that's not good news. If that's happened again for President, that could be something that does go through for the entire night. Now they've already called their rehost once, you only get one. So President needs to sort his issues out quicker rather than later. Minute and a half though, and Ground Zero down a player for the remainder of this round.
I mean, I'm just pain. Kaken will equalize and nullify that lead, but it's giving me, PTSD, I suppose, thinking back to that Chiefs Ground Zero match where they were unable to deal with their issues and were forced into a forfeit. We had that in the Challenger League last week as well, where a tech issue forced a forfeit, and for Ground Zero to potentially be knocked to relegations off the back of tech issues, that you talk about soul crushing. That is just devastating.
It would probably sum up their stage best, though, wouldn't it? In such a horrid way. We'll see if they can overcome it. They did get that trade back, like you mentioned, through Kaken. Suhan just sitting inside of one. He's going on a bit of a journey here with this swing. Elects not to go the whole distance. 45 seconds left. He can just hang back over towards blue. As Edpan finds the kill onto Frixel and opens things up now for Ludovica to regain the advantage. Nice swing, though, from Tuhan.
Tuhan, he's just so good. He made a name for himself in this team. I mean, stage 2, he really started to pop off. He's looking for more. Unfortunately, Sawyer will deter him, but we're going to the final 25, and this is 3 versus 3. This is doable.
Certainly is doable now. Sawyer, though, almost loses his life for Ludovica. Edpan over towards West Main. Tuhan still doing a good job just repositioning inside of one. They got no idea where he is actually at the moment. Now all the way back into Snow, now through Blue. He is just running rampant on site. 2 versus 2. Time, though, is a factor with no diffuser in hand now. Surely Ground Zero close out. They do. A big combination of Tuhan and Weatherballs, and they pull through with the opening round, despite losing President to attack issue earlier in the round. And then remember, they've already called that rehost, so we'll see what happens. But there is President, so hopefully it's a non-issue for the long haul of this match.
I mean, it's hard to isolate what to talk about from that round. One, Ground Zero managed to bounce that back phenomenally well. They relied on their mechanical skill, and we got to see some of those sparks that we've seen over the last couple of weeks come to the forefront, and now with that victory. But Ludovica missing a prime opportunity. They were spoon-fed.
Yep.
Technically an opening frag, and were then unable to capitalize. They didn't play the clock. They forced themselves into a situation where they had to rush on the site. Logic, that pick onto the player going for the defuse. Everything came up Ground Zero, and unfortunately for Ludovica, that might be a problem going in the next couple of rounds mentally.
Tech pause has been called. They are allowed the tech pause, but in terms of a full-blown rehost, not going to be happening here for Ground Zero. So hopefully for their sake, hopefully for President, they can get this sorted in this tech pause, or at the very least, very, very shortly. So concerns, and yeah, as I said, really kind of sums up the stage that Ground Zero has had, unfortunately. You think back to Playday 2, when they played the Chiefs and they had to forfeit at the time. That was when the Chiefs were going as bad as they possibly have been going for a good time. That was back mid-June, and they were prime, and that could have really set up the season for Ground Zero. And yeah, and they were absolutely disappointed with not being able to challenge them there on that night. President back into the game. We'll see for how long, whether or not he can actually stay in the server for longer than 2 minutes, or if this will be an ongoing issue that they have to deal with in this match. They do take the opening round, though, despite losing President. 1-0 to start with here, and on the defense of Chalet and on Snow Wine, so some good signs early for Ground Zero.
And it's interesting, you know, going from Snow Wine now to Kitchen Dining, usually the preferred site for the majority of teams is that bar gaming site. So they're obviously holding that one in reserve, obviously understanding there could be, you know, future issues in this matchup. So if they are forced to play certain rounds 4 versus 5, they want to try and get the less favorable ones out of the way now.
Chalet so far in the Oceanic Nationals, 54% in favor to the attacking teams. It gives you kind of an idea as to just how attacker-sided it is, and quite honestly, there's other maps that are far more attacker-sided so far at this stage. So Chalet's kind of cooled off a little bit and has gotten a bit closer to that 50-50 margin, like actually so many maps have kind of gotten to over the last couple of months here in Siege. Ground Zero, though, do get the opening defensive round, and if they can really get off to a good start here on the defense of Chalet, could set them up to get their first map win of the stage. We'll see if it comes to fruition.
I mean, not just the first, but arguably the most important map win to boot. What a way to close out the season. I mean, no, ideally, it would have been a few more wins under the belt, but showing up when you absolutely needed to is nothing to sneeze at, of course. But right now, you see Ludovica getting themselves up into Solarium, taking that key ground to be able to threaten the verticality onto the side. They are hitting their checkpoints so far, but could quite easily turn with Kaken and that Nitro cell in hand.
Kaken's such an impactful player. As you saw, getting that opening kill in the last round really kind of set them up to bring it back in a 4 versus 4. 90 seconds left here in the second round, though, and yeah, Ludovica, what have you got to show for it? Bit of vert control up above. Now getting to work through Supremacist with the sledgehammer, but they don't look set. They don't look settled. Still expecting flanks and pushes from Ground Zero up above. Tuhan over towards West Bane, and Supremacist now towards Solar opening this up, but time is going to be a factor. Tuhan, though, no one down below for Ludovica, so he's kind of goose chasing without the goose.
Oh, President, what a kill. That's absolutely massive. Supreme was your vert threat with the sleds. I mean, largely the job has been done. A lot of that floor being ripped up, but now Ground Zero can play the numbers game. They can just play for their superior numbers, look to take the gunfights 2 by 2, but Twent already in the sight.
Twent gets into kitchen with the E1D as well, called out by Edpan. Tuhan has 3 gas babes, but was not close to sight. He was lurking down below, and that plank goes down. Literally just waltzes into sight and then back outside through front yard. This is a chance for Ludovica to steal this. Now, Wedables does get the kill onto the escapee in Adpan, but I mean, the damage is done. Twent just sits inside a kitchen and waits for what is going to be someone who surely meets their demise. It's Precedent, full white now for Twent. Can't quite clear Precedent yet. There needs to be more reinforcements for Ground Zero in a hurry. But a cutoff from Sawyer up above on the rappel, and Ludovica stealing this round before our very eyes.
Oh, Twent, what a pick there onto Tuhan. He definitely could have changed the momentum. Kill from upstairs, but it's too little too late by this stage. And it all sort of came apart. It was a great start to the round, but they let Twent in onto the site, and it was all over from there.
Questionable decision making by Ground Zero. So far off of sight that no one could see Twent just sneak on in, get the plant down. And the rush back onto site as well. I mean, everyone was essentially separate. So many different entry points, and they were all cut off and defended well by Ludovica. 1-1 here on Chalet. It was early days that Ground Zero had a 5-4 advantage. They looked pretty set. They had dealt with the sledge, but one thing that has not been dealt with, though, again, is issues on the tech side for Ground Zero. Was President, now is Wedables.
They've already been punished by this once this season. And, I mean, like I said, Oceanic Challenge League, we had the same issue. A team that looked like they could have quite easily won the map was forced out of it because of tech issues and then couldn't play it out, was given to their opponents. And if this persists, like you said, the rehost has already been used. They are going to have to play this round 4 versus 5, and if the issues are, you know, unfixable in the next couple of rounds, they may be forced into an FF.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left before insertion.
And also the sort of tilt factor of it too has to become apparent, right? I mean, as much as you want to try and avoid that, letting that slip into the team mental, President's having issues, and now Wedables is having issues, and you kind of have a round that just played out as it did in Kitchen, and letting that plant go down, not being able to salvage it. All of it can start to sort of unravel and add up together, and it can just end up being extremely draining for any team, let alone a team that has not won a game all season. Winning has just not been in the formula for Ground Zero.
Already being threatened though early on the round. Ludovica know that they have an advantage here and they don't want to be wasting it. Not quite the angle you're looking for Twent, but he does get on the second attempt. Prez has a pretty hard task ahead of him, holding this library position. And a bit of a run-out attempt, it seems, from Ground Zero. They're trying to get up in the face of Ludovica.
Kaken has those frost mats out. Will that be a factor, though, in looking to maybe sort of regain some kind of stability? Remember, they did not have Wedables in this round. He has returned. Good news for the future, but for now, they, of course, have to play without him. So it was a freebie, essentially, for Ludovica. E1D deployed by Sawyer. Has 2 more available. Edpan now dealing with this corridor window. 90 seconds left in the 3rd round. Can Ludovica capitalize on this player disconnect of Ground Zero and take 2 rounds in a row?
But early damage for both teams, but still favouring Ludovica, given there's an entire player off the board. The trade from Brixel taking down the line, and that's a massive kill to be taking. I know they lose Frixel back, but I mean, Melusa Utility's already down, but that's a lion off the board for Ludovica.
It was a 1-for-1 trade. They took each other out in the end, 4 versus 3, so not a whole lot really changes. But like you said, those EE1Ds now no longer available. Minute left as well. Considering the push in onto site, it was a nice thing to have. Backstop position for President. It will be difficult to flush him out. Rotero's out from Edpan, and Supremacist does have library stairs control for Ludovica.
Niang was looking to try and cover where they possibly can. I mean, Tuhan with this MK14 could really spice things up. The drop down into the basement, though, looking for a bit of a rotate to catch out Ludovica on the flank. That might be an opening that hasn't been accounted for. Supremacists, though, already threatened the site. Kaken in trouble. It's coming apart here for Ground Zero.
Certainly has. Kaken does eventually get flushed out and gone down. President still alive in backstop, but he's lost Tuhan now. Needed a little bit more help and a little bit more cover. Supremacist was down, but Logic was able to just push in from the other side. So, trouble in paradise at the moment for Ground Zero. Some tech issues, some round issues as well. And Ludovica find 2 rounds in a row.
I mean, what a soul-crushing way to potentially lose this match. You're not losing to your opponents at this point. You're losing to unfortunate happenstance, really. And there's very little you can do to avoid it mid-match. I mean, you can't go in and swap out PC parts and hope that changes things. So they are just going to have to steel themselves and just try and be resilient. Like we said, overtime win is still enough for Ground Zero to move out of that bottom place position. So honestly, I think they just need to fight for the long game.
Just can't let it affect you mentally, though, right? It's only early days. It's only 2-1. It's only the 4th round. There's been good signs here or there from Ground Zero in these opening rounds. You're also on the defense, right? And you've already got 1 round. You don't need probably a whole lot, especially if you back your attacker side of Chalet in to get you at least 4 rounds at minimum. So a 4-2 on the defense here. Not ideal, but like clockwork, another disconnect, another tech issue for Ground Zero. It is just abhorrent. I don't understand how this just keeps happening every round. They're basically playing 5 versus 4. And Ludovica, they're in no minds to decline this, Blue. They will take this. They need to take this to avoid relegation.
Don't know how to tell you this, though, Xenox. The song's chosen now, not clockwork. We've moved on.
It's still a good song.
It is, both of them. Absolute bangers. And with Banks
like the
Arcade coming
ex-girlfriend
to New Zealand soon, so I'm keen to see them live. But it's hard to sit here and, you know, you want to give your best to a match, but when these constant issues are plaguing the server, it can be hard to stay positive for a team like Ground Zero. This is everything that they need to avoid relegations, to prove that their hard work hasn't been in vain. But with consistent players rotating out to disconnects, it's hard to maintain that positivity. I can only imagine how things are in comms at the moment.
Every single round, Ground Zero has had a disconnect. They did win out the opening round despite losing President. So, I mean, it's not impossible to win these rounds, Blue. And as I said, I think they only really need the 2 defensive rounds anyway. So you've still got a chance to get that second round going into the second half, and then you kind of just basically praying that your issues subside and that you're able to play your attacking half with all 5. Because I'm going to be honest, the defense can kind of deal with 4. Don't know if you can lose an attacker every time and come out ahead in a 4 versus 5 where the defense just gets to sit on site having the man advantage. But if you're attacking, it's a bit better. But if you're defending, you just can't. Sorry, if you're attacking, you just can't. If you're defending, you can kind of get away with it.
I mean, maybe if you're looking at like Stage 2, 2021, Rafflecopter Wearables, who, dropped 20 games on that Consulate match. But in this situation, yeah, I don't think you've got that same luxury. And speaking of Wearables, the quick 2-tap from Supreme, and he's gone.
Just under a minute remaining, and now it's a 2-player advantage for Ludovica, slowly just working their way through the map. They are playing this very measured, though. I think there's probably some teams that would look at some of these tech issues and these advantages and think, all right, let's go quick, like, let's really punish them quick and early. But Ludovica's not letting it actually affect them. They're playing their game. They're still slow in their approach. EE1D called out by Sawyer. Edpan doesn't overextend. Little peek in towards Bard. Prone play from Frixel doesn't work. Easy kill into Kaken. And now in a 4 versus 1, Tuhan, he can't bring that one back. Ludovica, 3 rounds in a row. President has returned to the server, but for how long?
I don't even know if it's, you know, how long will he be here? It's more a question of, you know, who's next at this point. Because it just seems to be a rotation round to round, players dropping in and jumping back. But unfortunately, I mean, they've already committed the rehost. The pause has come through as well. It's just, it's brutal. It really is.
Well, you can't sit and moan. You can't wonder what if. You just got to keep playing. They still have, in my mind, 2 opportunities to get this second round and at least put themselves in a position going into the second half of being in a winning position. Back down to Snow Wine, where they ultimately found success in the opening round, Blue, and that was also despite a disconnect, which so far has not happened in this round. Don't want to jinx it though, so touch wood, touch whatever you want to, metal, wood, whatever. This could be the first round that Ground Zero have all 5 players. It is the 5th round, so it's in the numbers. 5-5.
Xenox is retreating to his crazy man room with all the strings and corkboard connecting the dots. But, I mean, the key to the success for Ground Zero on this round was choking out the clock, obviously. They delayed Ludovica as much as possible. By the time that execute was actually coming to effect, they had, all of 8 seconds left. And so Logic dying on that diffuse plant was absolutely horrendous. And from there, obviously, Ground Zero picked up the win. So I think they need to do the same. Delay it as much as possible. Try to avoid taking too many heads-up gunfights. Just delay the time as much as possible. And when that execute comes, punish them.
The more concerning thing for Ground Zero will be if they lose this round with the 5 players, though, and go down 4-1. Would put Ludovica in a position to really capitalize on this opening half and put out a lead that will be maybe unobtainable from Ground Zero in the second half. Drop down from Wettables back onto site into Wine. Largely on-site presence actually from Ground Zero, not a whole lot of roam game being established, and even still Ludovica are not going to be careless. They do clean out above, all the way up above, making sure that there's nothing from Ground Zero to catch them off guard late in the round. So just due diligence being done by Ludovica, as has really been the case this entire match.
Right now, though, I mean, you have to see, it's quite evident that Ludovica in a great spot for the moment in terms of this execute. Supremacist being threatened on the rappel will dish out significant punishment to Tuhan there, which could come back to bite them later in the round. Sawyer taking control of Solarium down into Trophy, and you look at how much pressure Ludovica have placed onto the top 2 floors of Chalet right now. It's very impressive, but we are hitting that final minute mark, and it is playing out dangerously similar to the first round we saw.
50 seconds remaining. But the one good news for Ground Zero is that they've got all 5 players alive, all 5 players capable of firing a shot and making something happen. Tuhan though low on health, but besides that, oh, well, never mind. Traded back though by Frixel, so Supremacist falls. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left, and honestly, if you're going to lose anyone, it would have been Tuhan low on health. Still trying to open up this boiler wall though, and not a whole lot of time. Nade goes out, clears this position for Twent to open it up, and he will be in a position to fire a shot straight away. No, didn't have the vision. Gone for the plant. Kaken, Logic to follow him from behind and to just sort of provide a little bit of cover. Shoots out the Nitrocell, and Twent can stick this plant and has to stick it now. Can't get off of it. Logic hits his shot. There's one up above. He swings to try and help out. Not going to happen though. Sawyer and Logic found some pretty big kills, but no time to get the plant down. Job done from Kaken and Frixel to win out the round for Ground Zero, and they do find 2 rounds in this first half.
And it played out exactly the same way as the first one. They were able to get the player on the defuse with minimal time remaining. The coverage wasn't vast enough for Ludovica to be able to pull that one off. They unfortunately didn't cover their bases there. And Ground Zero, I mean, they read it like an absolute book. They played it spectacularly. and they knew what they needed to do to get the round win on that bomb site. Now we go to kitchen dining. I mean, the last time it was played, though, that was a horrendous defense, allowing Twent to just sneak on into the site, get the plant down, and the post was terrifying.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bomb.
So 3-2 scoreline, and a chance for Ground Zero to turn the tide here. A 3-3 half would be commendable. It would be amazing considering the technical issues that they've been dealing with. To end the half 3-3 Blue, they definitely would have taken that considering at one point down 3-1, dealing with disconnects. It would be, I think, a momentum builder for them as well going into the second half. So now the pressure, to me, feels like it's on Ludovica to close this half out.
Yeah, most definitely.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's resilience. It's that same resilience that, you know, has given Knights the fan base that they have. Being able to just weather the storm, take the absolute brunt of force from their opponents, and still overcome and bring it out to a victory at the end of the map. And we are starting to see signs of that from Ground Zero. I mean, you look last week, a 7-5 loss to Bliss. They went the full regulation with one of the top 3 teams in OCN right now, and one of the best teams in ANZ, arguably, outside of APAC South. So Ludovica, I think you're right onto it. They need to get this 4th round. They want to close this out as soon as possible. They don't want this going anywhere near OT.
Logic trying to open up that castle barricade. A bit of help from those flashes as well to make sure that no one from Ground Zero would pick that window. So far successful from Ludovica. It's one thing that they've been really good at in this first half is taking their time and clearing out these positions and getting control, especially vert control here on Chalet. Definitely feel like Ludovica's been the better team, but how much of that is down to the fact that Ground Zero have been basically down a player for so many of the rounds in this first half. If they continue to hold all 5 of their players going into the second half and keep winning, well, there's maybe your answer. Supreme finds the kill onto President, so a bit more of the same now for Ground Zero to close out. No President for the next minute and a half. 5-4 advantage for Ludovica.
Last time they defended the site, the biggest problem was that they were so far spread from the site, they weren't able to retake it. The problem this time is they've had absolutely 0 contest over towards Solarium on a site where vert is so important. Toxic Canister, I think the long arm there, but Tuhan will at least claim the kill back onto Supreme. And the early investment into health, not looking great for Ground Zero, but at least the stepping stones are there for them to potentially take Twin down.
1 minute, 5 seconds remaining. The final round of this first half. Suhan, still 2 gas babes available, sitting inside of dining. Kaken will lose out to Edpan. Twent up above in master bedroom, looking down the hatch. But again, time will start to become a factor, dropping down with those gas babes. Now, Tuhan has been actually forced to drop. And speaking of dropping in onto site now is Twent to get this plant down.
Someone sitting outside. Once again, they've just let Twent get in and get that plant down. Now they have to play for the post. Eddie relocating, and the post defense was very, very solid from Ludovica. They absolutely dominated that post plant situation. Tuhan dropping the hatch, giving up on the position. I mean, another Toxic Canister would have stopped Twent there, but with 30 seconds remaining, I think the 4-2 is almost inevitable.
Certainly does feel that way. Turn around. Hello, peekaboo. It's Frixel. From the other side of the wall, gets the kill onto Sawyer, but Twent finds a kill onto Wettable. So for a short moment, it felt like maybe Ground Zero could fight their way back in this round, but they lose Wet. Now only Tuhan and Frixel. He falls to Logic, and really once that plan is down Blue, it's so difficult to get the counter defuse, as proven there in that round. A 4-2 half in the end for the attackers, and Ludovica will be very happy with that half.
Yeah, just 0 presence over towards Trophy and Solarium allowed Ludovica to get into the building and start contesting the vert, and from there it just all came apart. They had the control, and Supremacists, I mean, led the charge spectacularly. They're dropping President early on, and despite Tuhan finding some resistance to trade him back, they just completely forsook that entire side of the map. And unfortunately, that's what caused them to fall.
Ultimately, in the end, a half, though, maybe decided by tech issues in some way. You can't look past that still, despite all of that. Ground Zero did get 2 rounds on the defense, and it seems like those issues have subsided. So you've got your 5 players, you go onto the offense now, onto Chalet, slightly attacker-sided. really the onus now is on Ground Zero to use the 5 players that they've got on the attack to get these rounds back, either force OT or win out in regulation. Ludovica, though, they're not messing around and no fancy tricks. They don't go snow wine, they head to bar games, as most teams generally do on the defense.
They're playing it quite linearly. This is where you'd expect teams start the half off, the transition usually then to office and master bedroom, then kitchen, dining as a tertiary site, but no, Ludovica, they have a game plan, they're going to stick to it here. You look at the setup, the Frost coming into play once again, which Apex South viewers will think of and wince, unfortunately, but well, Prez. Team killed out. I think that was another DC. He's about to disconnect, and he had the diffuser.
Yeah. Disappointing for Ground Zero, because as I was kind of trying to articulate, probably didn't do the best job of earlier, but when you're attacking, you're down a player, makes life so much easier for the defenders. They don't have to do as much, don't have to make as many big plays. In all honesty, Ludovica really, especially on a site like Bar Games, Blue, you just hold your ankles, you just hold these positions. Ground Zero just don't have the numbers to overwhelm site. They need to be the team to make plays.
Unfortunately, the Hibana being gone as well. That's 3 stuns they could have used to burn this utility. They know Twent's there. They spotted him out. The nade, too little, too late as he drops the hatch down into gaming. Will rotate himself into a better position, but
that's a lot of utility burnt.
Yeah, it's rough. It is very rough, right?
1 nade left, 2 flashes left. That's it. That's your utility. In fact, they just got thrown out. So you're thinking about on-site usage. Oh, no. Yeah, frost mats on Chalet. They are a thing. Unfortunately, Oceanic players still not quite coming to terms with that. But Tuhan should get brought back up. Kaken there for support. And no one really too close by through Ludovica. Oh.
Pick up, no, went down as well. Finished off by Ed Pan. And, it gets worse, unfortunately, from there.
Yeah, it's round over.
Kaken and Frixel to hold her. I mean, Kaken with a hell of a headshot almost finds himself a second with no finger on board. Yeah, I think you're right on the money there, Xenox. It's looking like a 5-2.
No diffuser either for Kaken in library. I think it's actually just to the left of Edpan, actually close to big window mezzanine, and yeah, with not much time either. Yeah, it is actually not going to happen. It's going to be a 5-2 lead for Ludovica. And further bad news for Ground Zero. Barring an absolute miracle. Something we've maybe never even seen before in the Oceanic Nationals. There's no way Edpan is going to allow that diffuser to get away from big window. And Frixel in a 1 versus 4. 25 seconds remaining. Spots player to the hallway there. Not going to happen. Edpan is too clean and precise. Kaken says need rehost, but I'm pretty sure formalities say they only get 1, and it has been used.
I think they're appealing to Ludovica's,
Yeah, well, that is true. Ludovica can call a rehost. They are allowed. I'm assuming they're allowed. I don't actually. I'm not a walking
There's nothing saying they can't.
Yeah, I know, that's true.
I don't think there is a prerequisite for a rehost to be called, so it looks like, from the sounds of it, the sub will be coming in.
Is it too little too late, though?
It feels like it. I'm just trying to remember who they have in as a sub, and I think, if I remember correctly, we could be seeing Punisher coming back to the roster for the first time since Stage 2 last year.
Yeah, I've just checked the list there. So Punisher would be the player to make their way in and sort of fulfill the role of President, who obviously has continued to just have issue after issue. Punisher, of course, part of that Fury roster as well. So I think this is maybe a moment, though, that it's too far gone. Surely, Blue. You're down 5-2. You're bringing in a sub. You've had issues all night. In fact, you've had issues all stage long. I don't see the light at the end of the tunnel for Ground Zero.
No, look. I mean, Punisher was an OG member of the show. He's an OG member of the ANZ Rainbow Six scene. So he's gone the distance. He's been around for a while. He was a terrifying gunner, and even in that support role for the team last year. But I mean, I couldn't tell you the last match that he played competitively. So yeah, look, I think it's unfortunate that the victory looks like it will go Ludovica's way the way it has, but
well, do you think
there's
they've
only
still,
so much you can do.
Do you still think they've been the better team? That doesn't necessarily mean they are the better team overall, but do you think they've been the better team in this game?
Today, yeah. They have been the better team, but I don't know, again, how much of that comes down to mentality with constant player disconnects. I think on an equal playing field, this match would look incredibly different, without having to worry about tech issues or, disconnects or all the rest of it. I think this would be a vastly different result. It would be a lot closer than it is. And it's just a shame that, final play day, these issues are what's dictating the pace of the match so far.
Yeah. I mean, in some ways, yeah, you can't really look past it. You can't say that it hasn't in some way dictated these rounds. Basically, the majority of these rounds have been 5-4 in favor of Ludovica. In saying that, you've still had rounds, though, won by Ground Zero. And honestly, all it takes is getting that opening kill and suddenly it's 4 versus 4. But you're just never in a position where you're walking around, say, with your own 5-4 advantage at any point, because you can't get that opening kill to give you that advantage, right? You're just kind of evening things up. Not only that, it's demoralizing for a team, and it's also demoralizing for the player too that it's happening to, whether that's President, whether that's Wettables. And also it's demoralizing because it's the final play day of the stage to get yourself out of relegation, and these things are still occurring. I mean, they had an entire forfeit this stage due to these kind of issues. So it's so unfortunate for a team that, again, I repeat, it has the talent on paper, but for whatever reasons, tech issues, in-game issues, just has not worked out for Ground Zero in a way that I don't think I've ever seen things not work out for a team before. This is kind of the levels of unfortunate circumstances occurring for one team over the course of an entire stage that I haven't seen before in the Oceanic Nationals.
I mean, it's also crazy. You look at Fury, now Ground Zero, of course, but last year, one of the most dominant teams to come out of the Oceanic Challenger League. They obviously knocked Ludovica out of Nationals in that promos match before we had that disband of LFO, and, they were invited back into the Nationals, of course, but, I mean, they were a terrifying team who looked like they were going to be able to compete with the best, and it almost feels like the 2020 to 2021 wildcard arc where they were such a dominant team, and then all of a sudden they just weren't showing up day to day in these play days. And yeah, like it's rough to see. They are a team, they are capable, they have the skill to do it, but when they're not dictating their own fates, it's pretty bleak.
Yeah, no, it certainly is very disappointing for Ludovica, though. Maybe changing the tune a little bit. Pretty decent performance from them tonight. I mean, regardless of the issues for Ground Zero, I think the way that they've actually played the game, they've been very methodical in their approach and how they've swept rooms, cleared out areas. I mean, they're hitting their shots. I think they're playing well as a team. And when you're generally playing well as a team, that's obviously really good signs. You can have teams pop off individually. You kind of look maybe to Kraken in our earlier match against Wildcard. But I think for Ludovica, they need to be playing well as a team. That's always kind of been the hallmark of this team. Back when they were Odium, back when they were Avert, is that it was kind of like 5 players all on pretty equal footing, all contributing. And when that is the case for this team, they do find results. And yeah, it's been a very disappointing stage for them, all things considered, as we get back underway. 5-2 scoreline. And
no, it's okay.
It's actually Boats coming in as the substitute. Good old Boats. Been a long time coming. Yeah, didn't think I'd be casting Boats again, but here we are. Either way, Master Bedroom and Office. This could be a quick renaissance, though, for Boats if Ludovica finish strong, which I think they will.
Yeah, I mean, it's it's rough, but I mean, at this point, you're almost looking towards that relegation match for Ground Zero. That's where your thoughts are going to have to be. But maybe, who knows? I mean, we had the historic match earlier today, and I can't for the life of me remember who it was that came in, but one of the managers that came in to play for the team in that historic match, and they popped off in a big way. So maybe Boats can rely on some of that OG prowess to bring this to Ground Zero's hand.
Well, he's also in this situation playing with house money. There's no expectation on Boats to play well here or frag out or save the day. He gets to come in, play some Oceanic National Siege, which has been a little bit of time since he's done that. He gets to have a bit of fun, no pressure. I mean, you're down 3 rounds already into the 8th round, down 5-2. The good thing for Ground Zero, though, is that they can sort of prepare and play knowing that they're going to have 5 players guaranteed in this round. Boats will take Diffuser, Boats will take the Habana, and it also means Ground Zero can sort of rely on their hard breach staying alive in this game.
Did Boats ever play National Siege? He was Six Masters, wasn't he? I don't know if he made the transition over to Nationals.
That's actually a good point. Definitely Six Masters. Don't know, maybe first season of Oceanic Nationals. It was a long while ago, so might have slipped in for the first season. Yeah, we're talking a long time ago now.
I don't know. If they win, we could ask them, is this Boats Nationals debut?
I think if they win from here, mate, we'll be asking them far better questions than that, because they're down 5-2. It would be, I think there'd be a lot of questions to be asked if they win from here, as Ludovica looking to defend the next couple of rounds and get their 2nd win of the season and avoid relegations, and I guess also set them up for the promo relegations for APAC South.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Logic was tweeting about it, their focus heavily invested towards promo relos now that they're locked in for that. And arguably, I think there is a decent chunk of work needing to be done if, the recent results are anything to go by. But luckily, having that time available to them is going to be key. Brixels absolutely minced on the entry into Solarium. The crossfire from Eddie and Twent undoing him completely.
At 30-second remaining. Once again, 5-4 advantage for Ludovica, as has been the case for the majority of this game. Head pant, good reposition out of closet, and obviously trying to avoid the utility being thrown his way. Boats on the rappel. Looking for this solo take for Ground Zero, but down a player, still 2 players on the rappel. No real presence inside of Solid just yet. And Head pan, he times it perfectly. Kaken did get it down onto Supremacist, but they both fall. Twent making his way up trophy stairs. Tuhan and Kaken, the duo, to try and salvage this round to avoid match point, but they got a lot of work to do.
I mean, at different points, Tuhan and Kaken, the most dominant players for the previous iterations of this roster. Tuhan, a missed opportunity there, allows Soy to relocate behind the shield towards that bathroom door, and it might just be, again, that case of how this match has gone. Siege timing at its worst.
30 seconds left. Can Tuhan and Kaken save this for Ground Zero? They have the ping. They're going to just both swing Sawyer at the same time. Kaken wins, but he got traded by Twent. He's done that now 3 times in this round. But this is probably round over from here. Unless Tuhan makes a big play. Twent gets a quad. A quad kill from Twent in this now match point sending round. 1 round to go for Ludovica to confirm their position out of the relegations.
And shout out to Manny. It was golden in the historical match that stepped in for, I want to say Knights. Again, I could be wrong. It's been a long week, but no. Golden for Bliss, wouldn't it have been? Yeah, I think so. There we go. Yeah.
It's hard to see the way back, though, for Ground Zero Blue. As much as you want to play devil's advocate and maybe talk about the things that they could do to get back into this game, just kind of feels like the damage has been done. It also kind of feels like they never really got that fair shot, that fair crack at this game that they obviously would have wanted to have. It's disappointing, and I do feel for the players. I feel for the president, who right now would be sitting back and thinking he wasn't able to help his team get out of relegations because of issues out of his control. It's unfair. There's not much more you can say about it, but from Ludovica's perspective, from their point of view, they're just getting the job done. They're just doing what they've got to do for their own survival.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, of course. You're given an opportunity, you want to make the most of it. And right now, Ludovica primed and ready. It's bizarre to me that we spend all this time hyping up the match. It's going to be long, it's going to be overtime, and then something that you said early on just haunts me. The likelihood of it also being a 7-2 blowout is there.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish I could say, oh man, big brain play, but it's also just the nature of these two teams this stage. Made it so difficult to predict. In all honesty, I think, obviously, if no issues from Ground Zero's end, I could have easily seen them pulling out a similar kind of result. But obviously, the game was just not set up for them to achieve that here. Still, we have seen comebacks before. Not just from 6-2, but 6-1 even. And it wasn't too long ago that we saw the last one happen. In fact, it was last night in APAC South. You've just got to believe, one round at a time. But that's not the way that you are going to be led to believe. Losing Frixel, a young player on the rise, a really good talent, but has just not really been able to make his mark in this match. As Tuhan, though, answers back with a big nade onto Logic. Minute 40 left, 4 versus 4.
Not the end of the world. I mean, Logic, historically one of the standout gunners for this team. Off the board with that NK14 as well for Frixel on the Ash. Not ideal, but definitely workable at the moment. Supremacist has been pretty spectacular so far this map. He's hit some ripper shots too. As we rapidly approach that final minute mark, Edibles trying to get some key info, trying to clear out some of that key utility. And right now, this exothermic onto the wall. I mean, everything so far has fallen into place for Ground Zero. This could be the start of that comeback.
Very well could be. The start of a memorable match. No one ever feels like the amazing comebacks are possible until they've already happened. Edpad, though, with a headshot onto Kaken. This could, though, very well also just be where Fairy Tales get crushed. Boats opening up this mezzanine wall. He'd love to make an impact play, though, to maybe extend his Oceanic Nationals time. 35 seconds left in this round.
Toxic Canis is onto the breach. One more hurdle for Ground Zero to overcome, but unfortunately, no, Tuhan not finished off there by Twin. That could be a massive missed opportunity, but the repeat comes through successfully. And with a Nitro Cell onto Boats, it's Wettables alone. He's got to clutch up with 15 seconds. Doesn't spot anything. They're not going to give it to him. They're not. Okay, I say that he goes and finds Supremacist, and a soul-crushing loss, but a breath of fresh air for Ludovica, who avoid relegations for now.
They certainly do. Ludovica avoid relegations. They look to try and book their place for APAC South promotions. For Ground Zero, they live up to their name because it is Ground Zero for them. Bottom of the standings, no win, relegations on the card. And boy, do they need to sort out their tech issues because it has really caused a big issue for them this stage. But Ludovica, all smiles. They'll be the winners. Winners and grinners. 7-2 victory in the end on Chalet for a match that was, well, hyped up. It didn't quite live up to the billing due to unforeseen circumstances, but still the result probably goes to the team that did deserve it that little bit more in Ludovica. Guys, they get their second win of the stage. Playday 1, Playday 7, everything in between, it's all a whitewash.
Yeah. Look, obviously very disappointing, I think, there for Ground Zero, right? Just the way in which the whole stage has really played out has just been a disaster for them. So hopefully they can recover. But for Ludovica, of course, we can sing their praises now. They do scathe off that threat of relegation here in OCN after playing a pretty solid Chalet. And that means that now all their focus, all their energy, all their excitement as well can go towards the end of the year when hopefully they have that opportunity to fight for an APAC South spot.
Ludovica clearly the better team, Blue. Despite the technical issues that Ground Zero obviously had to deal with, I still felt Ludovica were generally on top of pretty much almost every round.
Yeah, bar that, obviously, the defense that we're seeing there, the basement just seemed to work for Ground Zero, but there wasn't much more to it, unfortunately, for them. Ludovica making the most of the opportunities presented. I still stand by the fact that I think if there were no issues for Ground Zero, it would have been a vastly different match. I can't say it wouldn't have gone the same way, but it probably would have gone a little bit longer.
I definitely agree with that. I think it would have extended a little bit more, but ultimately I think the winner that did end up winning was still the deserved winner, guys. So I think for Ludovica, though, still, it doesn't quite salvage their season for me. Like, considering what we've seen of them in the past, Odium, Avert, they've been able to mix it with the best of the best. This stage, though, it's still not really all that sort of redeemed yet. It feels like future events will need to be completed for them to redeem themselves. Basically like APAC South promo relegations or, future Oceanic National Leagues where they get back into the top 2, top 3, top 4 kind of teams.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly been a disappointment. So I guess they're probably quite pleased that the gap between now and relegations is quite long because it does give them that opportunity to try and find some form. No doubt before the relegations, they're going to be spending a lot of time in scrims, adjusting roles and their map pool, etc. to try and fine-tune that. And I think that once they do, we should see them back at the same sort of heights that we kind of came in to the second stage expecting to see again.
Certainly so. All right, let's go and have a chat with Logic from Ludovica, fresh off of their 7-2 victory against Ground Zero. Congratulations on the win, mate. Unfortunately, a little bit too far in between your last victory back in Playday 1. Obviously, as it's known, you guys will have a bit to work on, but it must feel good to at least just be winning again.
Oh yeah, it's been a really long stage for the whole thing. I mean, one win and then that's it for an entire stage. It definitely takes a toll on the mental. So it is very good, I guess, to close it out and look forward to the future. Avoid being in, Challenge League, relos against Circular Spheres, as well as staying where we are in our South Relo spot comfortably.
Now tonight, Logic, I did pick you, I believe. So I didn't curse you. So I'm expecting some more ranked carries. Unfortunately for me, that curse didn't continue. But on a more serious note, obviously relegations, right? Long way away, big couple of games I'm assuming will be up for you and the guys. Probably fair to say at the moment you're not quite at the level to compete for relegation, so what are you guys going to be doing to try and improve heading into that?
I mean, we are nowhere near ready for relegations based on the way that we've played. Tonight, all things considered, Ground Zero as a roster, they haven't been performing for 2 stages now, and to come into this game and then have a 4v5 for the whole time, it's kind of heartbreaking for them to not be able to close it out. And so for our improvement, we know that tonight's win, it reflects what we can be, but not what we want to be. Who knows what's going to happen in the future, role swaps, whether it's operator changes, different map pool, who knows at the moment. We've got so much to fix, I guess, and at least we have plenty of time to do it, so.
And you're not entirely right there with the relos. There is actually still a chance that Antic take it away. Oh, we'll give you the question, though. Would you prefer Circular Spheres over Ant, or now Get a Grip LFO now in terms of that relegations match?
They're both terrible, so I don't actually think it really makes too much of a difference. I think after Kraken left, it's just a bunch of rank stacks. So, I think even Ground Zero, I heard that Wettables might not even be playing, so maybe Ground Zero will have a little bit of something there. A little bit of a problem to get shut down that aggression or the idiocy, some would say. And but I don't know. I'd probably say I would have rather versed what's the team that Karma's on? That team. I think I would have rather versed that one than Circular Spheres. But lucky for me, I don't have to verse either. So
just bring it back quickly to where you guys kind of were, back in your overt days, Odium days, and all of that, where there was those early successful days, and then obviously this is kind of, I guess, the first time you've really had a bit of a downward spiral since that success of coming into the Oceanic Nationals during the break, and obviously where you go and you fix things and you maybe even change things. Do you go back and look at some of those successful days and think, okay, were we doing things differently there? Do you look at that at all?
Well, yeah, we have our coach analyst Pants who records all of our comms and everything like that during our play days. And we've looked over them and we realized just our comms are not the same. They're either too cloudy, or sometimes it's just there's just not enough going on, or we've stepped down in a certain department, whether it's IGLing or calling plants. And we've been trying our best to fix that as best as we could. And tonight was in the comms department as such, it was really, really good. It was smooth, it was calm, it was collected from everybody. So now it's just about building upon that and hopefully being consistent with that, because I think that's the biggest thing we had in stage 1 was we just had consistency. Every game day was the same thing, and it was nothing different, no nerves, nothing like that. It was just, a team being a team. And, going back to that would be lovely, the glory days, some would say.
Thought you guys looked pretty methodical tonight and very, very clean in your match against Ground Zero on Chalet. Congratulations again on the win, mate. Thanks for chatting with us, and best of luck as well moving forward. Apex South promo relegations in, well, who knows when that's going to be. For now, though, guys, we do go to a break. On the other side, a bit of an old rivalry. It's the Chiefs and it's Team Bliss.
To be honest, OCN is really annoying around the office. He walks around constantly just tapping and whistling, and he just clicks his pen non-stop. He just chews with his mouth open. He doesn't change the toilet roll in the toilet. He goes AFK mid-game. Yeah. OCN? Hello? Who does that? You know what the worst thing is of all? He backseat games constantly. But, you know, we still love him.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Are you sure it's the
29th, bro? It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
It's really too late. You better stop and figure out if there's another way. I hate to be the one who has to break it to you. You gotta take the beat and it don't feel good. And I don't know what you're waiting for. Give it a go, we'll take you home. You can put your tail out between your knees. You know we're gonna win, so you better not try. You know we're gonna give the crowd we're wearing tonight. You know
Swing there from Wade. The Banks though. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times.
Champions. He never counts them out.
Both players are going to swing it right now.
What have they done? They've just given one.
Ludovica away from that bottom spot, ground zero, down last in 8 they remain. For now though, we turn our attention over to Team Bliss taking on the Chiefs. Once was, well, a very, very important match in the Oceanic Nationals archives. Now turns into probably a one-sided affair. Guys, the Chiefs, unfortunately, it has not been a great stage for them. In fact, they've lost their last 2 games, both to the Hungry Lions and to the Knights. And they come into this one as heavy underdogs.
Yeah, which is a little bit strange, right? Any other context, you'd be heavily backing in the Chiefs, who historically have basically decimated Bliss, especially in pivotal matches, particularly looking back at last year's record, right? Whereas the back-to-back champs of OCN, where they just couldn't be beaten locally, in Bliss often on the receiving end of that. But the tide has now turned a little bit, and Digital paying homage to his opponents this evening by repping the Bliss merch.
Hey, it's fire, all right? I don't blame him. Maybe a sneak peek, Digital to Bliss? Is that happening in the off-season?
Maybe.
I'm joking there, of course. I mean, to be fair, most Chiefs players do end up on Team Bliss. Isn't that how it goes? Obviously, for the Chiefs, though, Blue, it's been a roller coaster, hasn't it? From APAC South to Oceanic Nationals, they've struggled. But a team that has not struggled in the Oceanic Nationals is Team Bliss. 5 wins, only the 1 loss, so being replicated with both Knights and Wildcard. Of course, Wildcard now to 6 wins. They do have the opportunity to win, and if they do so, if they win, top spot could be theirs with then a Knights victory.
Yeah, look, there's some shenaniganry that could be going on if Knights also pick up the win. It then makes for a rather interesting time, but Chiefs have the opportunity to make Kings of Wildcard, but well, or Knights technically, depending on how that final result of the evening goes. But yeah, Bliss, it's just been absolute domination, barring that wildcard match, of course.
Yeah, certainly so. Knights do have the head-to-head over wildcard, so for the Knights to finish first, they would need a Chiefs win. For that, we need a map, and we head to Clubhouse, which is Dub House, which is, well, controversy house for the Chiefs, isn't it, Gus? Especially when they had the decision of either Skyscraper or Clubhouse. We've beaten this one to death. Once was great, now is a little bit questionable, but obviously is a map that, I don't know, leaves a lot of imagination as to who's maybe favoured on this one.
Yeah, well, obviously it's Clubhouse, right? So it's going to reward which team's in better form fundamentally, because it's such a well-structured and well-thought-out map at this point. Tricky to say whether or not that's Bliss or Chiefs at the current point in time. Obviously, I think the Bliss are probably in a little bit better form and are a little bit stronger. However, it's difficult, of course, to look past the amount of experience that the Chiefs do have in that roster, right? They've been playing this map a long time, so makes things a little bit trickier, but obviously I think Bliss are still pretty heavy favourites in this one.
All right, well, I'm going to be backing in Team Bliss. I think they've got what it has to find success over the Chiefs, especially in a best-of-1 in the Oceanic Nationals. We head to Clubhouse for our 3rd match of the night, and it's going to be Guz and Blue.
Yeah, Guz, you're actually casting this one, so just
wait, what?
We're on the right page here.
I'm ready.
Look, we're coming to the Clubhouse. The building blocks, I suppose, of ANZ Siege, if we're being honest, in terms of map pool. Both teams should have an understanding of how to play it, but I mean, Chiefs, that understanding looks a bit shaky at the moment.
Yeah, it has at times, and I guess now is probably a good opportunity for them to prove that perhaps this map is coming back into form for them, and a good opportunity for them to show us what they've got. But that goes both ways, right? Bliss will be wanting to make a bit of a point here, and at the moment, looking the most likely, or the strongest presently, compared to Ludovica, to be a shout for a spot in APAC South. Of course, that's already locked in, so they don't have to really stress about the result of this game, but it would be nice to get that win and contend for top spot, which is still up for grabs here for the 2nd stage.
Yeah, most definitely. Can we just take a moment to talk about how Fisher has some mad final boss energy going on right now? He looks stone cold as we come into this operator ban phase. Mira, the first defensive ban, and where does it go from here? I would imagine something along the lines of the Valkyrie or the Kaid, but no, a Malusi, in fact. So Valkyrie, Azami, Kaid being let through.
Yeah, so a lot of operators available, and I just want to note as well, Oda's actually wearing the Chiefs jersey as well. So I know Oda and Digital, they have a bit of friendly banter, and that's clearly the little shenanigan that they're playing this evening with the jersey swap, and be interesting to see which one comes out on top. I'm sure there'll be some sledging on Twitter, no doubt. The loser will be on the receiving end of that. But we brace ourselves now for the first round. Down into basement. Chiefs starting on the defense, and the community poll leaning towards Bliss Panda.
Oh, I don't even think leaning does it justice. A 2-1 community vote. Like, Chiefs in with a 33% chance, I think is probably... I mean, if you were to tell me this was the community vote looking at last year, you would have been laughed out of the community. It's just insane. But I suppose results speak for themselves going into this. And look, we're seeing a bit of an iconic pick here in the first base with defense. Ethan and his pulse could look to do a bit of damage. A lot of threat coming in through vertically. They only limit themselves to the 2 nitros, but with a pulse on board, they can be extra lethal.
Yeah, for sure. So super keen to see how the Chiefs will actually play this out. Shade, though, pardon me, straight in dirt. Not reinforced, and he's going to look to get this control very early and could throw this defense into disarray.
Quite clearly, you can see Chiefs elsewhere trying to set up that vertical roam, but Bounce and finding the first onto Repix, no Iana. Yeah, look, they're still setting up. This could be absolutely massive. Shade primed and ready on the drone, looking for the info. It will be shot out, goes for his opening, but unfortunately cannot find it. If nothing else, though, he does burn an early toxic canister. It doesn't matter when Bouncin is finding the rest of his team.
Yes, whilst we're distracted in dirt, it seems that the Chiefs are not, and Bouncin in particular, getting the opening to seemingly bunkered down inside of a strip club with the exterior walls reinforced as well. Something you don't typically see on this roam, but don't mind it, and it seems like Bliss unable to counter it effectively. Oda now looks over towards blue to hit sight. They don't have the diffuser though, but a pick or two could bring them back into this round. Oda continues to sneak forward and should get one, but he gets down by Digital. So the Digital and Oda rivalry continues. Digital narrowly wins that one out, but it looks like the Chiefs will convincingly win out this round.
You say that. The LMG in the hands of Brendo could do a lot of work. He unfortunately has taken some big damage. We'll find Digital and confirm him in the end. Shade on the dirt tunnel, shut down by Ethan, and it's all come apart. Like you said, telegraphed to truth. Right in the end, Worthy from long range with the impact. Captures Brendo, and we'll add him to his 16.
Well, pretty quick 5 first round there. The Chiefs and, well, Bouncin in particular doing a good job to find those opening frags. And Bliss obviously not formulating a response. No trades early put them in a very tricky position. The Chiefs teasing a potential bad defense, but instead will go more towards a standard CC cash hold. A site which, I mean, it's very band dependent on how tricky it is to hold. I guess with Thatcher unavailable, it might be a little bit tricky, but Mav is up, of course, with Finca being almost a must ban at the moment. So, good opportunity for Bliss to get back in the game.
Well, I mean, Bliss have a bit of making up to do, obviously, last year. Chiefs were the bane of their existence. They obviously take out Chiefs Stage 1 2022. And, well, look, they've got this one here to their last opportunity, I suppose, other than OCS, to try and take down the Chiefs again. But that first round from Chiefs was rather convincing.
Ethan on the Oryx for round 2. That could certainly throw a spanner in the works. His ability to jump up hatches, create rotates, to be a bit of a nuisance around the map. Might be something that Bliss find tricky to deal with as they themselves prepare over towards dirt once more. Reminiscent of the previous round where Shade got a sneaky entry but couldn't really make it work. The game plan here for Repix is probably to cut off any potential flanks down below. That isn't necessarily a bad counter against the way in which the Chiefs are setting up sight. As Oda has the boring job this round. opening up the wall, but he'll want to ensure he does that cleanly.
Brendo there. Well, should be able to pop the rest of the woodwork after it's done. There we go. Zami in play, but so far no real priority around it for the Chiefs. Can be such a deadly pick available on this bomb site. Just reinforcing rafters, that doorway between Cash and CCTV as well. Bliss just testing the waters here though, just trying to gauge what the Chiefs have prepped coming into round 2.
Not too much damage traded as Oda falls off after opening up that breach. Ethan prep for the strip run out. Times it well, he could find a kill.
He's looking for it, he's hungry. I think there's maybe one player that would have been in position to be threatened there, and it is Oda. So if he does go for the reattempt here, there might be an opportunity available, but no, Oda takes some massive damage from Digital's Nitro Cell there. They do have confirmation that this is the position they're playing in. I mean, Ethan's going to have to go deep for it if he wants it. And even then, that's a narrow opportunity.
Yeah, the angle doesn't really present itself. Blocked out there by the vehicle. Fisho was covering somewhat anyway. Now it's 60 seconds to go. Bliss have put in the groundwork to be able to try and convert and execute. Main wall open, bot garage open. Next job will be to clear rafters as Fisho gets a bit of a wake-up call there from the Nitro Cell that flies. That means there's none left, though, for the plant. So arguably, Chiefs not in a particularly strong position at the moment.
Yeah, no denial from below. Could prove its own hurdles, but Bouncin finds one. Ethan for a second. Brendo deep into the site to try and answer back. We'll find Bouncin and potentially enable that push in through garage. And yeah, it does. But look at that. The immolation not allowing the push on through. Toxicanus as well needing to deal with Repix. Shut down by Worthy holding top red. A big shot on and one tap onto Brendo as well. Fisho, the last alive against his former team, finds Worthy. What more can he find with 13 seconds remaining in the toxic canister? But he's lurking his way through towards red with those smokes covering him for the moment. Does he know where this last 3 players are? Finds the first. Does he know there's one in close? This could be it, but no. Not enough. Chiefs have the numbers, have the advantage, and hold off what could have been a Bliss round.
Yeah, really good effort there on rafters from Bounce, and again, a big round for his team. In terms of the util game and the time itself, it really didn't look good for the Chiefs. Lots of nades still available for Bliss, a plethora of utility that they tried to use to clear these positions, but it was Bouncing, he was traded, and then eventually, of course, the one tap from Worthy, a couple of kills from him, and despite Fisho's best efforts, strong disadvantage, limited information, he wasn't going to win that. And it's actually a pretty good start here at the moment for the Chiefs, and they'll be looking to make that tour around Clubhouse, heading over to Bedroom for the 3rd round.
This army finally coming into play. Strangely enough for the gym bedroom defense, I would have thought that, you know, it would have been a go-to for CCTV given how strong it can be. The Chiefs make it work regardless. They will bring it here. The alibi there as well. A bit of a staple for Clubhouse, at least I know from the Challenger League. Nationals maybe not quite translating as well.
10 seconds remaining.
But, I mean, Bouncing's impact so far. Worthy's there as well. They are hitting some ripper shots so far today.
Yeah, it's almost the Chiefs of old, right? Ethan and Worthy, you would be expecting rather those two to be always at the top of the scoreboard and always having their flashy moments, but also impactful moments. However, the stats and the gameplay we've seen in Stage 2, not really reflective of that. And it's always tricky to make a distinction as to whether or not they've been performing worse because the team's been performing worse, or is the team performing worse because they're performing worse? And it's kind of this weird negative feedback loop. Anyway, we'll hold that discussion. Boydie gets the first this round, and Bliss really struggling on the entry at the moment.
I don't know, it almost seems to be like that, the major curse that we've seen. I mean, NIP wins 6 Invitational and then gets grouped in the next major. TSM wins SI and then they don't even make it to Berlin. Chiefs made the last major and look, they're not even remotely close to making this one. In fact, our team's already locked in for APAC South, so it's hard to you know, make that distinction as to what it is. But right now, Bliss, look, they've lost Shade early on. There's still a chance they can bring this back, though. And you look at the utility in play, they are gearing up for this execute with a minute 50. They starting to get Jacuzzi open. They've got the angle in through Con. Unfortunately, now it just comes down to winning gunfights, which they haven't so far.
No, it certainly hasn't been ideal. Only makes good work of Jacuzzi, however, so that's open up. Fisher applying pressure from the balcony and able to clear the shield. At least attempts to. Avoid counters though. Well played by the smoke. And it doesn't really feel like Bliss have too many passages in towards this objective at the moment. However, they still have a little bit of time to prepare.
Perfect. Down in billiards. Hunting for something. Now we'll rotate Fisher over to Jacuzzi to start getting that wall open as well. Bliss... lost isn't the word I'm thinking of here, but they just... hesitation seems to be a big problem for them already, and it's definitely punishing them. The pings come out through into CCTV. Brendo not able to find the opportunity. And Digital taken down by a nade. This could be the opening they need. Brendo re-aggresses onto Worthy. It's all coming together now. 2 kills, but Boydie and Bouncin find 2 back. And all of a sudden, what looked like good momentum might have been shut down. Fisher in the site, looking to cut through into master bedroom. Needs to find something, some opening to be able to push in and make this plant theirs. But there's just no security, no one to cover. Repix to fall, and Fisher finds himself alone against 3. And another round, it seems, going the way of the Chiefs.
Another clutch attempt here for Fish, but it doesn't amount to much. Boydie opens the round and he closes it. 3 rounds on the trot for the Chiefs. And it's a timeout from Team Bliss.
Bit of a time machine, it feels like, coming into effect. I mean, this is the matchup you sort of expected last year. Chiefs were just unstoppable, and despite Bliss's capabilities in the best of 1 format, they entered the best of 3 against Chiefs, and it was just a completely different story. Right now, it feels like we're going back to that. Tech pause, though, could shift that momentum, look to try and reset their own mental coming into this. I mean, this is a team that has looked dominant. Tied for first alongside, well, up until Wildcard's match, Wildcard and Knights. There's a reason they're here, and a 3-0 just feels like it's not representative of what they're capable of.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. It's been a bit of a strange match thus far, but it is attack on club, and it's been, I guess, countless occasions where an attacking team's gone down 3-0, or even defending, right? And then in the sort of second phase of that half, they have identified their mistakes and looked to improve. That's why Bliss have elected to call the timeout there, I can only assume, right? They've clearly seen some issues in the first 3 rounds, and they want to quickly try and adjust the way they approach the next 3 in order to at least salvage a couple of rounds and keep it close and competitive for the second half. The spanner in the works for that, though, is look where the Chiefs have gone. Blue over towards Bar, and we have not seen this objective yet.
I mean, it's constantly talked about, you know, the fullest rotation sites being, you know, basement, CCTV, and your bedroom. Could, what, you know, the Chiefs get the 4-pack going with not just that, but stage as well. Momentum certainly dictates that they are on point to be able to do it, and I think it'd be a smart bet to back them into this.
Certainly agree. It also makes me a little bit cautious, I guess, for Bliss. How much have they practiced this particular objective? I know in officials they probably haven't had much of a taste of it. Perhaps scrims have been a different story, but we'll have to show, or they'll have to show rather, what they're made of. And it looks like it's a CC cash take across. So at least the first phase of this round will be quite similar to a bedroom attack where they look to get control across. The big variation though will be, one, it needs to be a little bit quicker so they can actually work vert. And then it's all about translating that control in towards the actual site itself. Worthy in aggressive position though, however, over towards Garage Rafters. And Bliss need to make a conscious decision. Do they try and clear Worthy, or do they do their best to ignore it and perhaps cut him off later? I'd be inclined to try and clear him, but with those keeper barriers in place, it's easier said than done.
Presenting the opportunity to Ode, unfortunately neither player able to catch up the other. Worthy has assistance. Boydie taking Shade down. That's his sledge off the board, and for a stage attack, that would have been an integral piece of utility. Keeper barricade going down, soon to be replaced. Worthy looking for damage onto Brendo as the current kill leader. Ethan now onto Repix. They've invested so much time, and they've played themselves in trying to clear out Worthy.
Yeah, and I'm fairly sure Ethan just completely flanked over towards Lounge, and he gets a 3rd. So Bliss have completely fallen apart here. Props to Worthy, he wasted a lot of time. And Ethan, of course, sweeps in to find those kills. So a really nice combination there from the Chiefs. But the Bliss team struggling at the moment. Oda gets one, it's his first on the map. But this is an opportunity for them to just sit on the roof and take this next minute, because clearly the last minute they took was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be foolish to waste any moment that they have here. More teams need to do it. They just, you've got 45 seconds to a minute left in the round. There's nothing actually saying that you have to go in and play it in a 1vx situation. Just sit on the roof, talk about it, and, well, bounce it with a super shorty. Just salt into the wound. And is there some sort of like collector's pin the Chiefs can get here? Because they've got the 4-1. They've taken out every single site on the defense.
Yeah, it's the true round the world tour, not the budget version, and very much now puts Bliss in a compromising position. First in the league on the line, and at the moment they are not playing like a first placed team. And I liked your analogy from before. It truly feels like we're in a little bit of a time machine at the moment. I don't know if this match is live or if it's from early last year. It's so tricky to tell at the moment, because you have particular players on the Chiefs popping off, namely Bouncin, especially at the start. Boydie as well coming into the match as well. Ethan had his moments too. And for Bliss, for whatever reason, against the Chiefs seems to be a bit of a historical demon for them. And at the moment, it's possessing them. They have been completely out of the server in the first 4 rounds. And if they're going to be any chance in this match, in my opinion at least, the next 2, they must win.
Well, I mean, the scary prospect is, of course, Chiefs, if they win here, knock Bliss out of first place contention. Hungry Lions then play Knights. Hungry Lions have gone deep against the Chiefs, in fact winning it out in overtime. And all Wildcard need is for Hungry Lions to take Knights to overtime again to be locked in and as first seed going into OCS. And I mean, that doesn't sound like that much of a stretch at the moment.
Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't. And this matchup polarizing the community, who thought this would be quite a comfortable win, a somewhat comfortable win for Bliss. Anything but though, at the moment. Visho tries to blow Con, but it gets...
They got shot.
I don't know where from. I don't know if Boydie was up there and shot it or not. Yeah, that was strange, but nonetheless, just another obstacle for Bliss to overcome.
I mean, even that is just going to be, you know, that little voice in the back of the head saying, hold on, that should have worked, now it's not, and the frustrations mount. And Repix finding the first of the round. They find one more, but at the cost of Shade. Oda finds the back of Worthy's head, just caught looking the wrong direction. Another one presented. Boydie in a bit of trouble, and Bliss get the start of this defuse, but Boydie finding the double for himself in the round. Him and Ethan trying to team up now to bring it back in the post plant. Toxic Canisters locking out bottom main stairs. No Finker in play means that they will have to either push through it or just suck it up and deal. There is every possibility they sneak this one away, but right now, having the vert angles, Brendo to fall, no more withstand either. They're going to team up, look to get into church. Fisho there, he's good for the first. Now down to Ethan with a sliver of health and an SMG-11. Bliss finally on the board. They get themselves around in the 5th. And, well, look, it's something.
Yes, certainly got a little bit close for comfort there in the post. Brendo caught off guard, but fortunately Fisho, who is known over the years for being such a clutch player there, making good of his position. And whilst it wasn't the cleanest attack, it was a big improvement. Now Bliss only a single round away from somewhat salvaging what has been a disappointing half. And now the pressure flip-flops just a little bit. Just as the Chiefs start to enter a bit of a rhythm, a bit of a cruise control, they need to now step it up again and ensure that they really do choke out Bliss in this first half and don't give them too much of an in heading into the second.
That's it. I mean, what a turnabout it would be. I mean, you think back to that first matchup of the stage for Bliss against the Knights on border, and it was an absolute slamming. Now coming into the final Playday against the Chiefs, I wouldn't even be surprised if this was a 5-1 half, in all honesty.
Nah, I think I was certainly expecting probably a 5-1 half heading in to the 4th round. if not worse, but to be completely frank. But obviously Bliss still have some fight in them, which is good to see. And they know that their position in the APAC South relegation is already locked in heading into this match, so there's no immediate pressure to perform, but I do get the sense that Bliss still are hungry for this win. They pride themselves on their performances locally, and this match will be no different. Keen to see if Bliss can just tidy up this early round a little bit. They've been bleeding picks in positions where they otherwise shouldn't be. As Oda once more on the Maverick, making good work of that torch.
Yeah, I mean, you say there's no real competitive necessity for them to come out of the gate swinging, but it's more of a personal thing. There is that grudge between the Chiefs and Bliss historically. Chiefs being the bane of Bliss's existence for the longest time, and Shade unfortunately falls to Boydie, giving him his 9th bounce and traded back by Fisher. Odo there for a second. Brendo locking down the rotate between the sides. He's in. Bliss, they're looking for their second round, but no. It's down to Oda in the 1 versus 2. He's top red. Defuser well and truly out of grasp for the moment. He's got the sight, but no chance to make it anything salvageable right now. He's got to make a play.
Puts him in an awkward position, and now his nades are burnt. Minute 20 on the clock. Plenty of time to work with. The question will be, are the Chiefs playing off that diffuser? Ethan caught off guard, but he survives with the charge. Worthy not in a position to inflict counter damage as the defaulting garage is dealt with. This should be a Chiefs round. Oda low on HP. Again, no nades. Collects that diffuser. Now needs to get it back in towards the side and get it down.
Is that Ethan again? He's jumped through the hatch, I think, into Con. So he is back up on Cash. And no, actually it was Worthy. Just sneaking his way back into the site. I thought maybe. But does a 5-1 half for the Chiefs. Bliss have 4 rounds just to tie it.
Spelling disaster for Bliss, but for the Chiefs, a result so far that they can be quite pleased with. And purely from a numbers perspective, bringing back a 5-1 deficit is challenging. Conversely, getting a 5-1 lead across the line should be relatively comfortable here for the Chiefs. We'll see, of course, how it eventuates, but from what we've seen so far, the Chiefs all around just looking better at the moment. Obviously a contrast to what we perhaps have seen from the Chiefs in this second stage, but obviously on the up at the moment, finding a little bit of form, playing with comfort, playing without fear, and probably honestly taking a step back, keen to see how they end up going in OCS and seeing how deep of a run they perhaps can make.
I mean, if nothing else, just a bit of a consolation, I suppose. Picking up a win at the last day against Bliss. Denying them that first place seed as well. So, I think, yeah, Didge will be quite happy with that if Chiefs walk away with a win, even though he's sitting 1-5 at the moment.
5 seconds to go.
So we come into round 7. You look at that, Ethan and Worthy picking up the French duo on the attack with the attack repick.
Yes. Very interesting. I could be mistaken, but I get the impression that Ethan does not play a lot of Montang. At least from my
He's just trying to
memory.
protect this KD.
Yeah, I don't blame him. A 6-1 to end the night would be alright. I mean, you have strong gunners like Boydie behind you, 9 and 2. Facilitate them, allow them to play their game. Could well be the play. And on a deeper point, could seriously help in clearing garage rafters. We saw the issues that Bliss had on that position on a couple of different rounds, and Monty is a really good way of getting that control with a bit more safety.
I mean, Monty so far has been sort of the go-to counter and ditch. Immediately dead. Shade. I mean, what a way to get your first kill under the belt. Taking down their Maverick on the breach without them being able to get it open. With a Cade in play, it could not get much worse in terms of contesting it. I mean, Monty has been the go-to counter for his army, which we're not seeing this round.
Ethan now over towards Garage. Doesn't have to worry too much about Pit.
Attackers have located a bomb.
There's Repix lurking down below. Now Oda, under pressure, needs to balance a couple of things at once here, ensure that no one else rushes him. Make sure that Ethan doesn't take him down with the wayward hip fire. Oda still does eventually get a kill, but was traded.
Taking out Worthy. Could be big. He's been a strong performer so far. Still technically the fourth highest kills as Ethan denied the opportunity for a seventh there. Will start to go to work with that secondary hard breach gadget if he can jump himself into the side as well. He looks like he's going to be doing it to get himself in, but Bouncer, that's the diffuser carrier down as well. Not the ideal situation at all. He's in, but he's got little to no support. There we go, KD gutted. Boydie finds one back, but he's got to find 3 more here.
Boydie now up red, gets aggressive, manages to find one, not traded on the swing, but eventually he is. Team Bliss find the first round on their defense.
This is looking like a dangerously defender-sided affair, Guz. And after a round like that, there is every possibility that we see it taken to a 5-5 at some point. Yeah, Shade, what a kill that was. Identifying the opening, making the most of it. And it sort of just compounded from there. Bliss funneled Chiefs through choke points and gunned them down.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of an awkward round there for the attack. I think it probably didn't help that Digital died so early, but sometimes that is the risk you take playing Mav. Open yourself up to that danger, quite literally. Head back down below now, though. That allows operators like the Hibana now to really get to work. Ethan as well will re-pick onto Jackal. And I would expect a pretty swift and aggressive sweep of the map here from the Chiefs.
Main problem seeing out this defense, though, you got 2 impacts, both of them in the hands of Repix on the Vigil, who is going to want to be as far away from the side as possible. There's no real chance to impact trick that kitchen hatch, although we have seen sort of a detour away from that given the ability to juggle that around with the Hibana X Kairos. It's just getting to the point where it's not nearly as worth it as it once was. Dirt Tunnel starting to be contested. Repix taking early damage there, and he's going to be limping through the rest of the round.
Certainly not ideal when you are the Vigil trying to pose a threat off site. No Thunderbird, of course, to replenish his health. That's just something he'll need to deal with. Ethan locking down Lounge, and you'll see the feet of Wamai. That's down in blue. And on the topic of Wamai, that's Brendo finding Bouncer. Now Bliss with the advantage, and Ethan probing blue. Nice shot there for the delayed trade. Now a 4v4. The swing from Shade aggressive, but fruitful. And this, again, has been quite a strange round.
I think it's just going to be a strange match. Strange Playday. Fisho tucked into the corner by the AKs on the rack. The drone, he's going to shoot it out, give away his position. Toxic canister to cut off the doorway, but Worthy there shuts him down. Oh boy, he's spotting the opportunity. Pops the nade through to the basement hallway, running deeper to the side. Spots the rotate, but Otis swings wide and finds the kill onto him. Digital pushing in from behind. Does he find anything? 1, 2, maybe. Just not quite there. Almost had the lineup. At least gets another finisher there onto Oda. We find ourselves in the 2 versus 2 here. Goes Shade tucking himself in behind the table, looking for the low angle. The nade pop. Worthy taking big damage, but Shade, what a bounce back he's had from the start of the map. Digital in through dirt. He's spotted. He finds one. Down to the 1 versus 1. Digital in Shade to try and decide the round, and Shade, my God, he has popped off in the second half.
Shade activated, and Digital unable to shut him down, probably regretting his decision to not be a little bit more aggressive on that dirt exit for the double. Comes back to bite him a little bit there on the trade. And yeah, certainly setting up to be a very, very, very defender-sided clubhouse. Digital here just probably could have held down the line and got 2. But hindsight is obviously 2020, and then Worthy just caught off. Great wallbang. Then good composure for the second there from Shade. Bar sees an appearance once more as Chiefs look to continually seek this match point. This just keeps on going begging.
Echo in play for the stage defense. Repix going deep down into the basement, reinforce or barricading off rather that dirt door. You look at the setup, you look at the utility in play. Ambitious, definitely would be an apt description of what Bliss are trying to do here. I mean, not opting into gym bedroom, which you'd argue is a probably better comfort site for most teams in ANZ. But if this gamble pays off, they're within one.
Tantalizing prospect. Let's see what Blizz have to offer. The castle in play. Offering a slight variance in the setup, and meaning that the likes of Voidy with the sledge and other forms of util may be occupied. Jeez, I'm assuming we'll go for a pretty similar pattern to what we saw from Bliss across from Cash. Perhaps their approach will be a little bit more direct, seeking out some information in the likes of Logi and Con to try and kickstart this effort on the sweep. And from what I'm seeing, or I guess not seeing from Bliss, it's pretty quiet on this side of the map compared to what we saw from the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, what Ethan's flanks through, helping out Worthy in the rafters, not at all what we're seeing here from Bliss. We haven't seen them dip into his army yet either, so when that comes, it could be a vastly different story. But right now, you look at Chiefs getting the control of the vert. They are up above Fisho and Brendo in the gym bedroom site. Not that it is in this round, but they're trying to hold off the vert themselves as a duo.
Fucking bouncing fine. He sprays and he prays, but Brendo drops him. Some good composure there behind the mattress. And Bliss continually looking dangerous here on the defense, and the Chiefs lacking answers.
Really trading out Fisho there. Not the end of the world. I mean, you lose a Zofia with the LMG for a mute, but taking Oda off the board as well. Courtesy of Worthy and his AK-12. The player advantage now there for the Chiefs. And they just need to play the numbers game. If they can play for trades, they could take this.
I think they could. Echo though in sight, perhaps will feed information to the remaining defenders and make it challenging. Digital has absolutely butchered that wall. I don't think he's going to have time to create an entry. Ethan though countering that information. Really well played. That said, Brendo is popping off with the MP7. Leaves it in a 3-on-3.
I mean, Brendo has been a breath of fresh air to this Bliss roster this stage. They really did struggle trying to find their identity with the departure of Jigsaw. Stage 1 wasn't quite the one they were hoping for. Now in Stage 2, they have looked like the beast of old, as it were. 3 versus 2, heading to the final 10. Not quite in for the plant just yet. Dej needs to get in the swing onto the basement. Players there, but Repix the shutdown. He just needs to stay alive. Can they get the diffuser? Yes, Ethan can. Popping the wall outside. It's going to be a big run. Almost finds the lineup, but no. Boydie will push Chiefs onto map point.
Really good coverage there from Boydie. Good clear comms from the Chiefs, allowing Boydie to hear that impact. Or perhaps there was also a drone feeding that information. Nonetheless, his reaction's on point. Just when it looked like Repix would pull off that play. Just wasn't quite deep enough in the round. And yeah, overall well played there by the Chiefs, finding members of the defense scattered around. And there's a replay, of course, of that final kill, rather. Now the Chiefs, 3 match points. And often in this position, I would be 100% backing them in to get it done here in regulation. However, it's been pretty rough to get rounds on the attack here on club for both teams at the moment. So I think Bliss will continue to fight and continue to back themselves in. And this one will probably end up being pretty close unless the Chiefs have found some big improvements after that last round.
Flores switched out, as is the Hibana. But Oda bringing the Goyo in this round. The Vulcan det packs could prove a real problem, especially when paired with that Mute Mozzie combo. The lack of information is something that the Chiefs will need to overcome. And last time, I mean, you think Digital trying to burn that wall open, found by Shade early on, without getting the breach done. Chiefs are going to need to avoid it this time.
Claymore's down for the garage run out. I guess we want to come along and open up the hard breach, which outside of Digital dying in the last attempt has actually been relatively good. Where they need to be careful of a potential spawn peek here, but it's out of line of sight. Bouncing to cover, Digital to come across. The wall has been opened up a little bit, so it could be challenging. And Shade again is ready and waiting to try and find a kill onto this Mav.
Looks like they have someone covering on the rappel though. Yeah, bouncing there, trying to watch the drone hole to try and combat this Maverick going to work. And then we go top panel, or top side of the panel rather, is being dealt with in Kind Shade. I think he realizes that there is some support at least, but that's not even the biggest talking point, I think, for Bliss's defense. 4 Nitro cells in this lineup. There is every possibility that it could be the difference maker. Didge runs away from the first, bouncing. Unfortunately not finding Shade's ankles, and again, another missed opportunity. No! Oh. Shade, he goes prone in front of the drone hole, and Didge, he's just going to chuckle and get the job done.
I got a little bit confused there. I saw Shade's health bar diminish, and I thought it was Digital for a moment, but the Chiefs can breathe a small sigh of relief. The wall open, Digital survives. Voidy gets aggressive, but shut down. Now Oda and Brendo left to clutch up. Oda's isolated over towards garage. He's cut off from the breach. Swings can't land the shots. And the Chiefs from this position should be able to convert.
Oda does find Digital, so again, a bit of revenge, if nothing else. Brendo in the 1 versus 2. And with Ethan as low as he is, this is well and truly workable for Brendo. He just needs to find the opening of the angle, the det pack there for him. And the rafters as well. Gemini going deep. There's 50 seconds though here, guys. That's plenty of time for Chiefs to reevaluate.
Plenty of time, plenty of angles, and plenty of opportunities for Brendo to still win out this round. 40 seconds to go for the Chiefs, and the clock will force them forward a little bit. Entry in towards site though, that's protected. Biggest challenge for the Chiefs is just getting in towards the objective at the moment.
Oh, what a shot from Brendo. Ethan drops, spots the elbow of Worthy. He's going to have to go for the reload. And there is no diffuser in hand. Worthy is going to have to play this for the frags. The goo mine triggers, and it will give that audio cue. Worthy's got it stuck in his leg. He's either got to pull it out or go for the gunfight. He's going to stop, take his time. 8 seconds. He's got to force the gunfight here. Brendo doesn't have to commit to it. He hears the audio cues and will shut it down. The 1 versus 2 comes to fruition. Bliss will hold on for at least one more.
And I may have misseen it, but I'm fairly certain that the only piece of secondary gadget utility that was brought by Bliss outside of Nitro Cells was that BPC from Brendo. And that was still up above the vents window from memory. So I believe that at the end there was still good information being fed. You can see it in place there, so it must have still been available. I saw it flashing in the final POV from Worthy. So a small misstep there. Obviously a great shot, great couple of shots from Brendo. And that's just another opportunity for the Chiefs to get around, and in that case, of course, close out the map. Just going wayward.
But I mean, Oda, without Oda finding that last second kill onto Digital, that was likely going to be Chiefs closing the map out. I mean, a 3 versus 1, still doable, but that much harder for Brendo to deal with because you can put someone on the rappel, out on the kennels balcony. But it just all came together. It all came up Bliss. They were able to make it work. We head back downstairs. Oda bringing the Goyo once again. Obviously that stall from the Vulcan packs enough that they feel confident to play the clock here.
It's been a funny old game as Fisho takes some damage at the start of round 11. It's pacing Mute Jammers up above. I assume that's to facilitate a little bit of a roam, or at the very least delay the droning here for Chiefs. Of course, they have Yana available as well to gain information. And there's a player actually, Garage Rafters Brendo, star player from the previous round, now with a big role in this round.
I mean, I'd almost argue star player for Bliss this stage. He's truly been a bit of a standout. His addition, very much welcome. Bouncer looking to clear out that utility above so they can start the top down clear. The jump out. Is Brendo there? No, not anymore. Rotates himself back down towards the site. Last time that position, he did a lot of work from it.
Obviously better to be safe than sorry for Brendo's sake on the Legion. Get back and get those goo mines down. Fisho, however, still on the second floor. Still perhaps trying to waste a little bit of time. He's droned out. Still quite a few drones available for the Chiefs as Fisho able to get away, at least momentarily, but bouncing prevents the hatch drop.
90 seconds burnt, though. That's a pretty solid effort from Bliss on this roam. For the most part, I'd argue that it has done exactly what they wanted it to. Yeah, unfortunately, Fisho dies, but there's still utility on the site. There's still those det packs that need to be dealt with by the Chiefs. And each of them burned for so long now. Chiefs could be at risk of losing this to time.
Yeah, perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. We need to start working these hatches ASAP. Repix and Oda chilling out. Shade not so much. Really stepped up in this second half. Now a 4-on-4. Repix aggressive. Over towards main. And this round really feeling like it's on a knife's edge. Repix thinks about the swing, but forced back as the hatches now get open for the Chiefs.
Big kill there under Shade from Worthy. 30 seconds. The Gemini gets deep into the site for that info. They have the hatch in the kitchen, but I think it would be a risky prospect to drop it at the minute. Looking for more utility to clear players out, and Worthy's going to go for it. Times it perfectly, gets himself in, finds Brendo and almost Oda to boot, and Chiefs might be ready here. Oda with a Nitro on the digital. If nothing else, he can walk away with that kill in the final round. 6 seconds. Worthy needs to go for the plant. If Oda can find something, it could be over, but no. Ethan from range locks it out. The Chiefs deny Bliss first place.
We needed to see the Chiefs be a little bit more clinical to close that one out. That's exactly what they did in the final round. Worthy really stepping up. And Digital, of course, can't forget him. Huge support player getting in to pressure that diffuser. Overall, pretty well played by the Chiefs, a stark contrast to the rest of the stage. But nonetheless, well played. Of course, that does mean as well that Bliss will not finish in first for stage 2. That spot still in the hands of Wildcard, at least for now.
Yeah, look, it comes down to the Knights. There's still that possibility that they can steal away first place. Welcome back, Xenox. It was an interesting match.
Very, very interesting. I went and organised some food, came back, started eating, looked up at the scoreline, and it was about 6-1, and I started eating very, very quickly. Very, very strange result in the end. Bliss almost, brought a bit of a comeback on, but not to be. And full credit to the Chiefs, Guz, when, for all intents and purposes, not a whole lot to fight for. They couldn't get into the top 3. It's been a downward stage, not just in the Oceanic Nationals, but also, of course, in APAC South. They've lost their last 2 games, so good to see them fighting back here in Playday 7.
Yeah, for sure. That's exactly what we need to see, though. The Chiefs aren't going to improve if they don't push themselves to do so, and it seems like throughout this second stage, with perhaps a little bit less pressure on their shoulders, they are still performing well and are showing some signs of coming back into form. So yeah, really well played, and I really do like the way in which they did approach the match.
It's a bit disappointing though, Team Bliss, Blue, this was supposed to be the kind of stage that they would run home with things, continue to set the markers, maybe one of the better teams in the Oceanic Nationals, and well, they've given up that top spot with this loss.
Yeah, the one darn thing that Bliss can't seem to escape seems to be the Chiefs. The last stage, they were able to take it out over them, but Chiefs, it was that time machine effect. They bounced back and back to their old ways, and you love to see it, especially given how the stage has gone for them for the most part. And I mean, Bounce and Boydie in particular, 15 and 6 by the end. Just who's having a massive game.
Yeah, Boydie went off. He also went off in the APAC South games last night as well. So Boydie clearly on some form. 7-4. Guz, though, do you think this was more Chiefs winning or Bliss losing?
I really hate that question in Siege. I know you know that I hate it. I think Bliss lost it in the first half by only being able to get one round. It just puts you at such a huge deficit, and they fought really hard to try and bring that back, but they simply let it let it gap out just way too much. And ultimately, I think genuinely that Chiefs were probably the better team at the end of the day. It was scrappy. It wasn't the cleanest game of club ever, but they had players stepping up and really having a meaningful impact.
I thought Bliss were absolutely amazing, but the Chiefs were just so good. Amazing. Best I've ever seen them. I'm not just saying that because Digital's on the line, listening in off of the win 7-4 against Team Bliss. Dig, it's pretty clear to me. You guys just own Team Bliss. Is that why you got the jersey on?
I own their merch, I own their jerseys, I own everybody on that team.
You own their team?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Talk us through the game though, right? Because, I mean, you obviously got out to an incredible lead. Did that almost even surprise you guys a little bit with just how easy you were winning these rounds? It was like, what, 6-1 or something?
I mean, I don't know, credit to my teammates. I think there was a lot of rounds where, like, individuals, like, stepped up and sort of won the round, so I think there was definitely a couple of rounds where Bordy was playing really well, and then Ethan had that good round as well, and Kelton even that first round. So yeah, no, just really well played by the boys tonight. On the Ds, I think we just played them really solid, and then attacks were a bit shaky at times, but because we were just, yeah, I don't know, just some little minor mistakes, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of ourselves, but no, good win to sort of end off the stage.
Yeah, and during the match, we were describing it a little bit like a time machine, right? Going back to last year, you guys were basically beating Bliss at every single opportunity. Does it genuinely feel like over the last few weeks you guys have been seeing improvement?
Yeah, that's the goal. I mean, we're definitely we've had many talks throughout the stage, and each one we just keep addressing our issues, and hopefully we eventually address them all and become a really competitive team. So that's the goal. Yeah, it's good to get these results after putting in a little bit of effort and hard work.
Now, look, it wasn't the biggest kill game for you, unfortunately, but the fact that all of them were on Oda, was that by design? You said you guys go and do all the hard yards and I'll kill Oda, that's my job today.
Wait, were all my kills Oda?
I'm 90%, at least 2 of them were, I'm pretty sure all 3 were.
I played shithouse. Oh, I shouldn't say that, sorry. I played so bad. But no, my teammates stepped up. I think a lot of the end round, I was just getting traded out, but that's good to hear that I was only killing Oda. I will definitely get into his ear about that.
Is that an achievement though?
You can see.
Oh, God, it is.
Red free.
It is as well.
What are the odds of Digital being on that Team Bliss jersey?
0. My buyout's too big. Nah, it's not.
It's been such an intriguing stage. It's been such an intriguing stage for you guys. Of course, in APAC South, things started horribly, but in Oceanic Nationals, things actually were going all right for all things considered. And then as kind of Oceanic Nationals went on, you started to drop a couple of games. You lost the Knights game, you lost the Hungry Lions last week, but then APAC South, you kind of picked up a little bit. Is there something in that maybe just 2 leagues? Obviously, we know, and it's been spoken about for a little while now, the teams that have to play both Oceanic Nationals and APAC South. For example, it's hard to maybe really prepare for Oceanic Nationals when you've got big games in APAC South and all of that. We've had those discussions, but is there anything to that maybe it's almost like the focus on both leagues hasn't quite gone the way you would have liked?
Well, I mean, our priority is always APAC South.
Yeah.
And it always does feel like just the way the week's planned out. We plan our whole week focused on APAC South, and then the Friday comes along and it's like, okay, well, let's actually have a look at the videos because we haven't looked at them all week. I mean, sometimes you pay attention to what you'll bet on the Friday for the next week for the teams, but I think most of the APAC South teams look at the National League and know that where the South teams' priorities are at. So they always take the info that they grab from this league with a grain of salt. So, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not hard. It is difficult to balance it and sort of play the 2 leagues. But I mean, those losses to Knights and Hungry Lions, they should have gone our way. Like, those are games that we lost. And then obviously all the APAC South games, a lot of them could have been better. So, I don't know, yeah, to answer your question, it is a bit difficult to balance them, but over time you learn how to, I guess.
Well, you obviously ended up winning Playday 7 in both leagues. You took down IG back in Playday 5. Things maybe not as doom and gloom as they were, say, a month ago. So best of luck, of course, moving forward. Stage 3, APAC South, OCS, etc. As always, we'll see your lovable smiling face. Hopefully more to come of it. For now though, of course, everyone, we go to a break on the other side. One more game. It's the Battle of the Lions, the Hungry Lions and the Pittsburgh Knights, or just the Knights. All the Knights, they've got a lion logo. It is what it is. Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly.
This is Digital speaking. I am familiar with your own, yes. The one where I impacted 3 of my teammates? Yeah. No, see, that was on accident, yeah. You're meant to have a shield equipped. No. Something. You're not listening, Tom. Tom, listen, you're not meant to impact your teammates. No. Of course not. See, you're not listening to me. You're not meant to impact. You're meant to have a shield. Oh, f off.
Light me up.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
I
there from Word. Oh, my God! The Banks though, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? Got too many times. Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
One final game remains for Playday 7 of Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. It's the final game for this year, and a chance as well still for the table to be shaken up just a little bit. Of course, wildcard top of the standings right now, 18 points, but a Knights victory here, getting all 3 points, would put them tied first, and they have the head-to-head. Guz, only team left standing in their way though is the Hungry Lions.
Yeah, the battle of the Lions for this matchup, and both teams with their own little battles at stake. I think probably the highest stake of the two is the Knights, but of course we'll focus here in for Hungry Lions up first. Currently in position 7 on the standings. Fortunately, they don't have to worry about any relegation threat, as they've performed decently enough throughout the year to avoid that. But they do, however, have an opportunity to jump above Ludovica, and I'm sure that's going to fire them on, try and get a better seeding for OCS.
It's been a pretty good stage so far for the Hungry Lions, coming in, making their debut in the Oceanic Nationals Blue. They've defeated some of the other teams around them on the standings. They've picked up 2 wins. Arguably, I think they've probably made the most of this stage for their first foray into the Oceanic Nationals.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, striking a blow like they did against the Chiefs not too long ago, in fact, was, I mean, look, it's got to be a highlight for the stage, taking them down, even if it wasn't overtime. And I suppose it does put a bit of a cloud over this matchup against the Knights as well. If they can take down Chiefs, who, I mean, last match looked dominant over Bliss, who also took down the Knights earlier on the stage, surely there's a shot.
Well, the Knights, Guz, fresh off of their heartbreaking loss last night in APAC South 8-7 for Game Gladiators, who went on to win that game and win, of course, by going into overtime and then also winning in overtime. Game Gladiators go to Berlin, Knights now stay home, and this is, I guess, an extension of the formalities for them. I guess, though, there is still something in this game, and they are the heavy favourites, so they need to put on their big boy pants and get the job done.
Yeah, for sure, but I can't help but feel it would be really difficult for these guys to, you know, load up into the server and play an official state. It's probably the last thing, honestly, at least I would want to do after that kind of loss, right? You'd probably just want to take a step away and have a break for a few days. Unfortunately for them, they don't get that reprieve, and it's up to them to try and prove themselves here that they are the best team in OCE, because that position in first is still up for grabs.
We started the night on Bank. We will continue to go back there for the final night, for the final game of the night, I should say. Border was an option, but Hungry Lions elected to not send it there, and probably rightfully so, because the Knights' Border, obviously in recent times, is a lot better than what it used to be, Blue.
I mean, the fact that Chalet and Border were let through as long as they were and left to the Hungry Lions is a bit interesting by Knights. Yeah, even with a bit of success, the fact that they've already suffered a loss like they did to Bliss earlier on in the stage and then Chalet last night, you'd think that, you know, that would have been a first round ban for the Knights, given, you know, what happened and all. But, I mean, Bank, this could be a bit... Honestly, I reckon this is going to be a fun map.
Oh, you reckon, guys? Do you sense that? Do you share the sentiment that maybe going to Bank might allow things to be a bit open, that the Hungry Lions could catch the Knights off guard?
Yeah, perhaps that could certainly be the way in which Bank plays out. I think the way in which some of the new teams approach Bank is pretty creative, so we'll see if that's on offer here tonight.
All right, let's head into it. Our final game of not just the night, but also the stage as well. Hungry Lions taking on the Knights. The Knights looking to find a regulation win to finish top spot here in the Oceanic Nationals for stage number 2. Back in stage 1, they also took out top spot, so looking for back-to-back. Who knows, they could be on for the old B2B, and then maybe OCS could make it 3 in a row. So we'll see if they are on for that one. Right now, though, Wildcard would be sitting back and watching and seeing whether or not they get first or second. As we head into the ban phase, it is Jackal first taken off the board by the Knights. Hungry Lions will be on the attack, Knights on the defense.
Jackal will be removed first and foremost by the Knights. Very potent on such a large map and hunting down Roman's Thatcher to follow up. But that would probably, can probably assume from this point onwards, Kaid will not make it through either. Otherwise, life is going to be tricky on the attacks. Valk taken off first, so to that to the Knights now. Do they want to play Mav? Do they not? They are starting on the defense first, so perhaps they'll want a bit of an early lead here, and they will leave Kaid in. Other defensive bans could include Azami, incredibly popular at the moment. We even saw a Goyo ban earlier on in the night. But the Knights will go with Kaid, and that was pretty expected from the start.
Nothing too surprising really with any of the bans. Coming into our final game, the Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. Get a reminder, we got the Oceanic Championship Series as well to come, so not all done with Oceanic Siege just yet. Knights on the defense. Hungry Lions will be attacking. They took down the Chiefs last week, guys, 8-6 in overtime. And the Chiefs, in some ways, haven't been all that awful in the last week or so. They obviously just defeated Team Bliss 7-4 for those that maybe missed that game. So maybe there's something to it. The Lions have shown they do have the ability to go toe-to-toe with these top teams, but the Knights, they are supposed to be a team on a vastly different level. 75% in favor of them with the community vote, and I stand in agreement. The Knights, well, are they a little bit wounded? Are they still licking their wounds of last night? We'll see.
For sure. They'll be looking to shake that off and just focus on getting the win here.
10 seconds to go.
Down below we go for the first round. An extensive roam from the Knights. In response, the Castle in play, Oryx in play, shotguns are plenty and rotates established. Hungry Lions will need to make a bold decision. Do they go for the clear with Jackal unavailable, or do they try and hit direct? Stiggs hits direct onto Worm. He's taken down for free on the rappel. And the Knights, even from this point onwards, will take this roam as a bit of a win, and there's a lot less pressure on them to hold up above as long as they previously would have liked anyway.
No, I think the Knights as well, probably just the kind of team that will play pretty standard default. They may even look to get a little aggressive at times and just have fun in the server. Obviously, understanding that, yeah, they missed out on the major and all of that, but there's still stage 3 to fight for. There's still good habits to continue to employ and practice. And easy kill for Stiggs. Now, just a down onto that Chim, but pulls out the pistol, get the job done. 2 kills now for Stiggs, 2 kills for the Knights, and wow, 2 minutes to go, and Hungry Lions very much struggling here early days to just even get into the map. Mazami, electrical, moving towards top blue stairs, and Quiz now just also hanging out in archives. Now they do get rid of Sajon. Stiggs though top main, and he swings out, gets the headshot onto Zane. That's 3, might make it a quad. Falls back, fired off some shots to Jay Kenner, shoots out the Nitrocell. It's all happening early on here on Bank.
Stiggs on a bit of a heater. Been an improved stage for him so far as Jay Kenner slaps down Quiz and open. Just keeping the chances of Hungry Lions alive a little bit longer here in the opening round. Still though, it'll be tricky from this position. Jay Kenner low. That said, Stiggs also low, and the Knights liking util. Still squabbling up above to work out how they want to push site. A double stack over towards server probably will be the best decision. However, GC is awaiting.
One of the better players in all of APAC at defending these kind of positions. 3 gas babes. I think they may just push straight through. It was with Jay Kenner. Very low on health. Shotgun though, ineffective from that kind of distance for Juicy. Drop down as well from Azami. Juicy goes prime, but have overwhelmed server completely. And now a position to be able to win from here as well. But Azami and Jay Kenner both low.
Kill him.
They did get the down onto Josh. And Stiggs is also low. All 3 players are 1 bullet away from death. 30 seconds left. Stiggs, headshot, make that a quad. He's on for the ace to get all 5 kills, plus the round win for Stiggs to open up the game here on Bank. He gets it to land. It's all 5 for Stiggs. It's all good.
There's just something about Stiggs on Bank. Seems to be his map this stage. Another big play, another big clutch. And the ace. He needed to. There's a decent clear in the 2v3 from Hungry Lions, but Stiggs Too good. In the end, big opening pick, continue that on. His rampage up above was more than enough, more than the Knights could have asked for, but he continued that on. And now with the lead, they'll head up above.
Yeah, it's such an interesting round considering the Knights got the opening 2 kills and then the fight back from the Hungry Lions was quite valiant. And most of that through Jay Kenner finding 3 big kills. 2v2, getting the down onto Josh, the 2 players in server. That, though, being, in the end, their downfall. Both trying to funnel on through from one position allowed Stigs to reposition and basically lock down that entry. And, of course, both of them so low on health. Didn't take much to find those eliminations. CEO, Executive for the second round, and a good start for the Knights, especially considering they are on the defense first here on Bank. For all intents and purposes, usually I think a map that does still somewhat slightly favor attacking teams, but you know, according to the very small subsample that we've got in the Oceanic Nationals, it's dead on 50%. So either way you look at it, every round win's so important.
Looking like a top square take here from the attack, and a large part of that is getting stock control. Where on the Yana, he'll have nades in the pocket to try and help clear a particular position, which seemingly is weakening over time, just generally speaking. A trade in shoes, that's the Osa down. So any plans perhaps for Hungry Lions to get a plant behind the Talon shield, now out of the question.
Yeah, and that's pretty big on CEO Executive as well. Pretty massive win condition for the attacking teams that like to go for that plant, open up the wall, and obviously get the Talon shield down, plant behind it, and then play for the repel. But on the flip side, you know, Juice is a big late game player. Not playing the smoke this round, just on the mute, but still a good player to get rid of. But honestly, those jammers are down, and I think the Knights have won that exchange by getting rid of Mizami on the Ulcer. Minute and a half remaining, bit of damage onto Stigs, threw out some Kiba barrier, still has one more available. Wormload now top square, 4 versus 4. So far though, in these rounds, Hungry Lions haven't looked all that bad.
Certainly haven't. Now with crossfires established on the repels, things looking dangerous now for the Knights as Josh is forced back towards site. With top square open, that's an entry inside. Temporarily cut off by the canister from Quiz. He still has 2 remaining. So the Knights should be able to burn time, but need to stay alive. And Stigs does a great job of completely destroying Zane.
Zane had the first couple of shots, just couldn't quite land all of them, and Stigs punishes him low on health. Neptune putting the LMG to good use there on the Finker. Quiz, this is a pivotal position inside of Janitor, has a couple of players, and he's got a little bit of help as well from that Kiba barrier. Still one gas baby as well available. Getting down to the final 35 seconds of this round. Stigs, of course, still a helping hand elsewhere with 2 grenades available. But no movement at all from Quiz here. Kenna still has the exothermic charge available. That adrenal surge starting to dissipate now as well from Neptune. Nice shot from Quiz. Lands the head shot onto Jay Kenna. So only Neptune and Worm left. Still an adrenal surge now, no more, because Stigs finds the head as well. Worm into 1 versus 2. Quiz, Stigs, both low on health. 1 bullet could just about collapse both of them. But no, not going to happen. He runs on straight into Executive. Nice shot onto Quiz, and really, Stigs has the big hit to just hide. Oh, he tried to hide, but he had to pull out the pistol at the last second while trying to get to the corner. Success, though, in the end for Stigs. What's that, 8-0, 7-0? I mean, that's a perfect start for him. But that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, and so was that flick there. Arguably should have died to the repel, but still sharper. Quiz sharp as well. And then, yeah, the last phase of this round, a little bit messy. Quiz exposed himself, put a lot of pressure on Stigs, who was 1 shot. And both caught with their pistols out in that final engagement. But it is the Knights to still hang on to this lead. It feels like it's by a little bit of a thread at the moment. That's, what, 2 1v1s in a row going the way of Knights and Stigs specifically.
Well, you say that, but they're also on the defensive bank. And I think anytime that you're going up against what is one of the more inform operators in Finker, who's right now sort of dictating things for attacking teams. You wonder why attackers have been having so much success in recent times. Finker's a big reason for that, but I think any round win is good here for the Knights on the defense. Yeah, Banks probably 50-50 nowadays, but that's honestly still kind of plays into the favor of the Knights. I think they're more than capable of winning on the offense, and these little 50-50 moments going their way shouldn't really be a surprise for a team that's heavy favorites in this game. But that doesn't mean it's all doom and gloom for the Hungry Lions, who I think are playing very well in these rounds, showing good signs. But they just have to go and find another gear if they're going to be taking down the Knights.
That's a little interaction you don't often see. Claymore jammed out by the mute. Nonetheless, though, the sneak in towards Garage, and there is information. Perfect yellow ping and Wormhole. This every day of the week, even against Sticks. There you go.
Oh, that was close. Too close. And Sage pushes down bot stairs and is able to get straight back up. Worm low on health, has already used one Adrenal Surge, and now dead. Quiz comes to finish off the job, and in the end, was it worth it? Yes, you shut down Stiggs, but you've lost two players for it. One, your Finker, the other one, your Dockerby. So information and frag power, both gone now, and you're left with an Amaru, Ace, and a Zofia if you're the Hungry Lions. Oh, what a shot, though, from Neptune. Takes out Quiz, top blue. He did know, of course, that he was lingering down below and would likely come up from that position. And now brings it back to 3 versus 3.
90 seconds now remains. And what was a chaotic start now just simmers down a little bit. Kit is in the hands of Mazami. He's over towards the lobby contesting Josh. He falls back though, the UMP against the LMG. Not going to be too ideal from that position. Mazami will elect to rotate. I'm assuming he'll want to link up with Neptune and Zane here. Try to formulate and execute onto site. With Ace still available, I don't think Hungry Lions are in all that bad of a position at the moment. It's, like always, probably just going to be time that becomes a bit of an issue.
And speaking of that time, you know, basically 50 seconds remaining now. Part 3 versus 3. Somewhat, I think Knight's still in the advantaged position. Nitrocell with Sage, but Juicy on the Echo. Walls are still obviously up as well. Only one Salma available for Zane. From the grave, Quiz with the goo mine, able to at least be a bit of a nuisance. But time has well and truly dwindled down. 23 seconds left, and they obviously are going to have to funnel on in, and Juicy's watching and waiting.
15 seconds. Juicy needs to go big here, deny the entry, but Sage is also holding down the line. This is a tough execute, and the Hungry Lions have spent 50 seconds to set it up. Surely it won't work. It doesn't, and the Knights win 3 straight.
Well, you say he's spent 50 seconds to set it up. I'm struggling to think what they actually did set up. I'm a little bit perplexed there as to, and it's probably the first time in this game where I sit back and think, oh, okay, that was a little bit strange from Hungry Lions. The first 2 rounds, pretty clinical. Maybe should have even won, but that one was a bit of a doozy. Didn't quite get to see everything though, and obviously there was quite a lot of action early on. I can't help but wonder if those Salmas got denied on the triple wall at some point in the mid-round that we didn't quite get to catch. Only had one left when we panned back over with about 50 seconds left, so we know Juicy's very good at defending that position, and I can't help but think maybe that was a factor.
Time for the Hungry Lions though to recuperate. It's been a tough start for them. A couple of rounds that were so close. The most recent one, a bit of a smashing. Now, this would be the time where some teams would elect to take a tactical timeout after the first 3 rounds. We haven't got one on the board, so that you can be refreshed, refocused heading into the next 3, hoping that you have identified a couple of those mistakes and can make some improvements going forward. However, Hungry Lions elect not to do that, and I'm sure the Knights will be pretty pleased with that. They'll just look to continually play their game, once again roaming for this basement site.
Think back to last week for the Hungry Lions, they had a 5-1 half against the Chiefs on Villa. That was on the defense, though. Their offense only yielded them 1 round win. Bank, very different map. Villa has been the most defender-sided map in the Oceanic Nationals this stage. But again, it's their offense that is letting them down 2 weeks in a row. If you look back further, even to Playday 5 for the 3rd week, again, 1 attacking round win. So this has been a bit of a trend for them. In fact, I'll just keep going. Another 1 attacking round win back in Playday 4. It was all the way back in Playday 3 that they had more than 1 attacking round win. So clearly an issue for this team.
Sticks peeking through Vert up into stock as Quiz gets the first and scatters back down. I don't know if that was through the hatch. Nonetheless, though, still a great find for the Knights. Sticks, if he gets this, will confirm the round, I would imagine.
Yeah.
In the 3-on-5, it's not looking good.
Well, they do still have Finger, and they have Hard Breach, Soft Breach available. Bit of time, just over 90 seconds left. Down 2 players, not the end of the world, but it's the fact that Knights have got these kills for free. Still a Nitro Cell. You still got Gas Babes. You still got Heber Barriers. You still got position. I don't see a world in which Hungry Lions bring this round back, and 4-0 certainly on the cards. Jay Kenner through Dirt, along with Mazami, and for a push through Server. I think there was a Knights player on blue stairs, correct. It's Juicy, and he's going to get an easy couple of kills. Well, Sage steals one on Jay Kenner. It just looks like a bit of a T-hunt at the moment. Running around, collecting kills. There's a player stuck inside a server now as well for the Hungry Lions in Mazami. Does a good job to land the shot onto Sage. Might just get a second here. Knights get a bit hungry against the Hungry Lions. Mazami, though, barely alive. But a little help from the Adrenal Surge of Neptune. With 45 seconds left, can get him some health back.
Knights obviously getting a little bit cheeky there. They pay the price if Neptune pops off here. Spots the elbow inside of Archives, but can't find that pick. Who's long gone now. Hustle Barricade preventing the rotation, and now it's a 1 versus 3. Neptune to drop. Needs to pick up the diffuser. The Knights in positions to deny from up above, and Chris will see the feet before Neptune sees the head.
I think I can hear Stigs ripping that Nitro Cell. Timeout requested by Hungry Lions. They're going early here. Down 4-0. Quiz finds the kill to Neptune. If it wasn't going to be Quiz, Stigs had a Nitro Cell ready and waiting for him. It's 4-0 to the Knights. And timeout on the other side of that round now for the Hungry Lions, who are struggling massively on the attack side here of Bank. The first 2 rounds, Guz, not too bad. Maybe even should have won those rounds. Maybe a little bit of inexperience costing them, but the last 2 rounds have been clinical from the Knights.
Yeah, for sure. And it puts Hungry Lions in a very tricky position now. The Knights beginning to run away with this match a little bit, but they still look relatively focused in. And they have an opportunity, as always, to 2-4 a half. That's always okay. That's more than possible. But the last couple of rounds, it's just very tricky to see the positives at the moment for Hungry Lions. In a lot of areas of the game at the moment, they are being pretty dominated. And I think they've just got to try and chip away at it 1 step at a time. But when you only have a couple of rounds to go, that's very, very tricky.
Well, 2 more opportunities for the Hungry Lions to find an attacking round. Even though I did find that statistic before of them kind of struggling and only getting 1 attacking round in all of their recent games. They have, of course, managed 1 attacking round in all of their recent games. So that's actually a trend at this point that they'll be hoping that they can kind of keep alive. But yeah, it has been concerning for them all stage long. I looked even further back, guys. Playday 2, it was 0 attacking round wins against Wildcard. And then all the way back in Playday 1, of course, where it went to overtime against Ludovica. They also struggled on the attack side there. So really not ideal for them. That this is clearly something that has been a factor, obviously, throughout the entire stage. But we'll see whether or not 2 rounds to go in what could be their final attacking half for this stage for Oceanic Nationals, if they can find a victory.
Oh. Who's trying to be a little bit sneaky. It's all about Hungry Lions just trying to be as methodical as possible here and do their very best, I think, to perhaps isolate one or two picks. Stock pressure will be vital, and Jay Kenner keen. Worm just covers it in the meanwhile. Neptune could play another big role on that Finker with grenades, with the LMG. There is more vert though down below. Saw that Stiggs played it well last time. Neptune drones below to confirm that it is in fact clear, and this is where Hungry Lions need to speed it up a little bit and start droning out Stage and dumping this utility and getting him out of here.
Dodges most of those flashes and is sitting quite a bit further back than what you would usually expect from a player holding hallway outside of stock. So no shield, throws out the magnet, and honestly, job done and successful from Sage. And you consider the time factor as well, guys. 90 seconds left, and you haven't even got a foot inside of stock. You haven't got the hallway player eliminated yet. I mean, Sage is getting antsy. I think he's almost wanting to sort of swing and peek. Quiz finds a kill on the Worm. Yeah, Sage is getting very antsy here. Takes out that Selma. And Jay Ken has just gone straight for top square to try and open this up and go a little bit more towards site. They can't get rid of the stock hallway player, though. That's why. Well, it's actually Juicy that swung out at Janitor. I mean, they are getting obliterated.
2 versus 5. 1 versus 5.
Wow.
None versus 5. It's flawless from the Knights. And Hungry Lions struggling at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite dismal from the Hungry Lions in the last 3 rounds. It's almost deteriorating before our eyes. The first 2 rounds was sort of filled with confidence and maybe the thought prospect that they could really push the Knights in this game. Didn't necessarily think that they could go on and win from there, but yeah, good signs now turning into bad signs. 1 round to go. Can they find an attacking round win? As, well, we have a little bit of fun to close out the last day of the Oceanic Nationals, putting up a little poll, Guz, as the Lion v Lion matchup as to which logo is considered better. And at the moment, Knights coming out ahead 64 to 36. And I'm a little surprised by that. The Hungry Lions logo has stolen my heart. Knights is too clean.
Someone certainly put a lot more time and effort into MS Paint to garner 36% of the vote. That's a bit of a disgrace, to be honest. Hungry Lions deserve better. And to be honest, it may well be the only win they get out of tonight. Just to be straight up, the last couple of rounds have been really poor. At the start, they looked red hot, and it was really just Stiggs extinguishing that kind of flame, that little spark, and I think it's been completely extinguished now. That last round in particular, Knights and Sage especially over towards stock, and then the Juicy swing as well. Just wow, as good as it gets really on that particular part of the map. So yeah.
Well, when you consider Stiggs, I think got all 9 of his kills in the first 3 rounds, and the majority of them in the first 2. Of course, got an ace in the opening round. Has kind of cooled off since then, but it's kind of job done from Stiggs on an individual standpoint, and everyone else is having a great time. And the Hungry Lions, I think they've really started to realize there's another level to go to be the best in this region and in APAC. A long, long way to go for these guys. It's been a good stage. They've had some good results. It's one that they should look back on fondly and be happy with what they've achieved, but obviously the Knights, well, they are a lion themselves. And this game, unfortunately, kind of has 7-0 written all over it now.
Feels like it. Neptune on the Nook. See if he can have an impact, but already being pressured. That's been the name of the game of the Knights at the moment. They're just not giving away much for free. There's been roams, there's been extensions, and Lions finding it tricky to deal with them. Sage up above, under the desk. And I'll be looking at him late round to have the impact.
Didn't quite see how Mazami just went down there, actually. Oh, for a split second, I saw Jay Kenner with the skeleton key going through the wall. The exact same time Mazami went down, but no, that was not the case. Sage going for a cheeky little roam through exec, though.
Attackers have located a bomb.
He checks out long, doesn't see anything there that piques his interest. Player and Janitor though, and Jay Kenner trying to open things up with the skeleton key. Meets his demise as the rest of his team is completely being torn apart, shred by shred. It's a flawless round by the Knights to close out a flawless half. 6-0. Match point, 6 of them, in fact.
First place point as well for stage 2 of OCN. If, and I guess at this point when they do eventually get all 3 points in this matchup, it puts them even with Wildcard, and because in the last Playday, the Knights took down Wildcard, they win that head-to-head. As we head to basement for the final round. And there are plenty of opportunities for the Knights to get this over and done with.
Yeah, and I'd be surprised now if the Hungry Lions collect a couple of round wins. I know they're on the defense, and you look at Lockers, maybe you could get this round. It's the only round I could probably see them getting. Once they come up above, I don't see a round win for them. In fairness, though, to the Hungry Lions, pretty much no expectations for them in this matchup. They had a great win last week against the Chiefs, and as I've said, I think that they should be pretty proud of themselves for the stage that they've had, their first stage of the Oceanic Nationals, but this was always going to be a difficult task. But the other part of the equation here is the Knights and the way that they have responded from arguably the most disappointing loss that these guys will have ever had last night. And it just doesn't look like it's affected them in this game. They have just been utterly professional. Maybe they just really wanted to stop playing Siege, and to do that, you just got to win 7-0.
I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it. Might be able to ask Juicy that at, in the post-game interview. Yeah. Only one point of view. Zane, though, perhaps looking to disrupt those plans. He gets the first in dirt. Juicy will drop and maybe look to find that back in a little bit. Josh now creeping through the office hallway. Just wary of his flank. The LMG, Josh could have a sizable impact in the round, as Juicy does eventually find that trade. Josh now to cut off one. Gets the kill. His patience rewarded, and he could well get a second. Jay Kenner Low, who gets very excited for that one.
Yeah, he raced towards his death there, Jay Kenner. Hungry Lions have just not been able to fire a shot since the opening 2 rounds. No, credit to the Knights, though, still going for the tactics, playing into the Ossa through server, while allowing the likes of Josh to just run around close to main stairs. There was a player, though, towards Beepers. Zane did get a kill, was traded back, though, by Stiggs and Neptune. The solo in a 1 versus 3. Bot main. Josh making his way down. Nothing will stop him. He's like the Terminator, charging towards Neptune. Oh, there is a Banshee, though, as well. And Sage will, of course, stick that diffuser, and it is Stiggs who finishes what he started. He had an ace in the opening round. He gets the final kill in this game. A 7-0, a non-affair. The Knights, though, go back-to-back for the Oceanic Nationals. One of the best teams for 2022, and maybe starting their own little dynasty.
Clinical from start to finish from the Knights. Not too many blemishes at all. Everyone stepping up, playing their part. And of course, excited to see if they can back it up in OCS and earn a bit of prize pool in doing so. Yeah, just got in and got the job done. I don't think I've really seen the Knights do a more clinical performance than that probably ever, to be honest.
Yeah, Blue, what game? What does that speak more volumes to? The Knights and their clinical finish, or the Hungry Lions just not being able to sort of match a team of that quality?
I think it's Hungry Lions learning that they can't just rely on raw mechanical skill to win out at the end of the day. That on top of the Knights, after last night, wanting to, I suppose, end on a bit of a high this stage, because, I mean, if that was their last match last night, I think that would leave a pretty bitter taste in their mouth on the whole. But, I mean, look, it's exactly what you want. They can go into OCS holding their heads high, knowing that, look, if nothing else, they are the best Oceanic Nationals team.
Yeah, I mean, you can't dispute that, Guz, at all, right? They are the best that Australia has to offer.
Well, when you look at the standings for OCN, taking away all those permutations, I think, genuinely they have been, right? They performed extremely well in APAC South, narrowly missing out on that spot. They're the best team in OCN as well, so I think it's pretty uncontested and pretty hard to argue that they aren't number one at the moment. So will that continue? We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, I think it's a good time for the Knights, despite, again, APAC South. I don't want to keep mentioning it because I feel so bad saying it.
Well,
but it really has been their only blemish.
Well, you know it's going to obviously come up in the interview that we'll have very shortly. It has to. But what's intriguing about this Knights team, Blues, the only game they lost was back in Playday 1, where they got belted 7-1 by Team Bliss. And since then, they haven't dropped a game. They go 6 wins, 1 loss on the stage. They end up with like plus 15 round differential, top team. Obviously have the tiebreaker against Wildcard. Really, besides that Playday 1 performance, it's been a flawless stage.
Yeah, I mean, what a way for Stigs as well to close it out. 12 KD, which I think is probably one of the highest ANZ has ever seen competitively. I know in OCL it was a 7 KD, which is the highest we've seen, but I mean, Stigs just has that star power at the moment, honestly.
Yeah, certainly so. And I think that all of the players on the Knights probably have that star power. Does it all happen for all of them every night? No, but you know, one night it's Stigs, another night it's Juicy, another night it's Sage, another night it's Josh, etc. So I think that's what really this team has in terms of relying on not one player, but really being an entire team, Guts.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Knights continue to become a more consistent and reliable team as a whole. As you mentioned, their only loss was in that first play day, and arguably that's when they looked their weakest in APAC South as well. So they clearly have improved. We were expecting there still to be growing pains after the roster changes they made earlier on in the year, and it feels like that's really starting to solidify. So going forward, the Knights probably only going to get better.
If they do take out OCS, Blue, we're thinking ahead here, a little bit of futuristic talking. If they do win that, we'll say that's 3 in a row. Does that start to put them in the conversation with the Chiefs' run last year?
No, unfortunately, because Wildcard knocked them out last stage, and I think there's every possibility that Wildcard can do it again. I mean, yes, Knights, they've looked very, very solid, but OCS is a different beast entirely. Obviously, getting into that best-of-3 format, it changes things up a little bit. But, look, I'm excited for the Knights' future this year. They've really just taken steps forward throughout the year, and they're looking... honestly, I reckon they've just missed out this stage for APAC South. Next stage, well and truly theirs.
Yeah, very well could be. All right, let's go and chat with the Don Juicy on the line here for our final interview for Stage 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. Thank you so much for coming on and having a chat, mate. Pretty much flawless victory, 7-0. Nice, easy one to close out the stage. And now you'll probably be bombarded with questions about last night, and rightfully so. The first thing I just want to say is from myself, commiserations for yesterday. I thought you guys put in an absolute wonderful performance, and you know, to lose out in that fashion obviously always stings, it always sucks, but in some ways I think you can take motivation from it, that you guys know that you are good enough. There is still a Stage 3 to come back and play for in APAC South, and another major to fight for.
Yeah, of course. You know, it still hurts right now. It was a tough night last night to be that close to going to Berlin, obviously, but you know, we didn't play as well as we could have on defense as well. It was still a close game, whatever. Nothing not taking away from GG at all. So it was tough, but we're getting better and better, I think, and it's showing each time we play.
I guess that leads into my question. I'll keep it pretty short and sharp, Juicy. Is this the best you think the Knights have ever been at the moment?
I think so. I think it's the most consistent. It's just that consistency thing for us right now. It's like when we're on, I think it's the best we've ever been at the moment. Like our old roster was, you know, good for a bit, but I think with a couple of tweaks here and there, people moving to certain positions on the map, it just gets better and better, and with more time and adding Glennon as well, it's just going to get better and better. So looking forward to the future.
And I mean, look, ending the stage strong, finishing first at Oceanic Nationals, if not in APAC South. Obviously, Stig's taking out a little bit of frustration out on the Hungry Lions tonight. But I mean, look, first in Nationals is something, so obviously that's got to feel good.
Yeah, of course. You know, I think we were at a while ago, we were at a kind of shitty spot where we didn't, you know, maybe take it as seriously. Not that we didn't try, but I think we found a good spot now where each play day we take something from it, from away. So it's just putting our foot down, and yeah, like you said, taking out a little bit of anger on Hungry Lions tonight that we didn't make it. So sorry to them, but yeah, we just needed to get it out of our system, I think.
Obviously, there's still OCS next week, but then a little break before APAC South Stage 3. Two things here very quickly, Juicy. One being the fact that, of course, no Oceanic Nationals for Stage 3, so full focus, obviously, on APAC South, even if, for a team of your quality that, generally it is full focus. But also, Glenn coming in, but now coming in through this little off-season period, this will be the first time, really, with Luna, that you'll be able to sort of all sit down, go over VODs, and do all of that without having to worry about playing games every week. What does that mean to the team?
It means everything. Like you said, we'll get through this OCS little period, and then we can, rebuild whatever we need to rebuild, whether it be strats, positions, roles, whatever it is. We can do a total rehaul if we need to. So it'll be great to have a time frame with him, because I think he came in whether the first week or like he had a week with us before we started playing South. So it'll be a really good period, that break, and looking forward to changing whatever we need to change, and looking forward to the future, like I always say.
Thanks a lot for coming on, mate, having a chat. No, it's a tough 24 hours for you guys, but I'm looking very much forward to Stage 3 and what you guys have to offer. I'll give you the floor. Any final shout-outs?
Thank you to our team, our teammates especially, our support staff, all the fans, and to the broadcast team. Without you guys, it wouldn't happen, like I say every week. So thank you very much, boys.
Thank you very much, mate. Best of luck in OCS next week, and then, of course, APAC South Stage 3. Can't wait.
Lovely. Thank you.
Well, maybe winning 7-0, girls, and maybe taking out the Oceanic Nationals for Stage 2 maybe can just bring a smile to the face for the Knights after tumultuous 24 hours. Of course, though, you got to look at it, the positives and how close they were. It's all about capturing that, putting it in a bottle, coming back for Stage 3 and making the next major.
Yeah, look, full respect to Juicy. I think the way he conducted himself in that interview and the way the team conducted themselves tonight was S-class, not even A-class, S-class. It would have been very easy for them to just put their heads in the sand and just completely want to go offline for the next few weeks or whatever, but it seems like they are truly determined to continue to improve. And I think, like you mentioned, the addition of Luna over the next couple of months, the Knights could be really serious beasts heading into Stage 3 if they can correct some of the issues they have.
They were beasts tonight as well with their 7-0 victory. Let's look at the other results, of course, that transpired for Playday 7, our final Playday for Stage 2. Oh, it goes so quick. Blue, it goes so quick. Before you know it, it's all over. It started off with a pretty good match in the end. Kraken and Wildcard. Wildcard too good. They got top spot, but in the end, not by the end of the night. And then from there, it all were pretty one-sided games, but one that surprised probably everyone was Chiefs getting the 7-4 victory over Team Bliss.
Oh, look, it'll just do nothing but bolster the Chiefs fans, of course. It's good to see them hitting that form once again. It has been a little bit absent this stage, but I mean, it also works to benefit Bliss, I think, going into the last stages. Yeah, a little bit of a kick, Actually, we're not as untouchable as we thought. We've still got stuff to work on. It's one of those reminders that there is always room for improvement in Siege.
Well, of course, the predictions, as we knew by the start of the night, Ducky #1. We'll just all but confirm that, unless maybe Blues come in for the last-second tie. The answer there is no. Resounding no as well. 22-6 for Ducky. A big congratulations to him. I've done all right this stage as well. 19-9. I'll pat myself on the back there. And Guz, from King, from Champion to, well, down the bottom. At the very least, you went positive.
Yeah, that's something. Look, a little bit disappointing from me, but I was going to say I'll bounce back in Stage 3, but we'll make it 2023. That's when the comeback starts.
But there's still OCS, mate. Don't forget about that one. I'm sure that we'll have our predictions, as always, for that. Our MVP for the night, though, of course, and put on an absolute clinical performance. No, it's not Stiggs, it's Boydie. He went absolutely insane against Team Bliss. I tell you what, though, Stiggs did put in a bit of a run last second, but I think considering the competition and the performance from Boydie Blue, you couldn't look past him.
Yeah, not to mention the implications of it all as well. I mean, denying Bliss first seed, which would have been theirs if not for the Chiefs getting involved. I definitely think that, yeah, Boydie stepping up tonight was a massive improvement that we've been waiting to see the last couple of Playdays from Chiefs as well. He's always good for the numbers, and for it to come together the way it did, it's just masterclass.
Obviously a great player, Guz, and I would say, though, once he first joined Chiefs, a little bit slow to get going, but it seems like he's really in his element now. We saw him at his best last night in APAC South and again tonight.
Yeah, Boydie seems to be continually improving. Of course, being an addition to the team, it's going to take him a little while to assimilate to the roster and ensure that he's feeling comfortable in his roles. But tonight, especially, it looked like he was in the zone.
Our standings, though, to finalise Stage 2. The Knights' top spot, technically tied on points with Wildcard, but they do have the head-to-head, so clear first for the Knights. Wildcard in second, an incredible stage for them, all things considered. Blue, 6 wins, 1 loss. They can't be upset with that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you just love to see at the end of the day. Honestly, the top 4 teams, even, especially with Knights picking up that last win, have been very impressive coming into the tail end, at least, of Stage 2. And look, unfortunate, run for the former OCL teams this stage.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, guys, also a little bit unfortunate if you're a Team Bliss fan, usually a team that does very, very well in this competition, but not to be here. And Chiefs, 4th place, they continue to kind of, well, I don't want to say tumble down the standings, but I guess they're not quite the 4-time champs that they once were. Kraken, though, in 5th, 10 points, pretty good stage from them.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, legitimately heading into OCS, I'm looking at Kraken to be a dark horse, right? They've got a pretty decent seed. They can make some moves up the through the bracket. Outside of that, probably looking at the top 4 from OCN to be the favourites heading into that particular tournament. But I think overall, probably the standings shaping up as we would sort of expect, perhaps to that a little bit, being ground 0 being as far down as we expected. Ludovica fell off a little bit as well, and Wildcard right up there. So I probably just contradicted my entire point by mentioning 3 different teams, but you get the idea.
Of course, usually this is when we would sort of look at the schedule for the next Playday, Blue, but what is to come, though, of course, is the Oceanic Championship Series. That will be next weekend, 6th and 7th. And for those that want more information, make sure you go and follow all of the socials. But something to always look forward to, the clash between the Oceanic Nationals teams and the Oceanic Challenger teams.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even locked it in. We've still got 1 Playday of OCL to go, so there's still potential seeding changes to come through. And finding out who makes that promo Relos match at the end, of course, it's not locked in for OCL either.
Yeah, well, I'll quickly get final thoughts as it is the final Playday. Guys, anything that you want to touch on before we sign off?
Look, just overall for this year of OCN, been quite impressed by some of the caliber we have seen come through the ranks of OCL, and it's clear that the grassroots still has a bit of talent kicking around, which is always nice to see. Super keen for OCS next week. Obviously, quite a bit of prize money on the line, and it's such a great format to see the leagues combined. So, yeah. Keen for next week and keen for the future of OCN.
Blue, it's a pleasure to have you on for this stage. Final thoughts from you?
Look, it's been an absolute privilege to lend my voice to the Oceanic Nationals this stage. And look, just make sure you're around for OCS because I reckon it's going to be a great time.
I certainly think so as well. Next week, 6th, 7th. Don't miss it. More information on all of the socials, of course, as always, though. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, watching Oceanic Nationals Stage 2. And we'll see you at the OCS. A factor and not even remotely close. Gets the first one onto Cairo. Should know that Pat is around that janitor area, but time, guys, it's going to be the biggest factor in the end. He just doesn't have the time unless Pat gives away his position. There's the down Phoenix behind him. It's the prone play though from Molosca. Prone on the ground. He doesn't fall back onto the ground. Not just yet though. Now he does so. Hunter going for the revive onto Phoenix, gets him back up. Will Cairo be aware of this? He has them both to deal with. There's the first shot onto Hunter. 1 versus 1, Phoenix and Cairo, the future, the now. And it is the now that wins. Can't quite clear President yet. There needs to be more reinforcements for ground 0 in a hurry. But a cutoff from Sawyer up above on the rappel, and Ludovica stealing this round before our very eyes.
Oh, Twant, what a pick. He's taken some big damage. We'll find Digital and confirm him in the end. Shade on the dirt tunnel, shut down by Ethan, and it's all come apart. Like you said, telegraphed the truth. Right, and Worthy from long range with the impact. He's spotted, he finds one, down to the 1 versus 1. Digital in Shade to try and decide the round in Shade. My God.
Biggest challenge for the Chiefs is hanging towards the objective at the moment.
Oh, what a shot from Brendo.
Make that a quad. He's on for the ace to get all 5 kills plus the round win for Stigs to open up the game here on Bank. He gets it to land.
That trade. Josh now to cut off 1. Gets the kill. His patience rewarded, and he could well get a second. Jake Kenna low, who gets very very excited for that one.
This is the line v line matchup as to which logo is considered better. And at the moment, Knights coming out ahead 64-36. And I'm a little surprised by that. Hungry Lions logo has stolen my heart. Knights is too clean.
Someone certainly put a lot more time and effort into MS Paint to garner 36% of the vote. That's a bit of a disgrace, to be honest. Hungry Lions deserve better. And to be honest, it may well be the only win they get out of tonight. Just to be straight up, the last.
You're horrible, man. Hit your shots.
Nah, man, you changed my sense. You've done something.
I
What
didn't
have you
change
done?
anything.
No, what have you done?
I didn't change nothing. You literally changed. There could have been no one else. I'm across from you. You literally came over. You would have done this before I got here. I know I came late today. You came here, changed my 1.5, changed my 2.0, and I can still smoke you.
My hertz is different. My frames are different. My keybinds are wrong. You've messed with everything.
My keybinds, my sense, 1.5, 2.0, everything got changed, and I'm still smoking you.
Nah, man. Seriously? Own up.
I don't know what. I didn't do anything.
Own up. You've done it.
I don't understand.
I
I don't know why did you change my shit, man? What is wrong with you? Are you stupid? Everything is
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it. Together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Are you sure it's the 29th, bro? It is. And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.